Chapter 1830. When the mirror was divided into red and blue, Zhen Hongwen turned around and said, Yan Xiefeng, Xiao Hua, the life and death view has been opened. You too can enter the thunder field according to the color shown by your names. I want to remind you that as long as you step into the life and death view, the life and death inside, you are not responsible. Do you want to go in? Thank you, Martial Uncle. We will go in. Xiao Hua and Yan Xiefeng bowed. Zhen Hongwen didn't know how many times he had heard this reply. He casually nodded and waved his hand, retreating a few steps. Senior brother Xiao, please. Yan Xiefeng looked at the red and blue doors and raised his hand. Okay. Xiao Hua didn't hold back. Looking at Yan Xiefeng, who was like a dead person, he stepped into the blue side. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. Instantly, a kind of teleporting pressure came from all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, the pressure disappeared. When Xiao Hua focused his eyes, he saw that he was inside a light barrier flickering with a light blue brilliance. And the countless lightning on the light barrier was the restriction outside the light barrier. Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and felt that the space inside the light barrier was extremely large. His spiritual sense couldn't reach the end. Space magic. Xiao Hua immediately understood. Xiao Hua, Yan Xiefeng, are you two ready? Zhen Hongwen's voice came again. Xiao Hua raised his head and said, Disciple is ready. After 10 breaths, an illusion will appear in the thunder field. As for what illusion, I don't know. You can do whatever you want in this illusion. All magic tools and treasures won't be affected. Zhen Hongwen's voice was like the sound of nature. You two, either one dies, one admits defeat, or the other accepts. Otherwise, you can't leave the thunder field. Of course, I, Uncle Master Zhen, and the others all saw your fight. Now that Uncle Master Gantian is here to judge, he will definitely give you justice. Then, Zhen Hongwen's voice disappeared. After 10 breaths, Xiao Hua only felt that his eyes were bright. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In front of Xiao Hua's eyes was a beautiful immortal world. Not to mention the extremely majestic immortal mountains in the distance, not to mention the boundless surging Milky Way near the immortal mountains, not to mention the heavenly maidens washing themselves and bathing by the Milky Way. Just the leisurely flying immortal birds and immortal beasts in front of Xiao Hua made him feel as if there was too much for his eyes to take in. Damn it, is this really the original appearance of the immortal land? Xiao Hua's gaze couldn't help but glance towards the bank of the heavenly river. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. In the sky above the celestial realm, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds of the 9th heaven. It rapidly struck towards Xiao Hua's forehead. No way! I'm just looking, and I haven't even seen. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He was just about to use the bright thunder escape, but when he thought about how Zhen Jie and the others were in the thunder arena and could see his every move, his figure unconsciously became sluggish. At this time, if he took out a flight talisman, it would probably be too late. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, before Xiao Hua could activate his spiritual power, that bolt of lightning had already struck Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and hurriedly dodged. A loud sound rang out as the lightning struck his shoulder. Just as Xiao Hua was about to be injured, a tricolored brilliance flashed from the spot where the lightning struck, blocking the lightning out of thin air. The lightning immediately disappeared into thin air. Xiao Hua was very familiar with this tricolored brilliance. It was the defensive magic treasure that Qian Diheng wore during his experiential learning. That's right, this protective treasure was chosen by Qian Diheng for Xiao Hua. It was the treasure that he had always used to protect his life. At this moment, Xiao Hua was wearing this treasure. No wonder Qian Diheng had been plotting how Yan Xiefeng would die. Outside the illusory realm, Zhen Jie's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. He snuck a glance at Qian Tian and said intentionally or unintentionally, Senior brother Qian? This treasure, seems to be what senior brother used when he was young. Isn't that right? I was wondering why it looked so familiar. This little brat, I only said that I would give a treasure to Xiao Hua and he actually took it out. What a prodigal thing. Qian Tian scolded. However, he immediately asked, this treasure of Yan Xiefeng seems to be what junior brother used in the past. I had already given this treasure to my disciple. I'm afraid that Wei Xing gave it to Xiefeng. Zhen Jie said embarrassedly. Sigh, just a qi refining disciple and he has to use a treasure. It's not good for the meridians. Qian Tian said sincerely. Pei. Zhen Jie's lungs were about to explode from anger. He naturally knew that this was his disciple's arrangement. Moreover, Zhen Weixing also knew that Xiao Hua had the cloud-suppressing seal. However, none of them expected that Qian Diheng would give Xiao Hua a protective treasure. Although protective treasures also needed magic power, they used less magic power than attacking treasures. With this treasure, Xiao Hua was at least in an undefeatable position. Zhan Jie wanted to say something, but, before entering the Thunder Arena, Zhan Jie had already given this protective magic weapon to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had taken advantage of the time when he went to the Eastern Ridge to retrieve the Great Wisdom Sword to refine it for himself. What could he say? Damn it, no wonder Qian Diheng wanted to follow. Zhen Jie couldn't help but scold. And within the illusion, Xiao Hua, who was struck by a bolt of lightning, quickly fell down several feet. Only then did he stabilize himself. When he raised his head, Yan Xiefeng's figure appeared high up in the sky. Humph, Xiao Hua sneered. He slapped his hand and took out a flying talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and then urged his magic power to fly high up in the sky. Moreover, while flying, he held the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. When the two people approached, Yan Xiefeng's hand had already changed into a gourd-shaped magic treasure. Looking at Xiao Hua's figure flying over, his face was abnormally heavy. Needless to say, his sneak attack just now was precisely because of Zhan Weixing's instructions. Relying on some of his experience with the Thunderplane's illusory realm, he hid in the shadows and then used his sect's secret technique to activate his magic weapon, wanting to give Xiao Hua a fatal blow. But in the end, Yan Xiefeng consumed a lot of magic power. For a short period of time, he temporarily couldn't control his magic treasure. He could only use his magic treasure, the Thunder Spirit Gourd, to fight the enemy. As for the Thunder Spirit Gourd, it definitely couldn't break Xiao Hua's protective treasure. But what else could he do? If he didn't want to sit and wait for death, he could only compete with Xiao Hua's magic power and see whose magic power would be consumed first. This was obviously the sorrow of an aura-refining disciple, and it was also something he could think of in advance. But what about Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua didn't know about his challenge. Thinking of this, Yan Xiefeng's mouth hung a cold smile. Chapter 1831. Therefore, when Yan Xiefeng flew down, he had already taken a pill to recover his true energy and quietly waited for his spiritual power to recover. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Xiefeng's mouth slightly rose. Yes, for this battle, Zhan Weixing gave him a lot of pills. Even though Xiao Hua went to the Eastern Ridge, after all, he wasn't with Zhang Wuji. In terms of pills, he definitely couldn't compare to Yan Xiefeng. Xiao Hua and the others approached. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal let out a wang-wang sound. In midair, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gradually enlarged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the cloud-suppressing seal also began to condense into a tiny ribbon shape. Go! Xiao Hua's face gradually turned pale, seemingly due to the consumption of his spiritual power. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal slowly pressing down on him, Yan Xiefeng couldn't help but feel a burst of palpitations in his heart. That kind of feeling seemed to be an invisible rope firmly binding him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Yan Xiefeng's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. This was the first time he encountered this kind of situation. Puh! Yan Xiefeng suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A stream of blood essence spurted out, startling him for a moment. Quick! Taking advantage of this precious moment, Yan Xiefeng already formed a seal on the Thunder Spirit Gourd in his hand. From within the gourd, a purple brilliance sprayed out. Within the brilliance, there were dozens of flashing lightning bolts. They were like exquisite little dragons that danced and rushed towards the cloud-suppressing seal. As the lightning bolts danced, the purple brilliance converged into the lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts absorbed the abundant lightning energy of the Thunder Arena and rapidly expanded. When they flew close to the cloud-suppressing seal, they had already become lightning bolts as thick as an arm. Ka-cha-cha! Ka-cha-cha, a dozen sounds in a row. Those lightning bolts hit the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into tiny ribbons. However, these lightning bolts only slightly prevented the cloud-suppressing seal from falling. The remaining lightning bolts gradually shrank under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal, and were even annihilated. This is the difference between a magic treasure and a magic tool. Fall. Not far away, Xiaohua's face showed joy. Urging the spiritual power in his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal sped up and smashed towards Yan Xiefeng's forehead. Go! Yan Xiefeng had long expected this. Taking advantage of the fact that the cloud-suppressing seal's infinite karma power was slightly weak, he tried his best to activate the flight talisman to escape. Unfortunately, how could a 12th-layer Qi refinement cultivator like him escape from the boundless power of karma? Even if Yan Xiefeng exerted all his strength, he only managed to fly a few feet. Pa! The cloud-suppressing seal landed on Yan Xiefeng's forehead. However, just as Xiaohua had expected, a layer of lightning also appeared on Yan Xiefeng's forehead. This lightning quickly covered Yan Xiefeng's entire body and firmly protected him. No matter how much the suppressing cloud seal flipped in the air, it could not land. Hee, senior brother Zhen. You've made a lot of preparations. Sun Ming couldn't help but say in amusement. Both of them had magic treasures to protect themselves, so in the end, the only thing that mattered was their transcendence energy. Furthermore, they were both at the peak of the 12th layer of aura refining, so their transcendence energy. Was there even a need to mention it? There was definitely not much difference between them. In Sun Ming's mind, the biggest possibility for these two people was already a tie. Hee. This old man also doesn't know. It's all thanks to Professor Wei Shang's methods. Zhen Jie naturally pushed away all responsibility. However, just as Sun Ming was speaking, a strange change occurred again. Xiaohua's hand spread out, and like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, dozens of fireball talismans covered Yan Xiefeng's entire body. Only to hear a series of rumbling sounds, like the firecrackers of the mortal world during the new year, ringing non-stop. With great difficulty it finally stopped. At the place where the flames were extinguished, Yan Xiefeng revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve, and the lightning around his body did not decrease in the slightest. However, just as Yan Xiefeng once again struggled free from the might of the cloud-suppressing seal and had just flown a few feet away, Xiaohua once again waved his large hand, closely followed by a dozen or so fireball talismans pouncing over this. Sun Ming was somewhat speechless. This was almost a scoundrel's way of fighting. But thinking about it again, relying on the might of a magic weapon to trap the opponent, and then using yellow talismans to wear down the opponent's magic power, it was also an extremely normal train of thought. Others had just woken up, but Wu Qi, Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and the others had already thought of it when Xiaohua threw out the first batch of fireball talismans. Didn't Xiaohua use this move to deal with Xiang Yang that day? Even the early-stage foundation establishment Xiang Yang was somewhat exhausted. Could Yan Xiefeng do it? Of course, this depended on how long Yan Xiefeng's magic power could support the magic weapon protecting his body, and also how many fireball talismans Xiaohua had. But how many fireball talismans did Xiaohua have? No one seemed to know that every time Yan Xiefeng relied on this protective magic treasure to block the fireballs that came crashing down on his head and face, and then barely managed to move a few feet, Xiaohua would immediately wave his hand in an extremely confident manner, and another dozen or even dozens of fireball talismans would surround Yan Xiefeng. This cycle repeated over and over again until everyone was tired of watching, but Xiaohua's movements were still as joyful as ever. Obviously, this most basic attack method, the most clumsy fireball talisman, was the most effective way to consume magic power. Every time, the light protecting Yan Xiefeng's body would admittedly decrease by a small amount, but it was still decreasing. Moreover, following the consumption of his magic power, the light would decrease even more. After a long time, the lightning finally weakened. Just when Sun Shu and the others were extremely puzzled, but sometimes they were somewhat happy, the cloud-suppressing seal that Xiaohua relied on to suppress Yan Xiefeng's movements suddenly lost its sound, and silently fell from the air. Obviously, it was because Xiaohua's magic power was insufficient. Oh no! Xiang Yang was the first to cry out in alarm. Junior martial brother Zhao's true qi is exhausted. Right now, Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 12th layer of qi refining, not much different from Yan Xiefeng. Yan Xiefeng only used his magic power to defend himself, so the consumption was naturally smaller. How could Xiaohua last? The cloud-suppressing seal falling at this time was already very rare and commendable. However, Xiaohua didn't seem to be flustered at all. At the same time, he withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal with one hand, and at the same time, threw out a fireball talisman with the other hand, and then took out a few medicinal pills to consume. Rumble! A series of loud sounds rang out, but Yan Xiefeng's heart was already at ease inside the fireball. Just now, the cloud-suppressing seal above his head made him unable to retaliate at all. He had persevered for a long time just for this moment. I want to see how long your magic power can last. An evil grin gradually appeared on Yan Xiefeng's face. Half of the true qi in his meridians was activated. While maintaining the protective magic treasure, he had already accumulated enough strength to activate his magic power. Once the fireball was about to explode, he would rush out and give Xiaohua a head-on blow. Seeing that the surrounding fire was decreasing, Yan Xiefeng let out a long whistle, and his figure suddenly flew up. With a wave of his hand, the thunder spirit gourd that was not suppressed by the cloud-suppressing seal until now flew up, and the gourd's mouth once again burst out with a purple brilliance. However, just when Yan Xiefeng was about to cast a spell on the thunder spirit gourd, he suddenly felt a black shadow streaking across his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had already flown to a distance of about 1 zhang in front of him. "Io, this guy is really so fast." Yan Xiefeng's heart was slightly startled, and he secretly pondered, as expected by Master, he is really faster than me by 30%. He's so close. Could it be that he still has some trump card? Without waiting for Yan Xiefeng to finish thinking, he saw Xiaohua wave his hand, and a pitch-black spear point appeared in his hand. Xiaohua's face suddenly turned blood red, and his figure sped up again. With a hoo sound, the spear point quickly pierced Yan Xiefeng's body defense. Demonic weapon. Yan Xiefeng's eyes narrowed. No wonder Master said that Xiaohua's strength is huge, and that he might have some trump card. Using his outer space object as a stake, 1 can try to increase his cultivation, and 2 can weaken his strength. It really is useful. I'm afraid this demonic weapon is his final trump card. With a pop sound, a huge force hit Yan Xiefeng's chest. Although Yan Xiefeng's figure retreated a lot, the light protecting his body flickered, and his body didn't suffer any damage. Ha ha ha. Yan Xiefeng, who thought he already figured out Xiaohua's details, laughed wildly a few times, and said sternly, "You think only you have fireball talismans?" While speaking, he waved his hand, and the same large amount of fireball talismans sprinkled out. Although the quality was far inferior to Xiaohua's fireball talismans, the exploding fireballs also blocked Xiaohua inside. Xiaohua's magic power seemed to be insufficient, and when he was flying just now, he also seemed to have urged a secret technique. At this time, his figure was somewhat clumsy, and he actually couldn't dodge. 1 fireball after another exploded near his body. Of course, the light protecting his body overflowed and easily blocked these fireballs. Quick, hearing Yan Xiefeng's incantation in his ears, he saw that inside the thunder spirit gourd, another 4 or 5 lightning bolts grew in the wind, and like small dragons, pounced toward Xiaohua. In a hurry, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the spirit crow fire net rushed into the sky. Under the urging of his magic power, more than 10 fire crows flew out from the fire net, and faced the lightning bolts with a whistle. Ka-cha-cha, several thunderous sounds rang out, and the lightning bolts and fire crows were annihilated at the same time. The power of these 2 artifacts was exactly the same. Xiaohua was already full of fighting experience. Early on, at the same time that he shot out the spirit crow fire net, his figure once again flew. Taking advantage of the fact that Yan Xiefeng hadn't taken out his yellow talisman, he once again flew to his side. With an angry roar, he swung the tip of the demonic spear in his hand, and like a little chick pecking at rice, he consecutively stabbed towards Yan Xiefeng's waist more than 10 times. With every stab, Yan Xiefeng would fly back a foot, and Xiaohua would follow like a shadow, sticking close to his body, and stab a second time. Admittedly, the demonic spear tip was unable to pierce through the defense, but the strength in Xiaohua's hand could not be faked. The defensive brilliance could not completely block it, and more than 10 strikes landed on Yan Xiefeng's body that had not been tempered in the slightest. It was already painful to the point that his face turned deathly pale, and at the same time that he was in pain, his magic power was already insufficient. The thunder spirit gourd stopped in the air, and no more lightning bolts flew out. Looking at Xiaohua again, he was incomparably refreshed. At the same time that he stabbed Yan Xiefeng, he didn't forget to point his finger. The spirit crow fire net covered the thunder spirit gourd, and that purple brilliance could no longer leak out. Chapter 1832. Ouch! Yan Xiefeng endured the pain and clapped his hands again. A large amount of yellow talismans flew out, wanting to force Xiaohua to retreat. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness? He stretched out his left hand, grabbing Yan Xiefeng's neck as if he was catching a fish. Yan Xiefeng was shocked. He swung his hand upwards, wanting to block, but Xiao Hua's arm seemed to be soft. It swayed in front of his eyes and easily dodged. Yan Xiefeng simply didn't have time to react. With a pop sound, Xiao Hua grabbed Yan Xiefeng's neck. Naturally, Yan Xiefeng's protective light rippled and blocked Xiao Hua's hand. But immediately after, Xiao Hua's action made the onlookers dumbstruck. Pa pa pa. Xiao Hua actually raised his fist and punched Yan Xiefeng's neck. At the same time, he used his other hand to stab Yan Xiefeng's waist with the tip of the demonic spear. What kind of fighting method is this? Even Gantian, an experienced and knowledgeable late golden core cultivator, was stunned. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Reporting to Senior Master Chen. Helplessly, his face was a little red. He said shyly, Junior's disciple was originally a loose cultivator. His actions seemed to be similar to the martial techniques of the secular world. Martial techniques? Oh, I have some impression. Gantian came to a realization. It's similar to the body cultivators of the cultivation world, right? Maybe, disciple isn't too sure. Helplessly shrunk his neck. He felt ashamed that Xiao Hua actually used the tricks of the secular world. Yan Xiefeng was probably dizzy from Xiao Hua's beating. He threw out large amounts of yellow talismans, but he didn't know where he threw them. He clearly felt that Xiao Hua was on the left, but after he threw them out, Xiao Hua ran to the right. When he hit the right again, Xiao Hua appeared above him. In short, Xiao Hua was like a cat playing with a mouse, doing whatever he wanted around Yan Xiefeng. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. This sound was extremely soft, but in Yan Xiefeng's ears, it was extremely ear-piercing. It was like a jade pillar suddenly collapsing. His heart instantly turned cold. This was the sound of Yan Xiefeng's protective magical treasure being broken. This is bad. Yan Xiefeng was so shocked that he decided to use the secret method taught by Professor Zhen Weixing regardless of anything else. However, just as he activated the secret technique, a powerful hand gripped his neck. The strength that was as hard as rock immediately made him feel suffocated. Yan Xiefeng had not experienced this feeling for a long time, but once this feeling appeared, he did not hesitate. Xiao Hua only needed to move slightly, and his neck would be easily broken. Just like a weak little chick. Senior brother Xiao, please spare my life. Fear came as expected, not allowing Yan Xiefeng the slightest hesitation. Humph. Zhen Jie's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Yan Xiefeng, who was struggling with all his strength but was unable to break free. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Junior brother Zhen? Gantian's voice spread over. It was really cold but also really excited. I haven't made my decision and junior brother is leaving? Are you not going to give senior brother face? Haha, not at all. I just want to ask Wei Shang how he teaches his disciples. Zhan Jie smiled apologetically. Their cultivation is the same, and their spiritual power is about the same. How could he be defeated by such shameless methods? This kind of disciple. If he dies, then he dies. Is there a need for senior brother Qian to make a decision? Humph, take a look. Xiao Hua didn't kill him. Gantian's brows rose, indicating for Zhan Jie to return. Zhan Jie didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Sun Ming who couldn't help but laugh. He was abnormally embarrassed and angry, but his body still resolutely turned back. At this moment, Xiao Hua's voice spread over. Zhen. Senior Uncle Zhen? Does it count as my win? That voice was both timid and excited, like, this victory was not easy to come by. Senior Uncle Qian, what do you think? With Gantian here, Zhan Hongwen naturally didn't dare to make a decision. Damn. Do you still need me to make a decision? Gantian scolded with a smile. Xiao Hua only needed to use strength and Yan Xiefeng's neck would be broken like a duck. No matter what, Xiao Hua won. Yes, disciple understands. Zhan Hongwen hurriedly said. Following which, Zhan Hongwen waved his hand, and a red light pillar appeared from the illusion. He said, Xiao Hua, you have already won. You just need to bring Yan Xiefeng into the light pillar. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua was afraid of changes and didn't dare to be careless. He still carried Yan Xiefeng like he was carrying a real duck. He pointed his finger, and the spirit crow fire net brought the lightning spirit gourd back, stepping into the red light pillar. The light pillar flashed, and Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from the illusion. The entire illusion returned to red and blue. Senior Uncle Qian, Senior Uncle Zhen, Senior Uncle Sun, please. Zhan Hongwen said with a smile. Xiao Hua's eyes darkened, and there was another teleportation pressure. An oval door appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua understood that this was the life and death situation from before. When Xiao Hua stepped out of the door, as expected, Qian Diheng and the others were already waiting by the side. Putong Xiao Hua shook his hand, throwing Yan Xiefeng to the ground. Yan Xiefeng seemed to have no strength left, unable to stand up. The others didn't dare to say anything. Qian Diheng had already walked up and looked at Yan Xiefeng, saying weirdly, "Junior brother Xiao this. Are you sure? He already went up the lightning field, and you still don't want his life? Why would I want junior brother Yan's life?" Xiao Hua was very calm, and he said righteously, "Junior brother Yan wanted to spar with me, and he didn't even think about going up the lightning field. Moreover, we are all disciples of Thunder Palace, and we don't have any grudges. Why do we have to fight to the death?" Then he looked at Gantian and smiled. "Moreover, Senior Uncle Qian still has a bet, and I really can't bring myself to die." "It can't be?" Qian Diheng was stunned. "When did you become so kind?" "I have always been kind. It's just that you didn't notice," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Because of him, 3 of Zhan Jie's personal disciples had already died in Thunder Ridge. If he killed Zhen Weixing's disciple in front of him, would he still want to cultivate in Thunder Controlling Sect? Wouldn't he attract the attention of Thunder Ridge? What if he attracted the attention of the Heavenly Thunder Palace or other teachers? Xiao Hua couldn't be bothered to do such a thing that harms others without benefiting himself. "Great." Gantian smiled, passing the Great Wisdom Sword and the jade to Xiao Hua. "I didn't expect that you would let Yan Xiefeng go. Not bad. Such a magnanimous cultivator with such methods, comparable to your senior brother. Ha ha ha, so what if he doesn't build his foundation?" After saying those words that didn't know how to praise, Gantian didn't say anything more, turning around and leaving. Qian Diheng scratched his head, giving Xiao Hua a look, and he hurriedly followed. Looking at the figures of the two leaving, their footsteps were exactly the same. Chapter 1833. Scoff. Once Gantian's body disappeared, Zhen Jie scoffed coldly. His eyes circled Xiao Hua's body before looking at helplessness. Although his gaze was like a knife, he was helpless. He waved his sleeves and left. Zhen Weixing naturally followed. Yan Xiefeng's face was ashen white as he followed behind. "Ha ha ha," Sun Ming cupped his hands and said, "Nephew helpless, what a good disciple you took in." Even senior brother Gantian praised him. "Congratulations." Helpless face turned red as he returned the greeting. "I don't dare. I made Senior Master Sun laugh. These are all methods that can't be seen by others. It's an unfair win." "An unfair win?" A thoughtful smile appeared on Sun Shu's face, and he didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly at Xiao Hua, then led Sun Shu and Xueqi away. Xueqi's gaze was filled with reluctance, but she still walked further and further away. Zhan Mo and the others also said a few words to Helpless and Zhuo Minghui before bringing their disciples away. Only the 10,000 Thunder Valley disciples were left in front of the Life and Death Temple. Xiao Hua held the Great Wisdom Sword in one hand and the jade he won in the other. He looked at Helpless and smiled. "Master, I won. Junior brother Xiao is indeed amazing. You are as fierce as before." Xiang Yang saw that Helpless' expression wasn't right and immediately said, "Even if I faced junior brother Xiao now, I would have my hands tied." Scoff. Helpless was originally gloomy. At this moment, he rolled his eyes, sweeping a glance at Xiang Yang and then at Xiao Hua. He sneered and said, "I originally thought that my myriad Thunder Valley's first disciple would reach foundation establishment in 50 years. Who would have thought that the second disciple might take even longer?" "Master." Xiao Hua felt wronged and said softly. Helpless' gaze was filled with disappointment as he stared at Xiao Hua. "You said you won." "Yes, you did win. However, don't you think that you won with an unfair win?" "Ah?" Xiao Hua was stunned and blurted out, "What? Master, you actually saw through it?" "Hee, not only me, but Senior Master Zhan, Senior Master Sun, and Senior Master Qian. Which one of them didn't see through it? Didn't you hear what Senior Master Chen said? Such methods, so what if you are energy refinement? Do you know how I felt when I heard those words? You've made me lose all face. Looking helplessly at Xiao Hua's enlightened face, he said angrily, You have cultivated for so many years. Have you cultivated your cultivation to become a dog? Don't you know how to use some magic? Didn't they know how to accumulate more magic power and use magic treasures? Even if the transcendent artifact is not good enough, can't you use more transcendent artifacts? The magic tool your mistress gave you. Are you planning to use it to give birth to a child? I spent a large sum of spirit stones to refine these magic tools for you, and you let them sleep? Could it be that these Dharma artifacts became Dharma treasures when they fell asleep? It's fine if you use the fireball talisman. After all, it's still a cultivator's technique. But you actually used a magic weapon and relied on your strength to win. Those were the methods that cultivators disdained. They were the brainless methods of the people of the devil world. You actually have the nerve to use it. And even if you use a demonic weapon, that's fine. It's still considered a demonic technique. You can just borrow it and treat it as a body cultivator. I won't say anything. You actually disregarded your status as a cultivator and used the methods of a mortal martial artist. What do you want me to say about you? I originally thought that you would learn from your mistakes, but looking at your fighting methods, which one of them didn't rely on external objects? With such insignificant methods, even if you won, so what? What's the use of that so-called jade amulet? Can you build your foundation? Can you truly become a cultivator? A few years ago, you used this method to force your eldest senior brother to not dare to casually fight back. But did he really not dare to fight back? That was because he was afraid of hurting you. And today, a few years later, you are still using the same method. You may have won against Yan Xiefeng, but what about your eldest senior brother? He doesn't have as much strength as you, but would he be afraid of you? Why? Can't you think about it? Because he's already at the middle stage of foundation establishment. His cultivation has already improved. He can casually kill you with just a wave of his hand. Look at your senior brother Cui. Although he entered the sect later than you, he's already at foundation establishment. Do you think that your method can still defeat him? Actually, there's no need to think about it. Just by looking at this old man's heels, I can tell that you're just like last time when you forced Xiangyang to use the most basic of techniques to kill you. What's the use of your magic treasures? Then he sized up Xiao Hua again and sneered. Look at my myriad Thunder Valley's disciple. He has an extraterrestrial divine object in his left hand and an ancient divine spell in his right hand. Anyone who sees it will feel that it's really, really impressive. Unfortunately, even if you have another 10 or 20 ancient divine spells, can you cultivate them? If you don't build your foundation, you'll never be a true cultivator. After he finished speaking, he helplessly flung his sleeves, turned around and left. His figure quickly disappeared outside the side hall. Xiao Hua was helplessly reprimanded, and his face turned ashen. He never thought that after defeating Swallow Thunder Ridge's provocation, he would actually end up like this. Xiao Hua, your master is also doing this for your own good. Zhua Minghui clearly wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiao Hua's expression, she sighed and also walked away. Yan Qinglian saw that her master's wife had left, and looked at Xiangyang who wanted to comfort Xiao Hua. She pulled Xiangyang and said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, I won't say anything. You won anyway, so don't think too much. Go back to the Eastern Ridges herb garden and rest for a while. When master's anger subsides, I'll let your senior brother send a message to you. Xiangyang also nodded, patted Xiao Hua's shoulder, and left with Yan Qinglian. Only Cui Hongshan was left. With a smile on his face he said, Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Today is a good day for me to open the sect. You also gave me such a victory, and it's also a gift that I like very much. However, master is right. If you don't build your foundation, everything is useless. You should stop trying to comprehend those messy things and think more about how to build your foundation. You also know about my cave, so if you have time, there's no harm in coming to my cave. I definitely won't keep it to myself. I hope that my myriad Thunder Valley won't only have 1,000 years of chi refinement, but 100 years of foundation establishment. Ha! Looking at Cui Hongshan's appearance, Xiao Hua's face faintly smiled, and he also said, "AI, what's this gift? If Zhen Jie and the others didn't come, I's gift to you." Tessa. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan's expression slightly changed. He turned his head and said, "Junior brother Xiao, are you sure you'll give that thing to me? What do you think?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "How is that possible? Such a precious thing." Cui Hongshan shook his head, and then said in a low voice, "I wonder what that thing is?" "Hee, I want to say, but do you dare to listen?" Xiao Hua said with great interest. Cui Hongshan thought of his oath, and his expression unconsciously changed. He clenched his teeth, and walked out of the side hall in a flustered and exasperated manner. Hee. After waiting for everyone to leave, Xiao Hua looked around. In front of the Temple of Life and Death, apart from a few disciples on duty, there was no one else. He also laughed at himself, and walked away, laughing as he walked. Today is really interesting, Xiao Hua thought as he flew back to the Eastern Mountain Range. However, when he was still some distance away from the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden, suddenly, the divine senses of two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators swept over. Xiao Hua immediately slowed down his flying speed, and when those two divine senses discovered Xiao Hua, they immediately locked onto him. Damn it, it can't be Zhen Jie's backup, right? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. His figure simply stopped in midair, and he coldly looked in the direction of the divine senses. Not long after, two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, one fat and one thin, cautiously flew over. While looking at Xiao Hua, they also looked around. "Which family's disciple are you? Why did you run to such a remote place?" The fat cultivator asked absent-mindedly. "Junior is a helpless disciple of Thunderclap Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley." As Xiao Hua spoke, he pointed in the direction of the Eastern Mountain Range and said, "Junior's errand job is to guard the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. I just went to 10,000 Thunder Valley to participate in Junior Brothers Foundation establishment ceremony, and now I'm rushing back to the Eastern Mountain Range." The Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden? Isn't that abandoned long ago? The thin cultivator said somewhat strangely. Hee, I'll let Senior know. The Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden's spiritual energy is tyrannical, and it's precisely suitable for the growth of flame dawn grass. That's why I've always planted flame dawn grass. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. "Oh, so it's like that." The thin cultivator nodded, and glanced at the fat cultivator. The two of them exchanged glances and asked again, "In these 10 or so days, 20 or so days, have you been at the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden?" "Yes, Junior's duty is to guard the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. If there are no special circumstances, I've always been at the Eastern Mountain Range," Xiao Hua said honestly. "And then did you see a late-stage Foundation establishment, Senior? Near the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden?" Xiao Hua blinked and asked. Naturally." The fat cultivator's eyes slightly brightened. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "I'll let Senior know. When Junior received the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden's formation token, the martial uncle who assigned the odd jobs had already warned me. There are dangerous and forbidden areas nearby, and it's really not peaceful. If there's nothing, do not walk out of the formation. Junior has always stayed inside the formation, and did not dare to come out." "Oh, no late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators have come to your Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden?" "No. Apart from the Thunderclap Palace's senior brothers who come every year to get flame dawn grass, no other disciples have ever come." Lead us to the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden to take a look." "Yes, please follow Junior." Xiao Hua respectfully led the two of them to the Eastern Mountain Range. When the formation was opened, the two of them looked at the neat medicinal garden, and asked curiously, "What? The spiritual energy here is very abundant, and also very normal." "I'll let Senior know. Since last year, this place has gradually changed. Junior also does not know why." Xiao Hua was still as honest as before. "Junior intends to use a year's time to level this place and plant other spiritual herbs." "Not bad." The thin cultivator's divine sense swept over, and he immediately knew. He nodded his head in praise. Chapter 1834. After that, Xueqi invited the two cultivators into his immortal cave and offered them some spirit fruits as well as some spirit wine from Xiangyang's place. After tasting it, the two of them were very pleased and rested inside Xueqi's immortal cave. The two of them no longer avoided Xueqi and started chatting. Say, senior brother Qian. Why would he be near the eastern ridge? What is he doing here? Senior brother Qian? Xueqi's heart skipped a beat and his ears perked up. How would I know? The secret technique of the two grandmasters shows that senior brother Qian was last seen near the eastern ridge. We can just search for him. But the problem is, the grandmasters can't give us a definite location. It's nearly 100 miles away. How can we search for him? So what if we don't search? Sigh, it's just a senior brother who hasn't condensed his core for 100 years. There's no need to be so nervous, right? The other lightning palaces might be able to, but the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace can't. If we don't find any clues, it'll be hard to explain to the sect master. Do you think the sect master will care? He's just a Foundation establishment disciple. Senior brother, we'll search for him, but we mustn't put ourselves in danger. Suddenly, the fat cultivator seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, "This place is so close to the Night Kite Valley. Do you think senior brother Qian will go there?" Night Kite? The thin cultivator's expression changed drastically. He looked around and it seemed that Night Kite was nearby. He whispered, "I don't think he'll go there. Think about it, the Night Kite Valley is a forbidden area. Golden core cultivators usually don't go there. Why would he go there? Maybe the Night Kite Valley has a treasure that can help him condense his core? Maybe." The two cultivators were a little depressed. Night Kite? Xueqi's eyes turned slightly. What's that? Or is it a forbidden area nearby? However, his heart was like a mirror. He only brought his ears with him and poured wine for the two cultivators from time to time without asking a single question. After waiting for an hour, the two cultivators left. Before they left, not only did they give Xueqi a few medicinal pills, they also said, "If there's nothing else, try not to go out. The Eastern Ridges formation has always been closed." Fear naturally appeared on Xueqi's face. He very respectfully thanked the two of them. Only when the two of them had flown far away did he seal the formation. He scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "Could it be that Night Kite Valley was the previous forbidden area? Who cares? It's not like I'm going to provoke it. I'll just let it be the culprit that killed Senior Qian, sure. However, I still have to take this opportunity to remove the formation that bastard set up. Sigh, it's not that I'm careless, it's just that the formation is too big, and I haven't had the time to deal with it. Of course, even if the two seniors discovered the formation, what does it have to do with me? This young master doesn't have an earth escape talisman, so it's impossible for me to escape underground. This young master doesn't know anything about what's underground." Following that, Xueqi formed hand seals, and his entire figure disappeared underground. Sigh, that's right. How could the disappearance of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator have anything to do with a peak Qi refining cultivator? The difference is really too big. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The Eastern Ridges herb garden had undergone a complete transformation. Because the fire origin had been taken away by Xueqi, the tyrannical and scorching fire attribute spirit Qi in the Eastern Ridge had lost its source. Naturally, it had returned to its original calmness. Xueqi also had a lot of puppets in his hands. When he sent them out, they had already leveled the herb garden and planted all the necessary spirit grasses. Presumably, in a few years, this place would become a real herb garden. At this time, Xueqi was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. After he immersed his divine sense into it, he closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense. Then, he took out another jade slip and looked at it carefully. He looked at it for a long time. Needless to say, that jade pendant was the one he had won from Yan Shuifeng at Swallow Thunder Ridge. However, when Xueqi returned to the Eastern Ridge herb garden and carefully examined it, he discovered that there was indeed something recorded inside. However, the words recorded were far from what he could recognize. It looked somewhat similar to the Green Seal script, but there were also differences. At that time, Xueqi's intuition told him that he had been tricked. However, Xueqi didn't understand why Gantian Mountain recognized this jade slip. Until 10 days later, when Qian Dihing came to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and gave Xiaohua a jade slip, Xiaohua finally understood what was going on. It turned out that although this jade slip wasn't a true ancient divine item, the words recorded inside were extremely ancient. These words had long been lost tens of thousands of years ago. The number of cultivators who could understand these words could be counted with one's fingers. Of course, Zhen Jie and Zhen Weixing didn't recognize them. They only understood a few words in the jade slip. Gantian Mountain just happened to have records of these words. Although they didn't recognize all of them, they understood a little. Of course, they knew that there was some content in the jade slip. Of course, what was inside, would Gantian Mountain care? Moreover, this jade slip of Gantian Mountain was only copied and given to Xiaohua by Qian Diheng after he went back. Compared to the records in the jade slip, Xiaohua slowly explored the cultivation technique in the jade slip. He had a rough understanding of it. What Zhen Weixing said was both right and wrong. This wasn't a fire-controlling technique, but a technique similar to Weeping Moon City's Luan family's Ling Yu Zhu Hua. As for the real name, Xiaohua didn't know. Because of the 4 words of the cultivation technique, the first 2 words couldn't be seen. Only the last 2 words, divine fire, could be seen. Moreover, the first half of the cultivation technique was severely damaged and couldn't be cultivated. Only the second half of the flame-controlling technique could be seen. Perhaps Zhen Weixing judged that it was a flame-controlling technique from this. Thunder Ridge naturally had many such flame-controlling techniques. An incomplete ancient god technique. Maybe Thunder Ridge didn't lack it. Therefore, Zhen Jie didn't hesitate to take this thing out. An ancient god technique was compatible with Xiaohua's heavenly treasure. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua showed a kind of understanding. He took out the jade slip of the Luan family's Ling Yu Zhu Hua and compared it carefully. As he compared, his face showed a happy expression. This Luan family's Ling Yu Zhu Hua seems to have been born out of this flame-controlling technique. Moreover, it's a lot lower level, only less than 10% of the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip. However, this 10% is completely connected. From this 10% of the Ling Yu Zhu Hua, I can faintly deduce the content of the flame-controlling technique. Although I can't completely comprehend it and can only understand 30%, it's still several times stronger than the Ling Yu Zhu Hua. I used the Ling Yu Zhu Hua to cultivate the flame seed of the Ling Yu Zhu Hua and then used the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip to cultivate the spiritual fire. Moreover, just by looking at the incomplete flame-controlling technique in the second half, I can see that the flame-controlling technique in the first half is definitely not simple. Chapter 1835. Soon after, Xiaohua stored the jade strip, jade pendant and other items into his space. Faintly furrowing his eyebrows, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. As time passed, his frown grew even tighter. This so-called primordial fire art was indeed cryptic and difficult to understand. The sun set and the moon rose. The sky was already dark and the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden was completely shrouded in the darkness of night. Xiaohua closed his eyes to comprehend. His entire body was shrouded in the starlight that couldn't be seen by divine sense or the naked eye. The dragon transformation art within his body was still operating on its own. Currently, Xiaohua's meridians still had a lot of flames formed from fire essence flame crystals. It was enough for him to reach the final stage of the 18th layer of qi refining. Around midnight, the time when the yang energy subsided and the yin energy rose, outside the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden that hadn't moved for a long time, a palm-sized, bat-like spirit beast flashed out from the darkness. It came from a forbidden area near the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. This spirit beast was also the one that Xiaohua's lightning escape had awakened. This spirit beast floated in the night sky, almost blending into the darkness. There was no trace of it at all. The moonlight sprinkled down like water, but it was also absorbed by the spirit beast's fur, only projecting its figure to the ground. This spirit beast flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance of several zhang. Not long after, it approached the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's array. The spirit beast obviously knew about the magic array. Its entire body was leaning against the outside of the magic array. Its entire body was swaying like a wave. At the same time, a wave was emitted from the spirit beast's body and projected onto the magic array. Just as the spirit beast's body was swaying, a strange scene occurred. The pitch-black layer around the spirit beast's body actually gradually wrinkled and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast had already entered the array from outside. After entering the array, the spirit beast was still familiar with the path and flew towards Xiao Hua's cave dwelling. However, just as the spirit beast approached the cave dwelling, its body suddenly stopped and quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. At this moment, Xiao Hua, who was in the cave, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. He couldn't help but open his eyes. After looking around, he released his Buddhist awareness and looked around again and again. He didn't find anything unusual. In the end, Xiao Hua even checked the fire array and the rabbit array that he had set up before closing his eyes to cultivate again. As for the spirit beast that stopped in midair, it was as if it didn't exist. After a while, it quietly flew into the cave without any movement. When it reached the rabbit spirit formation, the spirit beast stopped once more and moved in that strange manner. The rabbit spirit formation also didn't have any resistance, and the spirit beast smoothly broke through. Needless to say, the heavenly fire array was also easily entered. Whew! Xiao Hua suddenly woke up with a start and opened his eyes again. At this time, the spirit beast was already crawling on the ground. That palm-sized shadow was contrasted with the darkness of the night. Xiao Hua simply couldn't see it. Ha! What's going on? Xiao Hua became very uneasy and stopped cultivating. He directly stood up and checked the inside of the cave dwelling. Then, he walked out of the cave dwelling and looked around. He even went to the bottom of the cave dwelling to search for a while, but there was still nothing wrong. Strange. Xiao Hua patted his forehead. He had always been very confident in his acuity, but even though he knew that there was something wrong today, he couldn't find a reason. I'm afraid the Heavenly Thunder Palace is looking for that Foundation Establishment cultivator? Xiao Hua comforted himself. Or maybe Swallow Thunder Ridge's Jinjie is plotting against me? He put a few more yellow talismans on his body and continued to comprehend with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. Time slowly passed. The entire cave dwelling didn't have any movement. It was terrifyingly quiet. But in the night, that palm-sized spirit beast approached Xiao Hua from the ground bit by bit. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. There wasn't the slightest movement. It seemed that Xiao Hua, who was paranoid, didn't keep his eyes closed during this period of time, but his naked eye and divine sense could easily pass by this spirit beast. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Seeing the darkness before his eyes, even if he was a cultivator, it was time for him to relax his mind. Suddenly, without any warning, without the slightest sound, a black shadow reflected between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. It was as abrupt as the shadow under the moonlight. Xiao Hua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, didn't feel it in the slightest. Although the starlight in the sky was currently wrapping around Xiao Hua, it couldn't stop this spirit beast's strange movements. Following the strange swaying of the spirit beast, the light and shadow in front of Xiao Hua's forehead slightly distorted. Looking in the direction of the spirit beast, this spirit beast was like a pitch-black membrane, an extremely thin membrane. In the center of that membrane, there was a round hole the size of a thumb. That round hole was full of wrinkles. As it trembled slightly, it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And this fluctuation gave birth to a thin pitch-black silk-like object, which entered Xiao Hua's forehead. This spirit beast's movements were like this, but Xiao Hua didn't feel it in the slightest. He was still peacefully cultivating with his eyes closed. The spirit beast's black silk-like object easily penetrated Xiao Hua's forehead. It was precisely the imprint of the Dharma eye between the Buddha's eyebrows. Soon after, it gradually penetrated deeper into Xiao Hua's forehead, where no one had ever seen before. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's forehead suddenly moved. The spirit beast's black silk-like object immediately produced an unfathomable suction force. The black soul silk-like object that Xiao Hua used to refine the soul-absorbing bell suddenly stretched out from the mysterious place the spirit beast was exploring. Moreover, it quickly intertwined with the spirit beast's black silk-like object. These soul silk-like objects were actually the same thing, and unknowingly mixed together. Moreover, these soul silk-like objects passed through the Dharma eye of the Buddha's relic. That Dharma eye was originally an imprint, but at this moment, as the number of soul silk-like objects increased, it actually gradually deepened. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. He only felt that his entire body was swaying, and it was extremely comfortable. It was as if his entire body and mind were flying to paradise. However, this kind of comfort was extremely ethereal and extremely subtle. It was far from something that the physical body could comprehend. Just as Xiao Hua was feeling this way, from the mysterious place where the soul silk-like object penetrated, A tiny crack was gradually torn open under the trembling and suction force of the soul silk-like object. That spirit beast's trembling became even more rapid, as if it wanted to tear that tiny crack open even more. However, right at this moment, the Dharma eye imprint that followed the trembling of the soul silk-like object suddenly trembled violently. An extremely faint silver light flashed from the Dharma eye imprint. This silver light was extremely similar to Goldie's silver eyes, but sometimes it was much fainter. This silver light seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, it shone on the spirit beast's oval-shaped hole. That hole's wrinkles seemed to have received an extremely strong stimulation, and rapidly squirmed. This squirming obviously destroyed the spirit beast's previous mysterious trembling. The black soul silk-like object was immediately cut off, and the tiny crack in the mysterious place of Xiaohua's brain also closed at an extremely fast speed in an instant. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and saw that strange pitch-black object in front of his forehead. Moreover, it was as if his head was filled with magma, and it was incomparably heavy. Soul-absorbing bell? Xiaohua immediately felt the strange movement of the soul silk-like object, and he cried out in astonishment in his heart. However, a cry of alarm was just a cry of alarm. His body seemed to be separated from his soul and senses, and he couldn't control it in the slightest. Oh no! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. His mind turned rapidly, and he thought of Goldie, who could devour people's souls. With great difficulty, he moved his mind and entered the space. Xiaohua almost weakly called out, "Goldie, quickly save Mother." Mother, Goldie saw Xiaohua's lack of strength and immediately jumped up. It followed Xiaohua's weak primordial spirit out of the space. Just as Goldie flew out of the space, the silver light on the Dharma eye of the Buddha Sarira disappeared, and that spirit beast soul silk-like object trembled again. As soon as Goldie flew out of the space, the spirit beast immediately sensed it, as if it had seen its natural enemy. Its whole body suddenly bent, and like a wave, a layer of ripples appeared in the air, and then gradually disappeared. Goldie saw the spirit beast, and was extremely excited. It swayed its big tail, and flew over like the wind. The third eye on its forehead suddenly opened, and with a Z sound, a silver light flashed through the silver eye, penetrating into the ripples in the space. With a Z-lalop sound, like water falling into a pot of oil, the ripples boiled, and small bubbles appeared one after another. Within the bubbles, the spirit beast's extremely thin flesh membrane appeared again. Humph! Goldie snorted from its nose. A yellow light flashed, and a powerful suction force enveloped the spirit beast. Zhi. The spirit beast seemed to be struggling with all its might, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Strands of black gas flew out from its oval hole, and entered Goldie's nose. In the end, a circular black gas was spat out from the hole. The spirit beast was completely motionless, and fell down from the sky. Mother. Goldie was a bit speechless, and called out to Xiaohua in a low voice. It flew to Xiaohua's shoulder, tilted its head, and leaned against Xiaohua's neck, and fell asleep. After a while, there was actually a faint sound of snoring. Looking at Xiaohua again, his eyes seemed to be moving slightly, but his whole body was like a clay doll, and didn't move at all. This was even more powerful than a high-level confinement technique. But Xiaohua himself was very clear. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that his thoughts were incomparably fast, as if he was passing through the boundless night sky, instantly crossing thousands of li, but he couldn't grasp his own body, and couldn't find the location of his own body. Suddenly, in this indescribable space, the same kind of vibration as before suddenly transmitted, and an incomparably powerful suction force came from far away. Xiaohua felt as if he was suddenly transported thousands of li away, and arrived at a strange place. He saw an incomparably huge dark cloud covering the sky, and within the dark cloud, there was a thick pillar hanging down from the dark cloud, and connected to another place far away. The suction force came from the dark clouds, and the vibrations came from the thick, long strips. Chapter 1836. What is this thing? Xiaohua was clearly shocked by this black cloud. The black cloud violently rolled, and a feeling of returning to its nest filled Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, the black pillar suddenly shook violently, and a thin crack appeared in the black cloud. An unparalleled suction force came from the crack in the black cloud, and Xiaohua was sucked in without any explanation. Ah! Xiaohua screamed in fear, but when he saw the dusky area within the black clouds, his mind suddenly sank. An indescribable feeling was transmitted through the black pillar, and Xiaohua's mind once again fell into his own body. Incomparably sleepy, incomparably obscure, incomparably heavy, incomparably. A series of mortal feelings that Xiaohua had never experienced since he started cultivating flooded his mind. Xiaohua forced himself to open his eyelids, and saw Goldie lying on his shoulder. His heart relaxed, and just like Goldie, he fell into a sweet sleep. Xiaohua fell asleep, but his mind was still slowly changing. The spirit beast attacked Xiaohua's black soul thread through the Buddha Sarira's Dharma eye imprint, but because of the instinctive silver attack of the Dharma eye imprint, it was cut off. Immediately after, Goldie came out and killed the spirit beast. The soul thread was still left in the Dharma eye, and it connected the Dharma eye with the soul thread's attack. What was even more amazing was that Xiaohua's soul thread was also sucked out by the spirit beast's soul thread. The two soul threads were now entangled together, and they were originally the same thing. One had lost the control of the soul imprint, while the other had the soul imprint. The spirit beast's soul thread naturally fused with Xiaohua's soul thread, and this fusion process was completed naturally while Xiaohua was in a sweet sleep. Xiaohua's practice of the soul-absorbing bell was originally a beginner, and he was abnormally shaky. The easiest way to deal with a soul technique's attack was to counterattack. Under the spirit beast's attack, Xiaohua's soul thread was easily drawn out, and his mysterious soul was easily opened by the spirit beast. Fortunately, Xiaohua still had the Dharma eye imprint, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After the black thread fused, it gradually faded, and gradually entered the mysterious soul. Xiaohua slept sweetly for 9 days. Only on the morning of the 10th day did he wake up with the first ray of sunlight. After waking up, Xiaohua's spirit was abnormally full. He first saw the spirit beast's body on the ground. It didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Then, he saw Goldie was still sleeping soundly. Only then did he feel completely relieved. He put Goldie into the space, then cast a spell on the spirit beast's body. With a point of his hand, the spirit beast's body flew into the air. Xiaohua flipped it around and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't see what it was. It seemed that there were no similar records in the Imperial Thunder Sect's ancient books. This thing. It can't be the night kite that those 2 Foundation establishment seniors were talking about a few days ago, right? Xiaohua suddenly thought. That's something that even core formation cultivators don't dare to provoke. How did it end up in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Furthermore, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spirit formation and the spirit formation I set up are all unable to block it? Perhaps the Qi refining disciples who died in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden were also killed by this thing. No wonder that Foundation establishment cultivator didn't admit that he was the one who killed them. I thought he was just quibbling. Alas, fortunately, I still have Goldie. Fortunately, I still have the Dharma eye imprint. Xiaohua was still somewhat shaken. He put the spirit beast's body into the space. When he examined the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira, he shockingly discovered that the imprint had already taken shape. Presumably, the Dharma eye imprint had been stimulated by the spirit beast's instinctive silver light. It's a daunting experience without any danger. There are even some gains. Xiaohua happily thought, however, what are those black clouds and those black pillars? I feel they should be related to the soul. If those black pillars were enlarged, wouldn't they be similar to the soul strands? Damn it, those black clouds must be the mysterious place that hides the soul. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more excited he became. He cultivated a few soul cultivation techniques, but he still couldn't find the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin. If those black clouds were the location of the soul, then the 9 heavens of spirit origin must also be inside those black clouds. It seemed that Xiaohua still had some vague impressions of what was inside those black clouds. While thinking, Xiaohua took out the soul-absorbing bell. A few soul strands that were several times thicker than before were released from the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely easy for them to shake the soul-absorbing bell. It's true that riches come from dangerous places. It wasn't easy for this young master to cultivate these soul strands back then. Now, they've unexpectedly become so thick all of a sudden. Xiaohua said with a smile. But immediately, his brows wrinkled again. Why are these soul strands so thick? It's as if they were innate. Could it be that they were left behind by the spirit beast? Moreover, how did these soul strands fly out from the Dharma eye of the Buddha Sarira? While thinking, Xiaohua used his hand to rub his forehead again and muttered to himself in a low voice. It seems that the spirit beast attacked. I have some impression, but it's also vague. Can't the Dharma Eye of Delirium break? I can use the Dharma Eye to see. Oh, I have some impression. I seem to have seen it before. As Xiaohua's eyes lit up, he recalled the scene he saw before. That set of red bones, a body of blood that flickered with specks of golden silk, moving meridians, and 13,200 pitch-black specks. Maybe I can even see the location of the soul. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. He opened his Dharma Eye and looked very expectantly. Unfortunately, what appeared before his eyes wasn't what he expected, nor was it what he thought in his heart. In the Dharma Eye of Delirium, what appeared before his eyes was truly a complete person. From head to toe, there wasn't a single spot that could be penetrated. Ha! That's strange. I clearly remember that I can penetrate inside. Xiaohua was somewhat dazed. Right at this time, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden moved again. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his Dharma Eye. When he arrived beside the spell formation, he saw that there were actually 2 more cultivators. One of them was actually even at the core formation stage. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly opened the spell formation and bowed in greeting. You're called Xiaohua? That Foundation Establishment cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and asked. Correct, it's this junior. I wonder if senior. Xiaohua asked respectfully. This old man is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. You can call me Martial Uncle Qian for the time being. That Foundation Establishment cultivator was clearly more amiable towards juniors. Did 2 Foundation Establishment seniors come to your medicine garden a few days ago? Good, Martial Uncle Qian knows. There indeed were. Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile. However, the 2 seniors only rested at Junior's place for a while and immediately left. They also didn't leave behind their names. Junior doesn't know whether or not they were the people Martial Uncle is looking for. Did they say anything? Chapter 1837. Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded. The 2 seniors only told me to be careful of the door and not to go out. However, from what they said, it seems like they are looking for someone. All right, please step aside. Martial Uncle Qian nodded. Xiaohua quickly stepped aside. Martial Uncle, please. Martial Uncle Qian said respectfully to the Golden Core cultivator. The Golden Core cultivator did not pay attention to Xiaohua at all. His eyes were wandering around. Xiaohua was not afraid. Last time, he had spent a lot of effort to destroy the underground formation of the Eastern Ridge. Even if he was discovered, he could say that he did not know. However, he did not think that these 2 people would discover anything. As expected, once they entered the formation, the Golden Core cultivator and Foundation Establishment cultivator released their divine senses and searched the entire Eastern Ridge. The Foundation Establishment cultivator even used the 5 elements escape technique to investigate the underground of the Eastern Ridge. When the Foundation Establishment cultivator came out, he transmitted a few words to the Golden Core cultivator. The Golden Core cultivator also entered the underground. When the 2 of them came out, it was already after a meal. Their expressions were normal. Xiaohua could not see what they discovered. However, since they did not attack him, presumably, even if they discovered something, it had nothing to do with Xiaohua, right? Seniors, Junior has some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. Xiaohua stood in front of the Eastern Ridge Immortals Cave and waited for the 2 to come closer. He hurriedly tried to curry favor with them. No need, Xiaohua. You don't have to do anything. I will leave after a while. Martial Uncle Qian said with a smile. Then, he turned to the Golden Core cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, there is nothing strange about this Eastern Ridge herb garden. If we really want to investigate, I am afraid we will have to use that thing. The Golden Core cultivator frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he nodded and said in a hoarse voice, This is the only place within a few hundred miles around here. I don't even know how to attack the other places. With Eyes cultivation, I can only use that thing 3 times. This place is the most suitable place. But, Uncle Master, this seems to be the most unlikely place, right? The Foundation Establishment cultivator laughed. The golden core cultivator rolled his eyes. The most unlikely place is the most likely place. This place used to be full of spiritual qi, but it suddenly became violent, making it impossible to cultivate. Now that it has returned to its original state, there must be something wrong. Perhaps Qian Yuhua died because of this. Haha, then I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to give it a try. The Foundation Establishment cultivator obviously didn't believe this and cupped his hands in greeting. The golden core cultivator snorted and slapped his hand, taking out a palm-sized magic treasure from his storage pouch. Xiao Hua's curious gaze swept over and he immediately cried out in astonishment in his heart. Why is this magic treasure so similar to that ferocious spirit beast? Sure enough, the edges of the palm-sized magical treasure were extremely thin, forming ripples. The entire surface of the magical treasure was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were some runes similar to green seal script faintly moving. When the light of the day shone on it, there was no reflection at all. Even Xiao Hua's gaze showed signs of being attracted. Looking at the center of the magic treasure, there was also an oval mouth that was slightly uneven. As for what was inside, Xiao Hua's eyes couldn't see clearly. The magic treasure flew into the air, and the golden core cultivator sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. At the same time, his hands formed different seals one after another. When each seal hit the magic treasure trembled slightly. After dozens of seals, the magic treasure actually began to tremble rhythmically, similar to the spirit beast's trembling from before. Ouch! Between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira trembled along with the trembling. Xiao Hua couldn't help but frown slightly. The Foundation Establishment cultivator turned to look at Xiao Hua and smiled. This is a spirit treasure. How can you casually look at it? Turn your eyes away. Yes. Xiao Hua quickly turned his gaze away, and the Foundation Establishment cultivator also formed a seal towards Xiao Hua. Immediately, the trembling sound disappeared. Damn it, a spirit treasure. I thought it was a magic treasure. Xiao Hua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but then he was shocked again. This is bad. Are they going to use this spirit treasure to find that guy? Oh, that cultivator named Qian Yuhua's soul? Won't they be exposed all of a sudden? Immediately, the magic power in Xiao Hua's body gradually gathered. But at this time, the Foundation Establishment Martial Uncle Qian turned his head and asked thoughtfully, Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Let Martial Uncle Qian know. This junior is a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile and pointed at the spirit treasure. Oh, Martial Uncle Qian didn't comment and said casually, this is a spirit treasure. You can't use magic power. This thing won't harm you. You just need to ignore it. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he quickly dispersed his magic power. This is a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and a golden core cultivator. I can't fight against them. I can only act according to the situation. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly in his heart. I killed 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from Swallow Thunder Ridge, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace searched the entire Eastern Ridge for a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. This spirit treasure. I'm afraid this young master will be exposed. Humph. This young master won't say anything even if you beat me to death. I don't believe. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. At first, he was unyielding, but the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. A golden core cultivator had countless methods, not to mention the soul-searching technique, but this spirit treasure might be able to restore everything. How can I escape? Xiao Hua instantly began to plan. When the golden core cultivator activated his spirit treasure, the vibrations of his spirit treasure matched the vibrations of the spirit beast's vibrations more and more. When all the spells were cast, the golden core cultivator slapped his forehead, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. His face instantly turned pale. Immediately after, the golden core cultivator opened his mouth, and a mouthful of essence energy sprayed onto the spirit treasure. With a swooshed sound, from the oval-shaped mouth of the spirit treasure, hundreds and thousands of black threads, visible to the naked eye, flew out. These black threads had already flown out, and immediately flew in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyes lit up. He saw that the thousands of black threads were originally flying in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, but there were actually many that were flying in the direction of Xiao Hua's abode, and they actually shrank together, rushing into the abode. This is your abode? The Foundation Establishment cultivator's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across Xiao Hua's face. It is. What could Xiaohua say? When this junior came, this abode already had one. For the sake of convenience, this junior directly lived inside. Follow this old man. The Foundation establishment cultivator said to let Xiaohua follow him, but he didn't move, and instead let Xiaohua walk in front. At this time, the golden core cultivator also stopped casting, and his gaze was very strange as he looked at Xiaohua, as if he didn't believe it. What do I do? What do I do? Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, this mysterious spirit treasure had already discovered Qian Yuhua's soul. In other words, Qian Yuhua died in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Damn it, what do you mean what do I do? Of course I have to run now. Xiaohua steeled his heart. Don't tell me I have to wait for someone to search my soul? With that thought, Xiaohua's magic power surged, and he was about to activate the bright thunder escape. But at this time, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, and his magic power dissipated again. What are you doing? The Foundation establishment cultivator obviously noticed his abnormality, and he put his hand on his storage bag, and asked sternly. This junior is a bit scared. Xiaohua said pitifully. But thinking that senior is behind this junior doesn't dare to use any yellow talismans. And quickly go in, don't dawdle. The Foundation establishment cultivator berated. Yes. Xiaohua responded, but he still walked into the abode unhurriedly. However, just as he stepped into the abode, there were several swoosh-swoosh sounds, and among the dozens of black threads, more than 10 of them actually flew out of the abode. And the Foundation establishment cultivator was slightly taken aback, and he closely followed Xiaohua into the abode with vigilance. The inside of the abode was clean, and there wasn't a single black thread. Martial nephew Qian. Those soul threads should have passed through the abode and directly flew out of the cave. Outside the abode, the golden core cultivator's voice sounded. Oh, this junior understands. The Foundation establishment cultivator sized up Xiaohua's abode, and he used his divine sense to check inside and out. Then he brought Xiaohua out. Humph, this senior was right. This senior killed Qian Yuhua outside the abode, so why did those black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua sneered in his heart. If I hadn't thought of this, I'm afraid I would have already fled, right? But why did the dozens of black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Could it be because of that spirit beast? Of course. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the traces of Qian Yuhua's soul must have been left here. But didn't the spirit beast come that day? Wasn't the spirit beast killed by Little Yellow? Qian Yuhua's soul was either swallowed by the spirit beast or Little Yellow. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Palace brought a soul treasure that could only be used 3 times by a golden core cultivator. So what could they find? Xiaohua's guess was indeed correct. When he came out of the cave, in the time it took to cook a meal, the thousands of black silks flew back and flashed back into the spirit treasure. Let's go. The golden core cultivator's face was pale. He waved his hand, and the soul treasure in the air flew into his hand and disappeared. Martial uncle, please. The Foundation establishment cultivator nodded in response. When they were outside the formation, Xiaohua suddenly asked, Martial uncle, martial ancestor. That soul treasure looks very strange. It's different from magic treasures, like a spirit beast. The golden core cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and chuckled. You have some insight. It was refined from the body of the spirit beast Yi Kite. Many thanks for martial ancestor's guidance. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly bowed respectfully. And you should also hurry up and cultivate. Although this Eastern Ridge herb garden has a formation, it's not too safe. Hurry up and build your foundation. Then go to Myriad Thunder Valley to open the abode. The golden core cultivator clearly knew Xiaohua's background before coming and said with a smile. Chapter 1838. Upon hearing foundation establishment, Xiaohua's face immediately became bitter. He smiled apologetically and said, If I could build my foundation, of course I wouldn't stay here for long. Although I don't know who seniors are looking for, it's obvious. Sigh. Haha. The golden core cultivator and foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything else. After exiting the spell formation, they exchanged a few words with each other and flew towards the forbidden area where Yi Yuan was. Xiaohua's left hand, which he cupped his hands to send them off, slightly opened a slit. His silver eyes had just closed. That's strange. Xiao Hua's expression was the same as usual. When he turned around and closed the spell formation, he was still pondering. In that golden core senior's meridians, the amount of true essence flowing like water doesn't seem to be as much as the foundation establishment seniors. However, in his lower dantian, there's a thumb-sized resplendent ball. That must be the golden core. In this foundation establishment cultivator's lower dantian, there's also some solidification. There are even some vortexes. I'm afraid he's also on the verge of condensing his golden core. But why can't I see their bodies, bones, and other things? Why can my physical body see it? Moreover, my bones and other parts of my body are blocked? In addition, one of these two seniors' meridians is the same. It's exactly the same as the meridians I tempered at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. However, the second meridian is different. Presumably, the foundation establishment cultivators choose different mental cultivation methods, so the meridians they open are also different. Xiao Hua flew towards the immortal's cave while thinking, I haven't seen a golden core cultivation method, but from what I saw with my delirium eyes, it should be to refine the true essence in the two meridians that have already been opened, condensing that true essence into a golden core. It shouldn't be to open a third meridian outside the second meridian. In other words, all cultivators only have 2 meridians? Isn't that a bit too little? After all, there are still a lot of meridians in the body. Xiao Hua was a bit confused, but then he mocked himself. Damn it, 1 meridian is already connected to the whole body. 2 meridians complement each other, forming the power of yin and yang. It runs through the whole body. So what's the point of having so many meridians? Who else would be like me? Who would cultivate an additional meridian for the sake of that sliver of memory? Even if you build your foundation and refine 1 more meridian, you'll have magic power but your lifespan won't increase. It's not as profound as the magic power of a core condensation cultivator. Who would joke around with their life and refine 1 more meridian? This young master had just tempered 1 meridian during Qi refinement and was scolded by master to the point that I was almost expelled from the sect. If any fool tempered another meridian during foundation establishment, wouldn't he be directly smacked to death by master? Qian Yuhua's death really annoyed the Qian Thunder Palace. Originally, they listened to the lecture in front of the practitioner of Jindan realm and went out to look after the alchemy furnace. But in the blink of an eye, the natal spiritual tablet was broken. There was no Ling Li pill in the cave as Qian Yuhua said. When they asked the disciples in the cave, they didn't know where their master went. The Heavenly Thunder Palace used various methods to try to find out where Qian Yuhua had died, but in the end, everyone's eyes were focused on the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's Xueqi Valley, which was not far from the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. After all, within the area that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's elders had circled out using a secret technique, only the Xueqi Valley had not been carefully searched. But who dared to search the Xueqi Valley? For a disciple in the late stage of foundation establishment, would they lose a disciple in Jindan realm? Therefore, Xiao Hua's heart should be at ease. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think so much. He was full of energy and focused on refining the fire marrow flame crystal flame in his meridians. He wanted to accumulate genuine qi and finish practicing the last bit of the prairie fire cultivation method as soon as possible. He wanted to reach the peak of the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Damn it! Thinking that Cui Hongshan forced Xiao Hua to call him senior fellow apprentice, Xiao Hua wanted to smack this guy to death. Well, it was like smacking an annoying fly. However, when Xiao Hua just entered the late stage of Lianqi realm, something happened again. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune came. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune didn't say anything, only indifferently telling Xiao Hua to return to Myriad Thunder Valley. Just from the tone of the voice-transmitting rune, Xiao Hua could tell how much helplessness didn't want to see him, but because of some reason, he had no choice but to see him. Of course, listen to the last sentence of the voice-transmitting rune. You haven't reached foundation establishment yet? Although it was a question, it was definitely true. When Xiao Hua received the voice-transmitting rune, to tell the truth, he also didn't want to go. First, he didn't want to see helplessness's expression. Second, he didn't want to see Cui Hongshan. When fellow apprentices met, they had to greet each other. But Cui Hongshan wanted to suppress Xiao Hua, so he had to make Xiao Hua call him senior fellow apprentice. But why would Xiao Hua hang on to him? I'll go. Master summoning. How can I not go? Xiao Hua smiled wryly. He put all the things he needed into a storage bag and also put the puppets working in the medicinal garden in the eastern ridge into his space. Only then did he open the magic formation and use an ordinary flight technique to fly towards Myriad Thunder Valley. During this time, although no more cultivators from the Heavenly Thunder Palace came to harass them, the disciples on duty from the Thunderous Thunder Palace did come to the Blazed Dawn Grass. When they saw the changes in the spiritual aura of the eastern ridge, that disciple also felt it was strange and reported the abnormalities to the Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward. The Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward also sent someone to take a look. When he saw that Xueqi had actually leveled a lot of the medicinal garden and planted a lot of spiritual plants, he was also very happy. The Thunderous Thunder Palace actually rewarded some medicinal pills for aura-refining disciples. Moreover, the tone of the disciple who came to take a look revealed a hint of something that made Xueqi extremely unhappy. Originally, the Eastern Ridge only had one type of blazed dawn grass, so Xueqi was naturally able to take care of it all by himself. But now that the spiritual aura of the world was abundant, this place naturally had to be rebuilt into a medicinal garden like before. A medicinal garden with all kinds of spiritual plants, so Xueqi definitely couldn't do it by himself. It was possible that the Thunderous Thunder Palace would also send some disciples over to take care of the garden together with Xueqi. Of course, this was also what that disciple said. As for how many disciples they would send and who they would send, everything was unknown. At least, when Xueqi left, there was still no news. Xueqi cultivated while flying. He flew very slowly and only arrived in front of Helpless Immortal's cave after a long time. Without waiting for him to land, Helpless divine sense swept over him. Conveniently, that mocking voice sounded again. Sure enough, you still haven't built your foundation. Moreover, your flying speed is also very slow. You're really not advancing but retreating. Previously, when Xiangyang sent a message, you could definitely arrive in 4 hours. What about now? You're actually so slow. Alas, you don't want to see me? Xueqi landed and quickly walked to the front of the Immortal's cave. He smiled apologetically and said, "Disciple. Wasn't this disciple thinking about a difficult cultivation problem on the way here?" "A difficult problem? What kind of difficult problem did you have this time? Why don't you tell me about it?" Helpless sat on the seat of honor in the Immortal's cave with Xueqi at his side. He seemed to be very interested as he asked this question. How could Xueqi have any difficult problems? He was just casually talking about it. He thought Helpless would listen to him and really didn't expect him to ask him. Chapter 1839. Disciple is thinking, if a foundation establishment cultivator can open and refine a second completely different meridian, then can a core formation cultivator also refine a third completely different meridian? Xueqi said almost without thinking. Hearing Xueqi's question, Helplessly was first stunned. Then his face revealed ridicule. He turned to Xueqi and said, "Did you see? What did your husband say? Can he reach foundation establishment like this? He's only at the peak of the qi refinement realm, and he's already considering the matter of condensing his core. This kind of ambitious person is the first I've seen in my life." Xueqi's face also revealed a trace of worry, and she said with a smile, "Xueqi, you aren't thinking about how to reach foundation establishment. Why are you thinking about so many irrelevant things?" Disciple occasionally thinks about it. Xueqi said embarrassedly. Disciple's Prairie Fire Cultivation Technique and the Fury Flame Technique Master left for Disciple to use in reaching foundation establishment are different. Therefore, Disciple thought about it so much. This guy is currently thinking about the problems of us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Where would he have time to think about foundation establishment? Helplessly mocked. Do you think I should answer or not? This is a problem I only thought of when I got the core formation cultivation technique. Xueqi sighed and said, "Husband, it's better to say it. If Xueqi keeps thinking by himself, maybe he'll think of the wrong thing. If you want to say it, then say it. I'm not in the mood." Xueqi, Master's wife, also doesn't want to say too much to you. You only need to remember that all the cultivators in our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world only cultivate 2 meridians. One main meridian, one auxiliary meridian, one yang meridian. They complement each other and bring out the best in each other. It's not like no one has ever tried cultivating one more meridian. However, not to mention cultivating one more meridian, even if you cultivate 10 more meridian, your magic power may increase. but your realm absolutely won't increase. There's nothing you don't know about Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment's true essence is completely different from Qi Refinement's true Qi, and its power is also different. Core Formation and Foundation Establishment's true essence are also completely different. After Core Formation, the magic power is absolutely several times that of Foundation Establishment's true essence. Who would put in the effort to cultivate a third meridian? Disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and answered. Understand my ass. He scolded helplessly. If I had learned something, I wouldn't have let my imagination run wild and I wouldn't have walked the crooked path. Hee, master. Are you angry again? A voice laughed as he walked in. Who else could it be but Cui Hongli? My ancestor once said that excessive qi harms the liver, which is the greatest enemy of cultivators like us. Although Master is now a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation Establishment, he can't ignore this. Although we cultivators don't temper our bodies are the proof that we can use to comprehend the great Tao. Cui Hongli said loudly as soon as he entered the room. Master understands. He smiled helplessly and said, with my cultivation and the cultivation of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, this bit of anger won't hurt me. Behind Cui Hongwen was another very gorgeous female cultivator. Unexpectedly, she was also a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This female cultivator's eyes were large, like a limpid pool. Although she didn't speak, the way she stared at Xiaohua was clearly filled with questions. It turns out that Xiaohua is here. Cui Hongli turned his head and said, I was wondering why Master got angry again. Xiaohua. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know if he was relaxed or angry. He glanced at Zhua Minghui and Wu Hai. The two obviously weren't surprised by this name, so he could only sigh and cupped his hands. Yes, Cui Hongli. How are you? Of course I'm good. Cui Hongli smiled and said, I have now reached Foundation Establishment. Naturally, I haven't been as good as I am now. Then he waved his hand and said with a smile, Qiming, come and greet Master and Master's wife. So this is Qiming. Zhua Minghui's eyes were already looking at the female cultivator, waiting for Cui Hongli's introduction. At this time, she quickly stood up and called out in a slightly exaggerated manner. Junior Dui Qiming greets Martial Uncle Wu Hai and Martial Uncle Ming Hui. Dui Qiming respectfully bowed to Wu Hai and Zhua Minghui. Forget it. Get up. A smile appeared on Wu Hai's face, but Zhua Minghui was already in front of her and reached out to pull her up. She turned her head and scolded Cui Hongli. Look at you, this old woman kept saying that Qiming should come and meet us, but you always said that she was cultivating. Today she didn't make any preparations, but you brought her here. Master's wife, we just casually came to see the two of you. What's there to prepare? Cui Hongli said with a face full of smiles. Martial uncles, this junior came to greet you. My master prepared a gift and asked this junior to bring it. Please kindly accept it. Dui Qiming followed Zhua Minghui to a chair at the side. She didn't hurry to sit down, but clapped her hand and took out a pure white jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Zhua Minghui. Martial Uncle Dui is too polite. Zhua Minghui smiled and received it. When she opened the jade bottle, she was shocked and said, This is over 6,000 years old. Siming fruit? Yes, Martial Uncle has good eyesight. Dui Qiming's tone was slightly proud. She smiled and said, My master obtained this 10 years ago when she was traveling. She hasn't used it much, and this junior's cultivation isn't enough. It's just right to give it to the two Martial uncles. Then I thank your master. Zhua Minghui handed over the jade bottle and said with a helpless smile. Then she looked at Zhua Minghui. However, Zhua Minghui's face was slightly embarrassed. Xiaohua's heart moved and was about to go up, but he heard Zhua Minghui say, I didn't expect you to come back today. It seems that I didn't prepare enough. There's no need. Dui Qiming didn't say anything. Cui Hongli waved his hand and said, When we came, Qiming already said that she wanted to give Master and Master's wife a surprise. There's no need to mention any gifts. Damn it, since it's like this young Master's spirit herbs will be saved. Xiaohua's footsteps stopped. Why aren't you sending a message to your eldest martial brother? Tell your sister-in-law and the others to hurry over. Zhua Minghui smiled and said, It's rare for our myriad Thunder Valley to gather like this. This disciple has already sent it. eldest martial brother will be here in a moment. Cui Hongli smiled and said. Hongli does things properly. Zhua Minghui praised. Dui Qiming looked at Xiaohua with her bright eyes and said with a smile. This is junior martial brother Xiaohua, right? I heard Hongli mention you a lot. Alas, Xiaohua looked at Dui Qiming and sighed in his heart. He couldn't tell her age just from her appearance. He could only address her based on her cultivation. However, when he saw Dui Qiming's expression and Cui Hongshan's expectant gaze, he stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets martial aunt Dui. Dui Qiming was very shocked, and her expression was a bit exaggerated. She covered her mouth and glanced at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan also looked surprised and puzzled. Then Dui Qiming hurriedly waved her hand and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, I and Hongshan are friends of the same generation. Your master is also I's martial uncle. Junior martial brother addressing I like this, I can't accept it. Then she turned her head and rebuked Cui Hongshan. You see, how is junior martial brother Xiao as unbearable as you say? Why aren't you coming over and saying something? Don't blame me. How would I know? Cui Hongshan's face was full of smiles. He raised his hand and said, Xiaohua has never called me senior martial brother. I thought that if you followed me back to Myriad Thunder Valley, he wouldn't call you that. Who would have thought that he would actually call you martial uncle? Cui Hongshan's warm smile was indeed eloquent. Dui Qiming very knowingly smiled back at him. Then Cui Hongshan turned his head and said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, Qiming is I's dual cultivation partner. If you call her martial uncle, then wouldn't you also have to call I martial uncle? Who is your dual cultivation partner? Dui Qiming's face was crimson, and she immediately rebuked. Did you see? Xiaohua's face was calm as he said, Martial uncle Dui didn't admit it. You. Cui Hongshan's smile was somewhat cold, but it was only for a moment. He said with a smile, in the end, you're not willing to call me senior martial brother? What do you think? Xiaohua glanced at him and said without any trace of politeness, Xiaohua, I have a question. What if I was Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation? How would you call I? Dui Qiming's face was still red, but she still asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Dui. There are many names in Xiaoyu continent. Can't you call me whatever you want? Xiaohua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Dui. Dui Qiming clearly didn't expect Xiaohua to answer like this. Xiaohua, she helplessly scolded. How can you not know the rules? Why aren't you calling me senior martial sister? Martial uncle Dui. There's no need. Junior doesn't dare to compete with Xiaohua on lightning plains. Dui Qiming said with a smile. Junior is also afraid of being trapped to death by his countless fireball talismans. Dui Qiming was obviously joking and wanted to ease the atmosphere. However, Dui Qiming, who hated Xiaohua's lack of initiative the most, immediately turned cold after hearing this. Dui Qiming was very sensitive and discovered Dui Qiming's strange expression. She was slightly stunned and didn't understand the reason, so she quickly looked towards Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan had told Dui Qiming about Xiaohua and Yan Xiefeng's battle as a joke, only wanting to make the beauty smile. At this moment, he was also embarrassed. Just as he was about to mediate the situation, footsteps came from outside the cave. It was Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian walked at the front and saw Xiaohua and Dui Qiming as soon as she entered the cave. She also felt the coldness in the cave. After bowing to Zhua Minghui, Yan Qinglian walked in front of Dui Qiming and held her hand with a smile. I've always heard junior martial brother Cui talk about junior martial sister, but I never had the chance to meet you. I didn't expect junior martial sister Dui to be so beautiful. It's no wonder that junior martial brother Cui was able to pick junior martial sister Dui out when he went to Dui Lei Palace on official business. Senior martial sister Yan, from what you're saying, I was also following master's orders and coincidentally went out with junior martial brother Cui. Dui Qiming was a little shy and answered in a low voice. Yan Qinglian also responded in a soft voice, and the two of them casually chatted. Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze swept past Xiaohua, and an indescribable feeling surfaced in his eyes. He asked very strangely, Xiaohua, why did you come uninvited today? Is there an omen of foundation establishment? I naturally have my own reasons for coming. As for foundation establishment or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Xiaohua said indifferently. Hee. Junior martial brother Xiao naturally came because he received elder brother's message. Xiangyang quickly said. Chapter 1840. Your message. Helplessness sneered. Your summoning talisman is still in your storage bag, right? I was the one who told him to come. Hee. Disciple forgot. Xiangyang scratched his head and said honestly. Disciple was thinking of looking for junior martial brother Xiao these past few days. When I saw him come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, I thought it was me who sent the summoning talisman. But I didn't think it was Master who sent it. Why are you looking for him? Helplessness wanted to get to the bottom of this. What Helplessness didn't expect was that Xiangyang actually said very naturally. It's like this, Master. Disciple felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and now it's time for Foundation Establishment disciples to go out and gain experience. Qinglian wants to go out and gain experience, so Disciple also wants to accompany her. In the past, I was the only one in 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Master often went to stand guard, so Disciple didn't really go out and gain experience. But now, Junior Martial Brother Chui has opened a residence in 10,000 Thunder Valley and needs to nourish his true essence. Disciple will ask for leave from Master and go out and gain experience. And not bad. You really haven't gone out for a long time. Also, Helplessness had a rare amiable expression and didn't scold Xiangyang anymore. But halfway through, he stopped and changed the topic. You go out with Qinglian more often, and you don't have to come back so early. My 10,000 Thunder Valley has Hongshan, so you don't need to worry. Yes, Disciple understands. Xiangyang bowed. Chui Hongshan also smiled. Eldest senior martial brother. Please go. Master has little brother here to look after him, so nothing will happen. Then I'll have to trouble junior martial brother Chui. Xiangyang turned his head and smiled. Also, eldest senior martial brother doesn't need to worry too much about teaching Xiaohua. Master already told little brother that little brother won't lower himself to his level. Chui Hongshan glanced at Xiaohua and said to Xiangyang, Damn, an early foundation establishment cultivator wants to teach this young master? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, junior martial brother Chui misunderstood. Seeing this, Xiangyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I just wanted to call Xiaohua over and ask Master a favor. Your senior martial brother and I will take Xiaohua out to gain experience. See if you can. Eldest senior brother. Xiaohua's eyes were somewhat moist. Previously, when Xiangyang said that he was going to take him out to gain experience, he just casually said it. However, he didn't expect that eldest senior brother, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would actually still be thinking about his foundation establishment when he went out to gain experience with his sister-in-law. This made Xiaohua. How could he endure this? Helplessly, he looked at the incomparably loyal eldest disciple in front of him. He was used to scolding him, but the words were stuck in his throat like cotton. He couldn't bear to say a single word. An indescribable numbness rushed into his eyes. Even if he used the secret technique of the late foundation establishment stage, he couldn't stop it. Helplessly, he had no choice but to look around the cave, as if there were many old cobwebs. He rolled his eyes a few times before he sighed and continued to scold. You have good intentions. Why didn't you build your foundation earlier? Even if you're not at foundation establishment, you still don't need to guard Myriad Thunder Valley. Hee, Master, there's no need to uncover old memories. It was rare for Xiangyang to see helplessness and warmth. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, to be able to see that my Myriad Thunder Valley now has Junior Martial Brother Xiao and Junior Martial Brother Chui, and that Junior Martial Brother Chui is now a foundation establishment cultivator, disciple. Disciple has never regretted what he did before. Alas, Xiangyang, my Myriad Thunder Valley owes you. Zhua Minghui said the words that she couldn't say no matter what. Listen to what Master said. Disciple is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. Doing things for Myriad Thunder Valley is my duty. If Myriad Thunder Valley doesn't exist anymore, it won't be Disciple's Myriad Thunder Valley anymore. How can Disciple still be Master's disciple? Xiangyang said very naturally, then turned to look at Chui Hongshan. In the future, Junior Martial Brother Chui's burden will be heavy. Not only will you have to bear the honor of Myriad Thunder Valley, but you will also have to bear the harmony of Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Hongshan naturally knew what Xiangyang was talking about, but he just smiled and nodded slightly. In addition, I made you two lose face in front of the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I've always felt guilty. Today, I'll take this opportunity to apologize to you two for making you. Alas. Xiangyang didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed deeply. Io, eldest senior martial brother. What are you doing? Cui Hongshan was stunned and moved. He hurriedly grabbed Xiangyang's hand. Ever since he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was different from Xiaohua. Xiaohua hid in the eastern mountain range and only wanted to cultivate properly. He, on the other hand, wanted to rely on the methods of an aristocratic family's disciple to blend in with the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and create his own world. In this way, he would be ridiculed by the other disciples. Xiangyang's matter and Xiaohua's matter had deeply pierced his heart. Although he was still respectful to Xiangyang, which was far from the way he treated Xiaohua's side, there was naturally no lack of complaints in his heart. Now, although he had followed his own wishes and made himself the backbone of the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, when he saw Xiangyang suddenly deign to bow to him, he was still shocked. How could Cui Hongshan stop Xiangyang from bowing? When Xiangyang bowed, Cui Hongshan was still somewhat at a loss and looked helplessly at him. No expression could be seen on helplessness's face, as if he was thinking about something. Junior martial brother Xiao. Xiangyang walked in front of Xiaohua and prepared to bow. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's hand was still the same as before, as firm as metal and stone. Xiangyang couldn't bow and couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Junior martial brother wants me to use my full strength? Eldest senior martial brother. What did you do wrong? On what basis are you apologizing to little brother? Xiaohua's face was heavy like water as he said. Little brother has never felt that eldest senior martial brother has lost little brother's face. Moreover, little brother has always been proud to have a eldest senior martial brother like you. No matter if it was in the Thunder Palace or the Imperial Thunder Sect, as long as little brother mentioned eldest senior martial brother's name, I would always respectfully address you, never slacking off in the slightest. If eldest senior martial brother feels that little brother is wrong, then eldest senior martial brother can use your full strength to apologize to little brother. AI, junior martial brother Xiao, this is a knot in big brother's heart. You don't make things difficult for big brother. As Xiangyang spoke, sure enough, he stirred up his magic power and very stubbornly bowed in greeting. He, eldest senior martial brother, if you bow like this, then little brother's heart knot will also be born. You also don't make things difficult for little brother. Xiaohua smiled and raised his arm. Ah? At this time, Xiangyang was incomparably flabbergasted. This time was different from before. He really wanted to bow, and the magic power in his body had already been stirred up to 70%. He was now a middle foundation establishment cultivator. 70% magic power was not something a peak chi condensation disciple could compare to. Even if Xiaohua's divine power was astonishing, he still absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. Xiangyang. Helpless, he opened his mouth in a rare occasion. What Xiaohua said is correct. These past few years, Master has been too harsh on you. The one who should say words of apology should be Master. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1841. Zhua Minghui also agreed. Since Xiaohua doesn't want you to bow, you shouldn't make things difficult for him. If you make things difficult for him, you're also making things difficult for us. Don't tell me you also want your master to apologize to you? You see, eldest senior brother. You should get up. Xiaohua smiled and raised his arm, actually helping Xiangyang up. At the same time, he even winked at Xiangyang. This. Xiangyang was stupefied. He still hadn't removed his magic power and was helped up by Xiaohua just like that. He almost wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was dreaming. There was only one thought in his mind. Junior brother Zhao's strength. How great is it? Husband, master's wife is right. Yan Qinglian brushed her sleeves and said with a forced smile. Don't make things difficult for Xiaohua. You're making things difficult for yourself. Oh. Xiangyang came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and sighed. I have really shamed Myriad Thunder Valley. My heart, Xiaohua interrupted. Doesn't eldest senior brother still have Xueqi? His name will definitely spread throughout Dawn Rain continent in the future. Hee, that's just a reason for me to comfort myself. Xiang Yang's brows relaxed and he shook his head. Moreover, even if his name spreads throughout Dawn Rain continent, it's still Xueqi's name. What does it have to do with his father? Xiang Yang originally liked talking about Xueqi very much, but he was unwilling to talk about it now. Clearly, he was also somewhat disappointed. All right, husband, Xiaohua has been here for a long time. You should also tell him about this matter. Zhua Minghui saw that Cui Hongshan was somewhat embarrassed and Dui Qiming was sitting there, not knowing how to interrupt. Helplessness's voice was also amiable as he said. Thunderclap Palace sent an order. Now that the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spiritual energy has recovered, many kinds of spiritual herbs are needed. I'm afraid you alone won't be able to do it. You should assign some new disciples to manage. Xiaohua frowned and thought, as expected, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is no longer a pure land. However, I've already replied to this matter. You should also return the token to Thunderclap Palace. Helplessness said expressionlessly. Why? Xiaohua asked curiously. Because they will be leaving in 10 days, and you will also be leaving the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in 10 days. He clapped his hands helplessly, and 2 messaging talismans appeared in his hands. He raised his hand and said, Sun Lei Palace's martial uncle Sun Ming sent a message. Her disciple is going out to experience Foundation establishment, and she specifically asked for you to accompany her. Master can't disobey martial uncle Sun's words. Besides, you've been meditating in the Eastern Ridge for a long time. It's time for you to go out and gain experience. I've already agreed to it. Then, he looked at Xiang Yang and said gently, Your eldest senior brother is also going out to train. You can go with him. Xueqi? She is already about to build her foundation? Xiaohua stared blankly. He hadn't received Xueqi's message. He didn't expect that Xueqi would enter Foundation establishment so soon. I'm afraid only Xueqi who has reached Foundation establishment would allow you to accompany her. How could other people trouble an aura-refining disciple like you? Look at you. You joined the Imperial Thunder Sect at the same time as Xueqi. Back then, Xueqi was only in the 7th layer of aura refining, but you're in the 10th layer. Now, she unexpectedly wants to build her foundation before you. It's fine if you know the inside story, but if you don't, won't you push this matter on to me? You'll say I didn't teach my disciple well. This time you have to comprehend more. I'm not asking you to build your foundation this time, but you have to make more preparations for building your foundation in the future. 50 years. Alas, you're still some distance away from 50 years. And disciple understands. Xiaohua was also happy to hear his master's tactful tone. He bowed and said, Disciple will certainly remember what master said. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he helplessly glared at him. You don't have to say one thing to my face and another behind my back. You only need to remember half of what master said, and you won't be distracted. You could have built your foundation long ago. Then, he thought of something and turned to Dui Qiming. Martial niece Dui must also know that Dao is always the most important thing in cultivation. If you don't have Dao skills, no matter how powerful your magic is, it's useless. Yes, martial uncle is right. Dui Qiming slightly stood up and said, Master has also warned I many times that Dao is the foundation, and magic is the end. Only when one's Dao skills are solid can magic be effective. If one only pursues the profoundness of magic and the mysteries of magic, then they're neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. Good. Helplessly clapped and said, Such a simple and easy to understand principle, but some people just don't take it seriously. If they're simply obsessed with magic, then it's not that they're not making progress, but they're still biting off more than they can chew, trying to comprehend other things by analogy and master everything. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Wasn't helplessness talking about him? Unfortunately, helplessness said too little. Xiaohua wasn't just biting off more than he could chew. He wasn't just comprehending other things by analogy. No matter if it was the cultivation method of the 18th layer of qi refining, the phoenix battle body, or the dragonization art, which one of them could helplessness even dream of? Let's not talk about the soul cultivation method, the Buddha Saraira, or the heavenly Tao space. Master, Disciple will go back and reflect on his mistakes. Xiaohua bowed and said, "What do you mean by closing your door and reflecting on your mistakes? You're not happy just because I said a few words to you?" Helplessness was rather moved by Xiangyang's matter, so he spoke more, and then he berated. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao just found out that he's going to go out and gain experience. Time is tight, so let him go back and pack up, and prepare to hand over to the disciples sent by Thunder-Shocking Palace. Xiangyang hurriedly said. Helplessness unhappily glanced at Xiangyang, and coldly snorted, "I don't know what I've done to have accepted you two as disciples. One is honest and considerate, one is compassionate, one is always considerate of others, and the other doesn't dare to be ruthless. Damn it, if it was me, I would have crushed that guy to death like a chicken. He actually dared to behave atrociously in my 10,000 Thunder Valley." These words were very abrupt. Dui Qiming was slightly stunned, not knowing what helplessness meant. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Helplessness scolded him so ruthlessly in front of the Temple of Life and Death because he didn't act ruthlessly towards Yan Xiefeng. That's right. Zhen Jie bullied Myriad Thunder Valley and forced Helplessness to swear a blood oath on the spot. This opportunity to go out was wasted by Xiaohua, so how could he not be angry? After entering the Temple of Life and Death, everyone was responsible for their own life and death. Even if he crushed Yan Xiefeng to death, Zhen Jie absolutely wouldn't say a single word of complaint. If he didn't let his master be happy, then the unlucky one would naturally be him. AI, Master, 2 people from Thunder-Shocking Palace died in this disciple's hands, and this disciple is currently not Zhen Jie's opponent. Of course, I don't want to cause more trouble. Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Forget it. Go back and reflect on yourself. Helplessness waved his hand, and said, I've already sent the message to Thunder-Shocking Palace the day before yesterday. I'm afraid that the people coming will go to Eastern Ridge in a few days. After you hand over, go stay in Xiangyang's cave for the time being. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and left. Dui Qiming listened with interest and also watched with interest as Xiaohua calmly left. It was as if Xiaohua's scolding of helplessness was nothing more than a passing wind. Even she could see that although Xiaohua said he understood, he actually didn't take it to heart. How could Dui Qiming not know? This was also the first time she saw a disciple who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When Xiaohua returned to Eastern Ridge's medicine garden and looked at the medicine garden that he used his puppet to level, Xiaohua's heart was filled with emotion. Although he didn't personally level it, it was still the result of his hard work. Originally, he thought that he could still stay here for a few more years until he reached Foundation establishment before he could leave. Who would have thought that his master's plans couldn't compare to his master's? Helplessly, he was sent away with a single sentence. However, accompanying Xueqi in her experiential learning would be a sweet journey. It would also be a good way to make up for what he owed her. Moreover, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, 2 experts in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, would accompany her. He only needed to hide behind the 2 of them, so why not? The spiritual plants in Eastern Ridge's medicine garden were all planted in Xiaohua's space, so he didn't put them away. Instead, he returned to his cave and put away the spirit talisman for the rabbit formation and the formation plate for the heavenly fire formation. Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and cultivated outside his cave. 10 days passed in a flash. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't receive any message from Xueqi. Just as he was astonished, the disciples of Thunder-Shocking Palace arrived. This time, there were actually 10 of them. The first was a disciple who joined Thunder-Shocking sect a few years later than Xiaohua. His cultivation was already at the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 9 following behind him had even weaker cultivations, only at the early stage of the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 10 of them respectfully saluted Xiaohua, then took out the Thunder-Shocking Palace's order and handed it over to him. Xiaohua glanced at it, then handed the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's order tablet over to them. He smiled and said, Junior Marshal Brother Liu, I entrust this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden to you. Junior Marshal Brother Liu's name was Liu Jing. After receiving the order tablet, he put it away properly and said with a smile, The Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden is sparsely populated, so no one likes to come here. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've been here alone for so many years. We all admire you. If it weren't for the abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth, to tell you the truth, even if you beat I to death, I wouldn't have come here. Xiao Hua was amused by Lu Jing's frankness. He smiled and said, I naturally like tranquility. This place is the most undisturbed place, so of course I would choose this place. Let's go. I will tell you all about the medicine garden I've opened these past few years. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao. The 10 people bowed. When the 10 people saw the medicine garden Xiao Hua had opened and leveled, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The other 9 people looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lu Jing who shook his head and said, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've really worked hard. With this kind of foundation in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, we don't need to work too hard. It's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand, feeling content in his heart. Then he looked at the others and said in a low voice, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I have some questions. Can I ask you in private? Of course. Lu Jing nodded. That's right. I also have some questions to ask Senior Marshal Brother. Okay. Xiao Hua let the 9 people familiarize themselves with the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's terrain. Then he brought Lu Jing to his abode. What questions do you have? Xiao Hua asked. Lu Jing looked around and asked in a low voice, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, I heard that many disciples have died in this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Moreover, several seniors have also died nearby. Is this true? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1842. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He glanced at him and asked curiously, Where did you hear these things from? This disciple entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, so I naturally don't know these secrets. However, among the disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge with me this time, there were indeed a few direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Their eyes and ears weren't as closed as mine. I don't know where they got the information and told me in private on the way here. Lu Jing smiled apologetically. However, since Senior Brother Xiao has been here for so many years, these things are obviously just rumors. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and smiled. These things might be true. However, I have only opened the formation of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in these past few years. I absolutely won't go out unless something happens, so naturally I haven't encountered anything strange. Presumably, you also know that there's a forbidden area of my Imperial Thunder Sect near the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. The so-called senior's death should be related to that forbidden area. As long as we don't go near the forbidden area, there shouldn't be any problems. Like I said, Lu Jing smiled. If something happens, it's definitely something you ask for. However, junior brothers all wanted me to ask senior brother if there's any secret life-saving technique, so I have no choice but to ask. Life-saving secret technique. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. I killed Yi Yuan, so you guys naturally won't have to worry about your lives. As for the ruthless methods of Foundation Establishment seniors, presumably you guys also won't encounter them. I don't have any secret techniques. Well said, we're all fellow disciples. If I can say it, I will naturally say it. Xiao Hua nodded. This is a life-saving matter, so I won't hide it. Then, senior brother, what do you want to ask? Lu Jing also asked. Oh, I just saw on the order that among the 10 disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge, there were actually 4 or 5 disciples surnamed Zhan from the Thunderous Palace. These disciples, don't they usually work in the more comfortable chores of the Thunderous Palace? Why did they come to the Eastern Ridge? I originally thought I saw wrongly, but it seems that's not the case. These are the direct disciples of the Thunderous Palace that I just mentioned. Lu Jing smiled. However, their cultivations haven't improved, so they weren't favored by the Thunderous Palace masters. Naturally, they were sent to the Eastern Ridge. The direct disciples of the Thunderquake Palace are actually unable to make any progress in their cultivation? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Haven't their aptitudes always been better than the disciples we sent to the Imperial Thunder Sect? A faint smile appeared on Lu Jing's face as he said, Senior Brother Zhao's words were true a few years ago. However, there are some changes now. Those direct disciples no longer have good aptitudes. Even those who had good aptitudes before have begun to regress. Why is that? Xiao Hua was even more baffled. He had never heard of a person's aptitude regressing. Who knows? Lu Jing said disdainfully, I won't hide it from you, Senior Marshal Brother. These direct disciples have been cultivating for a longer time than I. Even when I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, my cultivation was only slightly higher than theirs. Over the years, I's cultivation has been constantly increasing while they have stagnated. Even they themselves don't know the reason. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua faintly nodded. That's not all. Among the disciples who entered the Imperial Thunder sect, the vast majority of the disciples from cultivation clans such as I improved their cultivation very quickly. Comparatively speaking, only half of the direct disciples are able to keep up. Lu Jing said very proudly, otherwise, the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden wouldn't have let me lead the group. Of course, if Senior Martial Brother Xiao didn't have to go somewhere else, this place would naturally follow Senior Martial Brother Zhao's lead. What about the loose cultivators? What are their cultivations like? Xiaohua asked very naturally. This disciple isn't too sure. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of Lu Jing's mouth. This disciple doesn't have a good relationship with any loose cultivators. Furthermore, recently, my Imperial Thunder sect has rarely recruited disciples from loose cultivators. Xiaohua still wanted to ask a few more questions, but at this moment, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden was making a ruckus. Lu Jing noticed it and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Take a look. They might not necessarily be looking for me." Who would have thought that when Lu Jing opened the spell formation of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden, there would be two charming female disciples outside. One of them was actually at the early stage of foundation establishment. Lu Jing didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted. Xiaohua smiled and said, "What are the two of you doing here?" The two people who came were Xueqi and Sun Shu. I heard that Junior Martial Brother Xiao was going to go out with Junior Martial Sister Xue to gain experience. As your Senior Martial Sister, I naturally came to send you off, Sun Shu said with a smile like a flower. Xiaohua smiled and looked at Xueqi again. He said warmly, "I'm afraid you already knew? Why didn't you send me a message earlier?" Xueqi was somewhat shy and her face was slightly red. "I didn't plan to go out and gain experience. It's just that Master is going into seclusion. She said that she might not be able to come out during the training period, so she simply let me go now. As for Master sending a message to Martial Uncle Helplessness, I just found out." Sun Shu's face was filled with undisguised envy. She nudged Xueqi with her arm and said with a smile, "Junior Martial Sister, you should be content. Last time, in order to bring Junior Martial Brother Xiao out to gain experience, I spent a lot of effort. You, on the other hand, Master already arranged everything. I can't help but envy you. Senior Martial Sister, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator. How can you lower yourself to the same level as me?" Xueqi said with a smile. Lu Jing was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect this unremarkable Senior Martial Brother Xiao to have such a good relationship with two female disciples with profound cultivations. It was to the extent that they were both at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm and had a faint feeling of dual cultivation. "All right, let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand and turned to Lu Jing, saying, "Junior Martial Brother Lu, I'll leave the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to you. I'll have to trouble you in the future." "I don't dare. Disciple will wait for the day Senior Martial Brother Xiao builds his foundation." Lu Jing hurriedly returned the greeting. "Don't worry, Junior Martial Brother Xiao," Sun Shu quickly said. "Junior Martial Brother Qian also said that he would send you off. He should be here by now. Junior Martial Brother Xiao is going out to gain experience. How could I not come?" Sun Shu's voice hadn't faded away when Qian Diheng's figure flew over from afar. Thunder evasion. Seeing this, Lu Jing's jaw almost dropped, especially when he saw that Qian Diheng was only an early-stage foundation-building cultivator. "Oh my, even Senior Martial Brother Qian came to send me off. Junior Martial Brother is really honored." Xiaohua smiled and pulled Xueqi's hand to welcome him. Sun Shu, on the other hand, didn't find it strange at all and flew up as well. Damn it, this Senior Martial Brother Xiao seems to not care about this foundation-building senior at all. Lu Jing's eyes revealed an envious expression. In midair, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch. He said with a smile, "This is something I prepared for you. Junior Martial Brother. Please accept it. I hope that Junior Martial Brother can return with a full load this time." Xiaohua took it and swept it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, The storage pouch you gave junior Marshall brother last time already had a lot of foundation building pills. What are these few pills for? Are you afraid that junior Marshall brother won't have enough? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1843. Don't mention it. Qian Diheng waved his hand. The foundation establishment pill from last time was what junior brother Xiao deserved. Moreover, that thing is easy to sell outside. It's very easy to exchange for magic tools and spirit stones. This time, I asked for these pills from the Earth Thunder Palace's alchemists. The quality is excellent. It's a token of my appreciation. Xiao Hua understood, and his heart felt warm. He put away the storage pouch and said with a smile, "Then this little brother won't be polite. If there are any good things during the training, this little brother will also remember to give you a share." Qian Diheng's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Ha ha ha, I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao Hua shook his head in disappointment. Senior brother Qian is really too unscrupulous. That. Hearing Sun Shu's voice, Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. Sure enough, Sun Shu was also holding a storage pouch and looking at Xiao Hua with a smile. Forget it. I'll take them all." Xiao Hua laughed loudly and took them without any trace of politeness. "You're all at the early stage of foundation establishment. I'm only at the qi refinement realm. What do you need? Let's hear it." Qian Diheng glanced at Sun Shu and smiled slyly. "Go ahead and take it. We won't dislike it." Xiao Hua looked at the two and was speechless for a moment. "Xiao Hua, let's talk while we walk." Xueqi thought Xiao Hua was embarrassed and changed the topic. Xiao Hua held Xueqi's warm hand and smiled. Don't worry. We still have fellow travelers." "Ha! Who else wants to go out for experiential learning?" Xueqi was obviously disappointed. It's Ai's eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law. Xiao Hua smiled. "Wait for Ai to send a messaging talisman." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xueqi suddenly understood. Not long after, Xiang Yang's messaging talisman flew back. It was already on the way to the Imperial Thunder Sect. "Let's go. Eldest senior brother is almost there." Xiao Hua urged his transcendence energy. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also flew behind him like how they did in the past, heading straight for the mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Imperial Thunder Sect was still there, but there weren't any disciples on the way down the mountain. Only the people of the myriad Thunder Valley were standing in front of the guest pavilion. When Xiao Hua arrived, Helpless and the others seemed to have already warned Xiang Yang. Looking at Xiao Hua, Sun Shu, and Qian Diheng, Helpless swallowed the words he wanted to scold back. Only after the four of them came forward to greet him did he glance at Xiao Hua and say indifferently, "Follow your eldest senior brother out. If there's anything, just ask more." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Hua bowed in thanks. Xueqi will go out with you to gain experience. Learn from others. Even if you can't build your foundation this time, you have to prepare for the future. Helplessly he said, "Also, ask your eldest senior brother what's going on with the second foundation establishment. This is also a rare opportunity for you." "Yes, Dizzy understands." Xiao Hua replied again. "The things that Master gave you have already been handed over to eldest senior brother. I also have a few medicinal pills here. You can keep them for yourself." Cui Hongshan heard Helpless words and clapped his hands. Very naturally, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage pouch and handed it over. His intentions were admittedly good, but his actions were rather condescending. Xiao Hua didn't even look at it. He shook his head and said, "Many thanks, I have never lacked medicinal pills." "You?" Cui Hongshan frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the displeasure on Helpless' face. In his heart, he was delighted and said somewhat pitifully, "You and I are from the same sect. You don't even want to accept I's small token of appreciation? Little brat, what are you doing?" Helpless' expression suddenly changed and he cursed. "Your senior brother Cui has good intentions. How can you treat other people's good intentions as ill intent?" Then he looked at Cui Hongshan and said, "Hongshan, ignore him. This guy is probably worried that he won't be able to build his foundation and will waste medicinal pills for nothing." Seeing the pride on Cui Hongshan's face, Xiao Hua became angry. He stared straight into Cui Hongshan's eyes. After a few breaths, the anger on his face disappeared. He stepped forward and bowed. Many thanks for Senior Chui's good intentions. Junior already has enough medicinal pills and doesn't dare to ask for more. Junior appreciates Senior's good intentions. Xiao Hua's address actually had a hint of cutting off all ties. Little brat. Helpless became even more furious. Okay, it's already late. They should also leave. Zhuo Minghui hurriedly said. Moreover, Xiao Hua is with Xiang Yang. He can't use any medicinal pills. Humph. Helpless coldly snorted and no longer looked at Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan also had an innocent expression. Thus, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian took Xiao Hua and Xueqi, bowed to everyone and went down the mountain along the mountain path. When the four figures disappeared from the mountain path, Helpless' gaze was still there. It was unknown whether he was looking at Xiang Yang or Xiao Hua. Xiang Yang's group of four flew out of the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than half a day. Xiang Yang was the first to stop in midair. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Junior brother Xiao, where are we going? Where? Xiao Hua was stunned, then understood. He hurriedly turned to Xueqi and asked, Xueqi, where are you going to train? Me. Xueqi's eyes moved and said with a smile, Master left a message. I'll listen to Senior brother Xiao wherever we go. It can't be. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiang Yang and said, Senior brother, tell me, where are you going? Hee, everyone got it wrong. Xiang Yang also said with a smile, because we heard that we were going to train together with junior sister Xue, we thought that Martial Uncle Sun had already arranged everything. We just had to go together. We didn't have much preparation before. Where did senior brother want to go before? Xiao Hua asked. We don't have anywhere to go. We just want to take advantage of the time and walk around Xiaoyu continent. Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of their gazes were filled with tenderness. Junior sister has a place to go, but I don't know if I should say it. Xueqi saw that everyone didn't have any ideas, so she said somewhat shyly. Junior sister Xue, there's no harm in saying it. Yan Qinglian said with a smile. Junior sister read a travelogue in Sunlei Palace. It talked about the Guihe Sea. From the records, the sea was extremely beautiful, like a paradise on earth. As Xueqi said this, she actually started reading. Unknowingly, the surroundings were completely engulfed by darkness. Everywhere was pitch black, and the sea seemed even more unfathomable. Everything was silent, and only the waves beat against the beach, letting out a low and rhythmic sound. The playful little waves were no longer as turbulent and surging as they were during the day. They gently caressed the reefs on the shore, letting out a hua-huab sound. It was as if they were humming a moving lullaby, lulling people to sleep. The vast sea seemed to be connected with the sky. The torrential waves crashed against the reefs, letting out a thunderous sound. In the azure night sky, a full moon cast its clear radiance onto the ink-blue waves. A long, trembling pillar of light appeared on the surface of the sea. The sea was like a mother who had just woken up, emitting a warm aura. The gentle waves were a morning song she was humming. The seagulls were like her children, flapping their wings to this song and circling around her chest. Great! Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang didn't speak. Yan Qinglian now clapped her hands and said with a smile, I've long heard that the sea is the place where all rivers return to their origin. It's just that I've never been there. Junior sister Xue's words are exactly what I was thinking. Xiang Yang helplessly looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes were also filled with helplessness. After all, Xiao Hua didn't hear anything from what Xueqi said just now. What blue waves, what blue sky, what azure night sky. How could they compare to the profoundness of the heavenly Tao? How could they compare to the enjoyment of cultivation? Unfortunately, since Xueqi said so, and Yan Qinglian also agreed, the two male cultivators probably didn't have any excuses. It was still Xiang Yang who reacted quickly. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Madam's words are exactly what I was thinking. I also wanted to see the majesty of the sea for a long time. Great. Xiao Hua curled his lips. He didn't think that his usually honest senior brother would be so flattering. Darling Xiao. Xueqi asked somewhat sweetly, Are you going? Great. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said in surprise, Junior sister Xue really spoke the truth in Ai's heart. I've long wanted to see the magnificent waves of the sea. If it wasn't for junior sister's reminder, I would have forgotten my many years of wish. Ha ha, Xiangyang laughed and said. Then we'd better hurry up and leave. After flying for another half a day, they saw that the sky was already dark. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other and both of them landed at the foot of a mountain. Xiangyang said with a smile, "It's already late. We don't need to constantly be on the move. Let's rest first before leaving." Very good. Xiaohua looked at Xueqi and also agreed. But then Xiangyang said, "We husband and wife will find a cave to rest. You two can also find a place to rest." After saying that, the two of them held hands and flew to the east, leaving behind Xiaohua and Xueqi who looked at each other in dismay. Damn, this senior brother. Xiaohua was actually slightly embarrassed. Xueqi's face was even redder. But after a moment, Xueqi said in a mosquito-like voice, "Xiaohua, when your senior sister Xue goes out to experience the world, how does she rest?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Naturally I'm alone. How would I know how the three of them rest?" Then, what about Xiaohua and big sister Hongxia? Xueqi's voice became even softer. Hee, could it be that you want to know? Xiaohua's heart swayed. He held Xueqi's small hand and said in a low voice. Xueqi's face was abnormally hot, but then it became somewhat pale. She forced a smile and said, "Xiaohua, I haven't built my foundation yet. What you and big sister have done is not something I can accept. I hope Xiaohua can forgive me." How could Xiaohua not know? He used his right index finger to tap the back of Xueqi's jade-like hand and said with a smile, "Your husband also hasn't built his foundation. Wife also has to forgive your husband." Bah! Xueqi spat lightly. Her heart was indescribably sweet. This experience was really what she was looking forward to. But then Xueqi stared blankly and anxiously said, "Io, Xiaohua, you haven't built your foundation. You actually and big sister Hongxia." Speaking to hear, Xueqi's face became even redder. Chapter 1844. Of course. Xiaohua was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't thought of it until now. The Imperial Thunder Sect only allowed dual cultivation disciples after they built their foundation, or maybe aura refining disciples were no longer able to advance, so they were allowed to find a dual cultivation partner among aura refining disciples. He hadn't built his foundation yet, but he was already dual cultivation with Hongxia Fairy. Would it affect his cultivation? However, when he thought about how vigorous he would be after dual cultivation and how his cultivation would advance rapidly, Xiaohua denied it again and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it won't affect my cultivation." That's good. Xueqi's heart finally relaxed after hearing this. She held Xiaohua's hand, and her palm was unexpectedly a little wet. "I hope Master will take pity on me." Her words were really a pun, causing Xiaohua's heart to boil with anger again. "Let's go, we'll find a cave to rest in." Xiaohua blinked his eyes. His words naturally also had a pun, causing Xueqi's redness that had just subsided to surge out again. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and released his divine sense, but after searching for a long time, he really couldn't find any suitable place in the surroundings. "Forget it, let's do it here." Xiaohua pointed his finger at the foot of the mountain, next to a small stream. "There's no cave here, right?" Xueqi was a little hesitant. Although sleeping outside was nothing for peak aura refining disciples, Xueqi still felt that it wasn't safe. "Watch your husband's methods." Xiaohua waved his hand, and several puppets appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the place Xiaohua pointed at. They seemed to be familiar with the place, and in just a moment, a rather flat cave appeared in front of Xueqi. "This cave, how is it?" Xiaohua waved his hand and collected the puppets standing in front of him, then said with a smile, Those are puppets?" Xueqi asked, dumbfounded. "Exactly. Such precious things, you actually used them to make a cave?" Xueqi couldn't help but ask. "Haha, not letting them work, but making your husband work?" Xiaohua pulled Xueqi's hand and strolled into the cave. Although Xueqi had confided in Xiaohua and Xiaohua had accepted it, this was the first time they had stayed together so intimately. Her heart was beating wildly with her own footsteps. Xiaohua seemed to have heard her thoughts. With a clap of his hand, he took out several dozen sparkling talismans and waved them to lay out the array. Xueqi scanned the array with her divine sense and discovered that her divine sense couldn't penetrate the array. While she sighed with admiration at her sweetheart's brilliant methods, her entire body went soft. Seeing that Xueqi actually went limp on his arm, Xiaohua lowered his head and kissed Xueqi's forehead. He said tenderly, Xueqi, don't worry. If I don't get your master's permission, I won't officially dual cultivate with you. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Xueqi's heart was filled with love, but at the same time, there was also a trace of disappointment. She kissed Xiaohua back for a while, then said with her charming eyes, this concubine knows that Xiaohua treats this concubine the best. After that, the two of them were intimate for a while, then each occupied a corner of the cave and closed their eyes to cultivate. Not to mention Xiaohua's calm face. He was neither happy nor sad as he focused on refining the flames in his meridians. Xueqi's heart was in knots. After thinking about it, she looked at Xiaohua's body covered in terrifying flames and didn't circulate her cultivation technique for the entire night. When the sky brightened, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, what were you thinking about last night? This husband wanted to remind you, but I was afraid that you'd easily go berserk if you forced yourself to cultivate, so I didn't stop to talk to you. Nothing. Xueqi forced a smile. Then, as if she thought of something, she clapped her hands and took out a pink jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. What's this? Xiaohua took it and immersed his divine sense into it. There was a layer of restriction inside the jade slip. This is this concubine's gift to husband. Husband, please don't forcibly break the restriction at this time. Xueqi hurriedly stopped Xiaohua and said, this restriction is my Sunlei Palace's secret technique. It's extremely mysterious. If you forcibly break it, you'll only need to touch it slightly to destroy the thing inside the jade slip. Then, Xiaohua was even more baffled. When the time comes, husband will naturally know. Xueqi's face was crimson red. This husband knows. Xiaohua embraced Xueqi and lightly kissed her. Xueqi responded strongly, as if venting out last night's tossing and turning. That's right, when husband was cultivating. What was the flame around your body? Xueqi was a little out of breath and asked curiously. Nothing else, it was a type of spirit stone that this husband uses for cultivation. Xiaohua released Xueqi and said with a smile, however, it's already gone now, and it's also useful for fire attribute constitutions. Oh, so it's like that. Xueqi suddenly understood. Right at this time, Xiang Yang's message talisman flew from outside the cave. Let's go, eldest senior brother is getting impatient from waiting. Xiaohua smiled and opened the message talisman. It's your fault for dilly-dallying. Xueqi used her fist to pound Xiaohua's back and rebuked. Me. Xiaohua was abnormally wronged. I didn't do anything. Of course, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's gazes didn't think so, they both looked thought-provoking. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He kept feeling awkward. After flying for half a day, he finally understood. Xiang Yang originally didn't think much, but he and Xueqi probably thought too much, right? Sure enough, when he looked at Xiang Yang's gaze again, it was incomparably clear, without any meaning. Xueqi also seemed to understand, and her previous shyness also gradually disappeared. After flying like this for several days, just as they were about to pass through a teleportation formation, Xueqi's expression suddenly changed. She pulled Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Husband Xiao, this concubine suddenly has an idea. I don't know if I should say it? Say it. Xiaohua saw Xueqi being so serious and knew it was a bit troublesome, so he asked in a low voice. This concubine has already entered the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than 10 years, except for the second year when I officially entered the Imperial Thunder Sect and met Uncle at Misty Mountain once. I have never contacted Uncle in all these years. This time, this concubine came out to gain experience. I want to go back and see them. Xueqi said hesitantly. Why not? Xiaohua said with a smile. Where is Misty Mountain? Is it on the way? Although it is not on the way, there is no need to go too far. After all, there is a teleportation formation. Xueqi's face revealed a happy expression. However, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, rashly returning to the sect. I am afraid it is not appropriate, right? Your master didn't let you return? No, master only let you make the decision. She doesn't care where you go to gain experience. Xueqi naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. That's right. Your husband is a loose cultivator and has nothing to do with your Misty Mountain. It's precisely because I want to go to the Misty Mountain to gain experience. What can the elders in the sect say? Xiaohua said proudly. Husband is indeed wise. Xueqi's face lit up with joy. When Xiaohua told this matter to Xiangyang muttered to himself, my Imperial Thunder sect has always prohibited disciples from contacting their own family without the sect's permission. Junior Sister Xue's actions are really inappropriate. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1845. Yan Qinglian saw the change in Xueqi's expression and quickly pulled Xiangyang's sleeve. She smiled and said, "This is all junior brother Zhao's arrangement. What does it have to do with Xueqi? Junior brother Xiao isn't from the Misty Mountain. It doesn't conflict with my Imperial Thunder sect's ban." Xiangyang scratched his head and said, "That's true. Xueqi didn't contact the Misty Mountain. The sect's ban didn't say that disciples can't pass by their own place." "That's great." Xiaohua clapped and said, "I also want to see Senior Ling. I wonder if his cultivation has improved." Seeing Xiaohua clapping and praising, Xueqi's previous uneasiness disappeared. After all, Ling Zhengyi previously used the pretense of treating Xiaohua well. If Xiaohua was a narrow-minded person, she really wouldn't dare to go to the Misty Mountain in advance. Let's not talk about Xueqi bringing Xiaohua and the others through the transmission array to the Fog Mountain. Let's talk about Xuanyan School's Gold Goose Mountain Range, a place with dense spiritual qi. All kinds of spiritual grasses flourished and several spiritual sparrows flew back and forth in the thicket, appearing rather carefree. It was completely different from the busy Yanling Palace not far away. Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator appeared where the clouds were moving. It was Fairy Yingzhua, who was at the late stage of nascent soul. Fairy Yingzhua flew over and pressed down on the clouds. Her face was filled with hesitation. "Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, since you're already here, why don't you come in and meet me?" A strange voice came from behind the spiritual grass, from within the cave that was close to the mountain stream. I don't know if fellow Dongshan is here. I don't dare to rashly transmit my voice." Fairy Yingzhua's voice was actually very polite. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain's voice also rang out. "This place was originally your Xuanyan cult's location. Fellow Taoist Yingzhua is the true master. This poor Taoist is merely a guest. Fellow Taoist, you had better hurry in. So many disturbances." Fairy Yingzhua descended from the sky and slowly walked in from outside the medicinal garden where the spiritual grasses were planted. The Immortal's cave behind the spirit grass wasn't very large, but it was very exquisite. Fellow Taoist East Mountain, whose face was still covered, wore a green robe and sat on a prayer mat. In front of him was a fist-sized round pot, which floated in the air and tumbled non-stop. Under the round pot, there were a few wisps of light green flames. The flames were licking the round pot. True Samadhi fire? Fairy Yingzhua's gaze was immediately attracted by the light green flame. She said with a smile, "In my morning rain continent, the number of Taoists who can have such pure Samadhi true fire as fellow Taoist Dongshan can be counted on one's fingers. The true Samadhi fire is indeed rare in the Dawn Rain continent, but in my 10,000 demon realm, it's nothing." Fellow Taoist Dongshan raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, please take a seat. Fellow Taoist has come at the right time. I am currently refining my 10,000 demon realms fine dew liquid. I will be done in another hour." Chongyu liquid? Isn't that the spirit tea that fellow Taoist mentioned before that can cleanse the heart and spirit? Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. It was obviously very unexpected. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to remember what I said casually. Fellow Taoist Dongshan said with a smile. "It's a pity that one of the spirit herbs needed in the fine dew liquid doesn't exist in this Dawn Rain continent. I can only use another spirit herb as a substitute. As for the effect, I don't know." "Great." Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and said. After that, Fairy Yingzhua didn't speak anymore. She just sat beside fellow Taoist East Mountain and watched quietly. Fellow Taoist East Mountain was also extremely leisurely. Those wisps of true Samadhi fire seemed to be sentient. Following fellow Taoist East Mountain's faintly discernible technique, it was like a few fire spirits dancing around the round pot, and the round pot was still tumbling disorderly in mid-air. However, as she watched, Fairy Ingjua's face showed a dignified expression. She had already discovered that the round pots rolling in the air actually contained an extremely obscure rule. It was even close to a kind of fluctuation. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan raised his eyes slightly. Seeing Fairy Ingjua's dignified expression, he also showed a trace of surprise. Then, he concentrated on controlling the true Samadhi fire. Okay. Until half an hour later, fellow Taoist Dong Shan let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the wisps of true Samadhi fire disappeared. As he cast a few spells, the round pot that was originally rolling suddenly spun violently. Quick! When the round pot had spun a large number of times, fellow Taoist Dong Shan stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the top of the round pot. Then, he chanted a mantra. The round pot immediately stopped moving and didn't move at all. Go! Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hand, and a cup that was only the size of 2 thumbs flew out from the ground in front of him. That cup flew in front of Fairy Ingjua and stopped in front of her. As he pointed his finger, a green water column flew out from the round pot and fell into the cup. It was exactly filled to the brim. And as the water column flew out, the entire cave residence was suddenly filled with an extremely faint strange fragrance. This strange fragrance seemed to be there but not really there. The nose couldn't completely smell it, but the heart could completely comprehend this fragrance. Fellow Taoist, please. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan raised his hand and gestured. Then, he took out another cup and poured a cup. Fairy Ingjua's eyes stared at the seemingly bottomless green waves in front of her. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and the spiritual tea in the cup suddenly turned into a ball of water and entered her mouth. As the fine dew liquid entered her mouth, Fairy Ingjua's beautiful eyes slightly opened. Then she immediately closed her eyes. The expression on her face suddenly changed. All kinds of emotions appeared one after another, and in the end, it turned into a tranquil calmness. After the time it took to eat a meal, Fairy Ingjua let out a long breath and opened her eyes. She sighed and said, "The spiritual tea of the 10,000 demon realm is really worthy of its reputation. After tasting it today, the spiritual tea of the Dawn Rain continent. How can it enter eyes? Ha ha ha." Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and laughed. How difficult is it for Fairy Ingjua to taste this spiritual tea? The Dawn Rain continent has all kinds of spiritual herbs. I only need to give the refining method to fellow Taoist. Fairy Ingjua's face showed joy. Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Hee, of course I'm serious. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Fairy Ingjua and said, "This contains the refining method of the fine dew liquid. I hope fellow Taoist will kindly accept it." If so, thank you very much, fellow Taoist Dong Shan. Fairy Ingjua accepted it without hesitation. Just as she was about to put it into her storage bag, she heard fellow Taoist Dong Shan say, "It's a pity that this fine dew liquid can only be refined 2 cups at a time. Any more and the taste will be bad. Moreover, without the special spiritual herbs of the 10,000 demon realm, the effect of promoting cultivation is still a bit lacking." It's okay. To be able to have such good food, I am already satisfied, Fairy Ingjua said with a smile. After Fairy Ingjua put away the jade slip, fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled and said, "I wonder why fellow Taoist Ingjua came today." "I came today for 2 things, Fairy Ingjua said with a smile. It seems that there is good news." Although there was some surprise in fellow Taoist Dong Shan's tone, his face was calm. "Fellow Taoist's guess is correct," Fairy Ingjua said with a smile. "The first thing is about fellow Taoist Dong Shan. The person that fellow Taoist Dong Shan asked I to inquire about has some clues." "Really?" Fellow Taoist Dong Shan opened his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed through his eyes. That fierceness was actually very sharp. Even Fairy Ingjua looked away slightly and nodded. "Yes. However, the specific location and whether it is what fellow Taoist said, I am still not completely sure." "Great." Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and said, "It's good that there is news. However, this matter must not be reckless. Do not beat the grass to scare the snake. Before I am ready, there must not be any mistakes." "Yes," Fairy Ingjua said again. "Moreover, the things that fellow Taoist asked I to prepare have been prepared for most of them. Only when those extremely rare materials are in my hands, I will have fulfilled my promise to fellow Taoist." Hee, fellow Taoist Ingjua. Please rest assured that I will definitely not have a problem with my promise to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan nodded and said, as long as fellow Taoist can help I complete that matter, I will definitely help fellow Taoist step into the spirit severing stage. Of course, I am not worried about fellow Taoist Dong Shan. I also know that fellow Taoist Dong Shan has this secret method. Fairy Ingzhua smiled and said, but from the hunting seedlings plan, I can see fellow Taoist's foundation. I have never been worried about this. Then, fellow Taoist Ingzhua today. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan asked curiously. It's nothing. Fairy Ingzhua smiled and said, I's cultivation has almost stagnated in the past few years, and the progress is very little. I feel that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Gold Goose Ridge seems to be a bit abnormal, so I specially came to ask fellow Taoist Dong Shan if you have also noticed it? Really? Fellow Taoist Dong Shan shook his head and said, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Dawn Rain continent is not the same as the heaven and earth spiritual qi in my 10,000 demon realm. I did not completely absorb the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Dawn Rain continent to cultivate, so I did not notice anything. I have disappointed fellow Taoist. Oh, so it's like this. Fairy Ingzhua's expression did not change and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Dong Shan has any secret method? If I's cultivation stops here and cannot advance to the peak nascent soul stage on time, even if I can help fellow Taoist achieve your wish, if you want to advance to the spirit severing stage, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. When fellow Taoist Dong Shan heard this, he frowned slightly and closed his eyes to think carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and asked, fellow Taoist used the fine dew liquid just now. Did you feel any progress in your cultivation? Yes, of course there are some benefits. Otherwise, I would not ask for the method. Fairy Ingzhua said without hesitation. I understand. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan's face showed a trace of a smile. I do know a few secret methods, but they seem to have some shortcomings. If the fine dew liquid is beneficial to fellow Taoist, I do have a secret method. Where is the secret method? Fairy Ingzhua asked with some incredible joy. This. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan was a little hesitant. What? Does fellow Taoist think that I am asking for too much? Fairy Ingzhua was a little displeased. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled and said, of course not, the more fellow Taoist wants, the happier I will be. This means that fellow Taoist I will be able to properly handle what fellow Taoist wants. The reason why I am hesitating is because I do not know what kind of changes there are in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so I do not dare to tell fellow Taoist. From what I see, I should wait for I to clearly examine the abnormalities here before telling fellow Taoist in detail. Chapter 1846. Great! Fairy Ingzhua clapped her hands and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Dong Shan. Haha, I don't dare. I only hope that fellow Taoist Ingzhua will fulfill I's wish as soon as possible according to our agreement. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled apologetically. Subsequently, Fairy Ingzhua spoke with fellow Taoist Dong Shan for a while, then took her leave. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan sent Fairy Ingzhua out. Looking at Fairy Ingzhua's departing figure, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately, he returned to his cave residence, but came out a moment later, still covering his face. His whole body flew into the air, and disappeared without a trace. Far away in the southeastern corner of the country of Xi, there was a mountain range that looked rather majestic. There was a place where a thick fog lingered. The color of the fog was different from that of the yellow flower ridges array formation. It was very dense and natural. However, it was also different from the fog of the Yulian Mountains. It was in the form of threads and was far less viscous than the fog of the Yulian Mountains. This was the misty mountain where Xueqi lived since childhood. Since it was known as bewildering fog, there was naturally something fishy about this mountain. The two mountain ranges enveloped by bewildering fog were precisely 9 coils and 18 bends. Mountain paths crisscrossed, and mountain caves were densely packed. Ordinary people could only enter once, and it would be difficult to find a way out. This kind of dangerous place was naturally an extremely dangerous place in the eyes of secular people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was an exceptionally good place to stay. Thus, at some unknown time, there were almighty cultivators who used divine abilities to set up a formation near Bewildering Fog Mountain. Combining the natural Bewildering Fog Mountain with the unpredictable formation, it formed an impregnable defense, and Bewildering Fog Mountain became famous in the Dawn Rain continent because of this. Of course, The inheritance of the Misty Mountains Ling family to this day was still considered to have some reputation among all the families in the cultivation world. However, their cultivation methods had declined, and their talents had withered. They were already at the bottom of the middle class. In this kind of situation, as the head of the family, Ling Zhengyi had the will but was powerless. At this moment, he was standing at a high place, gazing at the snow-like and cloud-like fog between the mountains. His brows were knitted together. Next to him was a white-clothed cultivator with a dark complexion, thick eyebrows and large eyes. There was a trace of simplicity between his eyebrows. Although his appearance was quite similar to Ling Zhengyi's, his expression was completely different. This person was Ling Zhengyi's only son, Ling Feiyun. Feiyun. After a while, Ling Zhengyi looked away from the mountain mist and turned to Ling Feiyun. His eyes were full of kindness. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun also seemed to be in a daze. So, he quickly replied. What are you thinking about? You're already at the 10th layer of the qi refining realm, so you're considered one of the best in the Ling clan. Ling Zhengyi said with a smile. I miss big sister. Ling Feiyun didn't try to hide anything. She always said that I'm stupid and that I can't go beyond the 9th level of qi refining. I wonder how surprised she will be when she finds out that I've reached the 10th level. You child. Ling Zhengyi smiled and said, Xueqi saw that you were slacking off, so she specially reminded you to be on alert. You are really stupid. Boy didn't know when he was young, so he was quite angry. Ling Feiyun patted his forehead in embarrassment. It wasn't until Big Sister went to the Imperial Thunder School that the boy gradually understood. Everyone has to grow up. Even though father reminded you that day, you didn't seem to take it to heart. You only had the energy to compete with your sister? Yes. So many years have passed. Big Sister was already at the 9th level of qi refining. Now, is she at the 11th level? Is she doing well in the Imperial Thunder School? You don't need to worry about that. The Imperial Thunder School is not something my Misty Mountain can compare to. The 11th level is at the very least. Even the 12th level is within reach. Ling Zhengyi said with a smile. Really? Ling Feiyun's face was full of joy as he asked. It's a pity that I haven't heard from Big Sister for so many years. I wonder how her cultivation is now. That boy. Can we also send him to the Imperial Thunder School? If he can enter the Imperial Thunder School, wouldn't that boy be able to be with Big Sister? Hearing this, Ling Zhengyi's face frowned again. Is there something wrong with what the boy said? Ling Feiyun quickly asked. Ling Zhengyi said with a smile. What can be wrong? The children of my cultivation family entering a cultivation school is the most honorable path. It's also the path to heaven. There's nothing wrong with it. However, father called you here today because there's something I want to discuss with you. Father, please speak. Ling Feiyun respectfully asked. Well, first of all, it was not easy for your sister to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Although father had made some preparations, in the end, it was still your sister's own luck. Not to mention having someone to help her enter the Imperial Thunder School, in the end, she was able to become the disciple of a golden core cultivator all because of her physique. I'm afraid you can't learn these two things. Someone to help her? Wasn't that father's preparation? Father did want to prepare, but I can't directly reach the place where the Imperial Thunder School is recruiting disciples. Your sister was lucky and happened to meet a cultivator she was familiar with. She didn't say the specific situation, only that she relied on that person's help. Who is this person? Since sister is familiar with him, the boy must also know him. Ling Zhengyi's face showed a trace of estrangement, shook his head and said, You don't need to ask about this person's name. You definitely don't know him. Oh, so it's like this. Ling Feiyun was very obedient and didn't ask, then asked, What about physique? Sister and the boy both have the blood of the Ling family. Is there a big difference in physique? Ling Zhengyi regretted saying this, but seeing Ling Feiyun's confusion, he waved his hand and said, Your sister has the hidden thunder physique. It's exactly the same physique as the golden core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School. That's why she was favored by that senior. Strange, the boy has the fire physique. I always thought sister had the same physique. How did she become the hidden thunder physique? Ling Feiyun asked. How would father know about this matter? It was the golden core cultivator who confirmed it. Ling Zhengyi rolled his eyes and pushed the matter away. Then, the boy has the fire physique. He should be able to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Ling Feiyun said again. Unfortunately, although the Imperial Thunder School mainly recruits disciples with the fire and thunder physiques, the thunder physique is the first choice. You might not be able to enter if you go. Ling Zhangyi shook his head and said, Moreover, how can all the disciples of our cultivation family enter the same school? Unless your sister cultivates to the Golden Core realm, our Misty Mountain will have some shade. Well, the boy knows. Ling Feiyun smiled and said, You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Hee, that's right. Ling Zhangyi clapped his hands and said, but his tone changed again. Father originally wanted to arrange for you to participate in the selection of the Xianghua sect next year, but now I'm a little hesitant. Why? Father, do you have any concerns? Ling Feiyun asked with some confusion. Chapter 1847. Ling Zhangyi thought for a moment and said, I didn't want to tell you this because I was afraid you would feel burdened. But, you're the eldest son of the Ling family and it's time for you to make a choice. It's better to tell you. Father, please tell me. I got some information from Father that there are some special changes in the cultivation families on the Xiaoyu continent. Ling Zhangyi chose his words carefully and said, Many of the big families have had their bloodline awakened, and even more of the bloodline awakened after joining the cultivation sects. The most famous one is Yun Jichong from the Yun family of Su Yan. He's already an early foundation establishment cultivator, and his fire dragon bloodline has awakened. Father, what do you mean? Ling Feiyun was stunned and his face was a little strange. This kind of thing can naturally be spread in the cultivation families. Didn't Yun Jichong enter the Huanhua sect? How could the Huanhua sect let this kind of thing spread? Hee. Do you think the Huanhua sect cares? The Huanhua sect even sent Yun Jichong back to the Yun family of Su Yan to find the inheritance of the Su family. They want to see if they can cultivate Yun Jichong into a nascent soul master and reproduce the power of the ancient true spirit bloodline. Yes, boy understands. Yun Jichong's life spirit tablet is in the Huanhua sect. The sect has many ways to control him. Ling Feiyun nodded. Yes, and the Huanhua sect probably wanted to hide it from the beginning. However, there are too many awakened true spirit bloodlines on the Xiaoyu continent. The fire dragon bloodline of the Yun family is too conspicuous. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to, so they just made it public. North Qingyang, South Su Yan. Since the fire dragon bloodline of the Su family has awakened, what about the Kai family of Qingyang? Ling Feiyun frowned. I'm not sure. There's no news about the Kai family of Qingyang. Ling Zhangyi was very satisfied with Ling Feiyun's understanding of the cultivation families. He patiently said, however, the most famous Hongxia fairy of the Kai family also entered the Huanhua sect. I'm afraid her bloodline won't be easy to awaken. After all, she's from a side branch and her bloodline is a lot thinner. Boy, I understand Father's concern. Ling Feiyun nodded and said, It's just that. None of my Misty Mountain's bloodline has been awakened yet. Boy. Is it certain that his bloodline will be awakened? If the boy's bloodline doesn't awaken, then, wouldn't that delay his cultivation? This is also why I'm hesitating. Ling Zhangyi nodded and said, If you awaken your bloodline after joining the Xianghua sect, it will only be a gift to the Xianghua sect. My Misty Mountain will not be brightened by you. But if you don't enter the Xianghua sect, it will be difficult for you to enter the foundation establishment realm, and the chances of your bloodline awakening will be smaller. Hee, what's so difficult about that? Big sister must have already reached the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. We'll know soon after she builds her foundation, right? It won't be too late for the boy to make a decision after her bloodline is awakened. Ling Feiyun said with a smile. When Ling Zhangyi heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his face as he thought to himself, if it was that easy, would Father still be troubled? However, he forced a smile on his face and said, That's right. It's good to wait a little longer. Although Ling Feiyun was simple and honest, he wasn't stupid. He was sharp enough to see his father's troubled expression. Just as he was about to ask, a red message talisman flew out from the fog and stopped in front of Ling Zhangyi. Ling Zhangyi crushed the message talisman, and Pu Jinyuan's voice came from it. Brother Ling, I'm Pu Jinyuan from the Flying Phoenix sect. Today, I've specially brought Brother Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect and Brother Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect to visit. Please open the formation. Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect? Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect? Ling Zhangyi was stunned, and he couldn't help but frown again. He asked curiously, when did Pu Jianyuan get to know the cultivators from these two sects? Father, the Flying Phoenix sect was close to our Misty Mountain for a period of time more than 10 years ago. However, there was no news from them after that. Senior Pu also hasn't come for a long time. Today, he suddenly brought 2 seniors to visit. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Ling Feiyun said worriedly. Yes, the ancestral magic artifact of the Flying Phoenix sect is very similar to the ancestral magic artifact of our Misty Mountain. Furthermore, they complement each other. The legacies of our 2 sects are naturally related. Back then, Pu Jianyuan also got close to our Misty Mountain because of this. However, the legacies of our 2 sects have been passed down for too long, and many details have been lost. In the end, we could only leave it as it is. Pu Jianyuan's visit today definitely doesn't come with good intentions. However, the problem is that I can meet Pu Jianyuan, but how can I not meet the cultivators from the Yellow Flower sect of the Spirit Husbandry sect? Ling Zhangyi had schemed against Pu Jianyuan back then, so he naturally had a guilty conscience. Although he couldn't be sure whether Pu Jianyuan was here today for the magic artifact, since there were 2 Foundation establishment cultivators here, representing 2 sects, Ling Zhangyi could not welcome them. Go. Tell the disciple to open the formation. Ling Zhangyi waved his hand and instructed solemnly. Father, Ling Feiyun said anxiously, since you know that they don't come with good intentions, why did you still let them in? Haha, child, there are many things that you can't just not do if you don't want to. There are some things that you have to do even if you know that they can't be done. Ling Zhangyi smiled kindly and said, furthermore, since they have entered our Ling family's formation, it's much better than being outside of the formation. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun's face turned cold. He nodded his head fiercely and clenched his fist. Furthermore, we don't know what Pu Jianyuan is up to. It might not be anything bad. After Ling Zhangyi finished instructing, his figure flew into the thick fog between the mountains. Ling Feiyun slapped his storage bag and took out a flying talisman. He used his Fa Li to fly in another direction. Ling Zhangyi's figure landed on a towering mountain rock that was filled with thick fog. He first closed his eyes and waited for a moment. When the fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated, he slapped his hand and took out a simple-looking jade pendant from his storage bag. Under the influence of Fa Li, the jade pendant emitted a misty red light. When the light was the size of a flame, Ling Zhangyi pointed his finger and the flame turned into the shape of a small swallow and rushed into the fog in front of him. The red light rushed out of the fog and created a 10 feet wide passage. Ling Zhangyi put away the jade pendant and slowly moved forward. Before he reached the center of the passage, he heard Pu Jianyuan's laughter in front of him. Haha, fellow Ling, long time no see. How are you? Ling Zhangyi smiled and cupped his hands. I have always been good. I didn't expect fellow Pu to bring 2 fellow Taoists here today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Haha, it's okay. We were passing by the fog mountain and suddenly thought of something. That's why we took the liberty to visit. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. Come, let me introduce you 2 fellow Taoists. The person in front was about 50 years old. He was short and had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. Although he was wearing a new Taoist robe, his pale yellow eyes made him look like a thief in the marketplace. This is fellow Taoist Zhan Yuzhan of the Yellow Flower sect. Zhan Yu. When Ling Zhangyi saw that person's appearance and heard that person's name, he was rather surprised. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Knowing that something was amiss, he hurriedly tried to cover it up. However, Zhan Yu was still able to sense it. He glanced at Ling Zhangyi and sneered, What? Fellow Taoist Ling, you don't welcome I? Of course not. Ling Zhangyi knew that he was being rude. He quickly cupped his hands and said, I've heard of Huang Hua sect's name for a long time. I've never had the chance to meet an expert from your sect. Now that I've met fellow Taoist Zhan, I'm very happy. How can I not welcome you? Humph. Zhan Yu waved his sleeves and ignored him. This is bad. Just as Yun are expected, they don't come with good intentions. Ling Zhangyi thought to himself. Pu Jianyuan didn't give him time to think. He pointed at another unusually fat cultivator who was as thick as a water bucket and said, This is fellow Taoist Qian Yuming from Spirit Husbandry sect. Spirit Husbandry sect is a sect that I's reputation has been known for a long time. I've also visited your sect before. Unfortunately, I only stayed for half a day in the guest hall. After visiting fellow Taoist Jian Mingqing, I came back. I didn't really meet the other disciples of your sect. Ling Zhengyi smiled and said, now that fellow Taoist Qian is here, I's wish has been fulfilled. Haha, fellow Taoist Ling has actually met senior brother Jian? Qian Yuming opened his eyes that were almost narrowed into slits and asked in surprise. Then, when did this happen? Hee, I'm afraid it's been decades. Ling Zhengyi's face was a little awkward as he replied, that's because I hadn't built my foundation yet. I was in the midst of building my foundation. Oh, no wonder. Qian Yuming had a look of realization. Senior brother Jian had already fallen 40 years ago. Fellow Taoist Jian's cultivation is very high. He was already in the early stage of foundation establishment back then. How could he have fallen? Ling Zhengyi was obviously a little surprised. Qian Yuming didn't explain further and smiled. This is a small matter of my sect. I'm afraid it's not convenient for I to talk about it. Fellow Taoist Ling, are you going to meet your guests here? Pu Jianyuan asked softly. Look at I actually forgot the basic etiquette when meeting all of you. Please. Ling Zhengyi slapped his forehead and mocked himself. Then, he led the way and flew towards the mountain rocks outside the thin fog. Fellow Taoists, please. Pu Jianyuan turned around and exchanged glances with the two of them. After turning around a small hill, they were greeted by a flight of stairs that went from top to bottom. There were at least 1,000 steps and it looked quite spectacular. Above the stairs was an archway with the words, Cloud Mist, written on it. The four of them were all foundation establishment cultivators, so they naturally didn't need to walk up the stairs. Before the four of them reached the archway, Zhan Yuxian pointed at the two words on the archway and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Ling, I think this should be Misty Mountain. At the very least, it should be the word Cloud Mist. What does this nondescript word mean? All right, I'll let fellow Taoist Zhan know. Ling Zhengyi cupped his hands towards the archway and said seriously, this was left behind by my ancestors. As for why it's called Cloud Mist and not Misty Mountain, I don't know either. I only know that when I was young, I also asked my father about it. I even told my father to change the name of Misty Mountain to Cloud Mist Mountain. However, my father was the same as I right now. He only smiled bitterly and didn't give me any answer. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1848. That's strange. Qian Yuming echoed. Since that's the case, this archway doesn't belong to your Ling clan. Why are you still putting it here? Hee. Qian Yuming's words were harsh, but Ling Zhengyi wasn't angry. He glanced at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, I remember that Flying Phoenix Ridge also has an archway with the words Yunming written on it. It has nothing to do with Flying Phoenix Ridge. I wonder if fellow Taoist Pu has the same plan? Pu Jianyuan's expression changed. He said coldly, this is a family matter of my Flying Phoenix Ridge. Don't you think fellow Taoist Ling is asking too much? Yes, I have indeed asked too much. Ling Zhengyi spread his hands and said, fellow Taoists, please. Pu Jianyuan and the other two followed Ling Zhengyi into the archway. After passing through several floors of pavilions and seeing many Ling clan disciples, they finally arrived at a rather large hall. The hall style was simple and the scale wasn't small. It didn't look like the work of a cultivation family. Before they entered the hall, Zhan Yu sighed again. Fellow Taoist Ling, it's not that I want to talk too much. Although your Misty Mountains hall isn't big, it's majestic and imposing. It doesn't lose to my Yellow Flower Sex hall. It's really beyond I's expectations. Qian Yuming also nodded. I feel the same way as fellow Taoist Zhan. I have also visited many families, but I've never seen such a magnificent hall. Fellow Taoists, please. Ling Zhengyi smiled bitterly. This hall is also the same as the archway. I only know that it was passed down by my Ling clan's ancestors. There are countless mysteries inside, but there aren't any records of its origin. Countless mysteries? Qian Yuming was slightly stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan immediately smiled and said, fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Flying Phoenix Ridge seems to have some connections with Misty Mountain. Flying Phoenix Ridge also has such a majestic hall. Hee, as the host, please. Zhan Yu smiled and gestured with his hand. Ling Zhengyi smiled and walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming didn't follow. Instead, they looked over at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan nodded slightly, and then walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming were still a bit hesitant, but after exchanging a glance, they also walked in. The interior of the palace was as splendid as it appeared from the outside. The ceiling and walls of the palace were painted with some strange scenes. There were dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and there were also giants holding up the heavens and earth. Even in the shady forest, there were finger-like branches extending towards groups of cultivators, and blood splattered all over the ground. Strange, this seems to be an ancient legend, right? Qian Yuming glanced at it and said in surprise, "This thing seems to only be sealed in a very small number of cultivation sects technique imparting pavilions. Moreover, it's a secret technique of the section, so I didn't expect to see it in the Misty Mountain. It's really beyond my expectation." Zhan Yu scanned it with his divine sense and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ling's palace doesn't only have murals, right?" Ling Zhengyi waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Whether or not there's anything else in the palace is another matter. Who knows if you'll have the chance to see it." After the four of them were seated, the disciples of the Misty Mountain served the spirit tea and spirit fruits and quietly left. "Please," Ling Zhengyi said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Pu has been here many times, so you should know that my Misty Mountain doesn't have any special spirit fruits. These are all commonly seen in the country of Xi. I hope the three of you won't dislike them." Hee. Pu Jianyuan and the others laughed. They each picked up a few spirit fruits and tasted them. After the four of them casually talked about the strange stories of the Dawn Rain continent, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming gave Pu Jianyuan a few looks. How could Ling Zhengyi not understand? He picked up a spirit fruit and twirled it between his thumb and index finger. He looked at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, "There's a good saying in the secular world, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Fellow Taoist Pu hasn't been to my Misty Mountain for many years. I wonder what brings you here today?" Pu Jianyuan put down the spirit tea in his hand and said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Ling has asked, then I will get straight to the point." But at this moment, Ling Zhengyi seemed to have thought of something and said, "All right, before fellow Taoist Pu explains, I want to ask a question first." Pu Jianyuan was stunned and nodded. "Please ask, fellow Taoist Ling." "Oh, it's like this. I heard that in the past few years, many disciples of the cultivation families have awakened their true spirit bloodline. I wonder how the situation is in the Flying Phoenix Ridge?" Why did fellow Taoist Ling suddenly ask about this? What about the disciples of the Misty Mountain? Pu Jianyuan asked back. Hee, after all, my Misty Mountain and the Flying Phoenix Ridge have some connections. Maybe they have the same true spirit bloodline in their bodies. That's why I asked. Ling Zhengyi said in all seriousness, "And I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Pu. Until now, my Misty Mountain hasn't had a single disciple awaken their bloodline." Hearing Ling Zhengyi's words, how could Pu Jianyuan not understand the meaning of, "Why are we in such a hurry to fight each other?" But he only hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and shook his head. "Your Misty Mountain is Misty Mountain, my Flying Phoenix Ridge is Flying Phoenix Ridge. What does it have to do with your Misty Mountain whether or not my disciples have awakened their bloodline?" "Forget it, fellow Taoist Ling, I have something to say. I came here this time for Ai's family heirloom magic weapon. Previously, I was alone and couldn't fight against you. Now, I have invited fellow Taoist Chen and fellow Taoist Zhan to be Ai's witnesses. Fellow Taoist Pu, are you talking about the magic weapon that was lost in the Flame Forest swamp?" Ling Zhengyi pretended to be surprised. "That day, wasn't I with you? How could I see it? And, of course, didn't I also make a heart oath? That magic weapon isn't in the hands of I or any of my Misty Mountain disciples." Ha. Pu Jianyuan stood up and pointed at Ling Zhengyi, laughing loudly. Ling Zhengyi, you really live up to your name. You're sanctimonious, but your mouth is honey and your belly is a sword. You're not someone I can compare to." Then he turned to Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. "Of course, I believed this guy's heart oath and thought that the magic weapon wasn't in his hands. But, in the Flame Forest swamp, there were no other cultivators apart from I and fellow Taoist Ling. I also couldn't find the magic weapon no matter how hard I tried. Even if I used a secret technique, there was still no news. Fellow Taoists, tell me, apart from this guy, who else could it be? To be fair, fellow Taoist Ling is indeed the most suspicious. Zhan Yu nodded. However, since fellow Taoist Ling has already made a heart oath, I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ha ha ha, what damned heart oath? I only came to my senses a few years ago. This guy's heart oath only said that he didn't take it, and that his Misty Mountain disciples didn't take it, but he didn't say that he didn't see it, nor did he say that he didn't let other cultivators take it. Chapter 1849. That's right, that's right. Chen Yuming clapped his hands and said, if fellow Taoist Ling didn't do anything, you can make a heart oath. If it really has nothing to do with that magic tool, we'll leave immediately. Ha ha ha. Ling Zhengyi laughed. Fellow Taoist Pu, it's been so many years, why are you still thinking about that magic tool? Furthermore, I've already done what I should have done back then. Later on, I saw that our two clans might have some connections, so I did my best to help you find the magic tool. But I didn't expect that after so many years, you would actually accuse me and want to take advantage of my Misty Mountain. Such a dirty idea. I feel disgusted just thinking about it. You came to my Misty Mountain for no reason and forced I to make a heart oath in my Misty Mountain's palace. Isn't this the same as tearing eyes and Misty Mountain's face off and stepping on it with your feet? How can I make such a heart oath? Haha, look, fellow Taoists, what I said earlier wasn't wrong, right? I haven't even said anything yet and this guy's face changed. As expected, he has a guilty conscience. Pu Genyuan cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoists are the famous righteous people in my country of Xi. You should make the decision for I. Fellow Taoist Pu, don't be impatient. Zhan Yu's small eyes narrowed, almost invisible. He waved his hand and said, since I came with fellow Taoist Chen, naturally I want to give the two of you justice. Moreover, since our two families have a relationship, I think it's best if we don't fight. Fight. Ling Zhengyi's face turned cold. Does fellow Taoist Zhan have any ideas? I just want to find my magic tool. Pu Genyuan smiled apologetically. Ideas? Zhan Yu shook his head and said, of course there are ideas. It's nothing more than soul-searching or torture. Of course, these are not applicable to fellow Taoist Ling. I think it's better to make peace. If fellow Taoist Ling makes a blood oath, we can shake hands and make peace. What do you say? Fellow Taoist Ling? Fellow Taoist Zhan, don't you think you're going too far? Ling Zhengyi knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. No matter how much Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming said, it was all to force him to swear a heart oath. Not to mention that this heart oath was originally aimed at his actions. Even if he didn't do anything, he absolutely couldn't swear a heart oath here. Zhan Yu wasn't surprised by Ling Zhengyi's attitude and sneered. Fellow Taoist Ling, are you not giving face to me and fellow Taoist Chen? If I give face to the two fellow cultivators, I will lose my own face. Faced with two kinds of faces, I'd better choose my own. Ling Zhengyi clapped his hands and took out the ancient jade pendant. He laughed coldly and said, my Misty Mountain has never had any grudges with Huang Huamen and Spirit Husbandry sect. Furthermore, I don't want to form any grudges with the two of you. I appreciate your kind intentions of coming here to mediate. If the two of you have nothing else to say, I will see you out. Chen Yuming slammed his palm on the jade chair and jumped up. He scolded angrily. Didn't I say it before? This fellow is just a sanctimonious person. Why should I give him face for no reason? The three of us Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators came and he didn't care at all. Why would he put us in his eyes? Chen Yuming's fat body coupled with the sinister look on his face made him look evil. Haha, you've revealed your true intentions. Ling Zhengyi cast the spell that he had already prepared onto the old jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant immediately gave off a faint white halo and quickly disappeared into Ling Zhengyi's palm. Go! Ling Zhengyi swung his hand and the halo expanded rapidly, rushing towards the roof of the palace above his head. This fellow actually made the first move. Haha, even if fellow Taoists know about this, I was forced to do it. Zhan Yu laughed, but there was still some panic in his eyes. He clapped his hand and a strange magic tool with a flat front and a round back appeared in his hand. This magic tool was the yellow flower sex congealed turtle. Under the influence of Zhan Yu's magic power, the magic tool congealed turtle gradually emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. Similar to Zhan Yu's reaction, Qian Yuming also took out his magic tool Desert Pearl. It was a slightly yellowish round bead. Under the influence of his magic power, it also flickered with an earthy yellow brilliance. On the contrary, Pu Jianyuan only stood there thoughtfully, calmly watching Ling Zhengyi cast a spell to activate the palace's restriction. The ring of light on the jade pendant rushed to the top of the palace and immediately sank into it. Immediately after, wisps of white mist gradually surged out from the surroundings of the palace and gradually destroyed the murals around the palace. The scenes in the murals also became more and more ethereal. Fellow Taoist Pu. Seeing this, Zhan Yu reminded, "Why haven't you made a move yet? We're deep in the trap. It's better to kill Ling Zhengyi as soon as possible." Ha ha ha. Pu Jianyuan laughed and pointed at Ling Zhengyi, saying, "Since I dared to bring two fellow Taoists into this palace, I naturally have a way to guard against it. Take a look at Ai's methods." As he said that, Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands and an ancient-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. To the naked eye, it was actually exactly the same as the jade pendant in Ling Zhengyi's hand. Seeing this, Ling Zhengyi could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes flashed with shock, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. The magic power in his body surged and another halo was emitted from the jade pendant. Sure enough, as the halo entered, the mist around the palace surged out even more. In the blink of an eye, all the walls were covered. Everyone was almost completely covered in a cloud of mist. That's all there is to it. Pu Jianyuan smiled and also urged his spiritual power. The same halo emitted from the jade pendant in his hand and instantly hit the top of the palace. Moreover, as the halo sank into the palace, the fog around the palace gradually shrank, just as fast as Ling Zhengyi's earlier release. Damn that Ling Chongya! Ling Zhengyi saw this and could not help but gnash his teeth. Humph, Ling Zhengyi, this has nothing to do with Ling Chongya. Pu Jianyuan's face showed a relaxed expression as he sneered. My Flying Phoenix Ridge also has a palace, but it is much smaller than your Misty Mountain. It has already been used as an ancestral hall and unauthorized people are prohibited from entering. The method to control this jade pendant is something that I already knew when I took over the sect. Hearing this, Ling Zhengyi's face turned ashen and he sneered. I finally understand your sinister intentions. So, what you were thinking about was not some magic tool. Even if I had just made a blood oath, you would definitely not leave so easily. What you were after was the foundation of my Misty Mountain. To think that I was trying so hard to persuade you earlier. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhengyi. Just as you said, Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge have countless unexplainable origins. Not only are the true spirit bloodlines similar, even the restrictive spells in various key areas are similar. Our two sects combined into one. Isn't that the righteous path of light? Isn't strength increasing? Since you've never thought about it, then let I do it. Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. Hee hee, Pu Jianyuan, do you think I haven't thought about this? If it were so simple, wouldn't I have already killed my way into your Flying Phoenix Ridge when you didn't have a magic tool passed down from your ancestors? Ling Zhengyi's face had a mocking smile as he said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhengyi, at this point, I'm afraid that this kind of illusionary technique is already ineffective, right? Pu Jianyuan obviously did not take these words to heart. He activated the magic power in his hand again and several rings of light shot out, quickly dispersing the mist in the palace. Ling Zhengyi smiled bitterly. He didn't have any backup, so it was impossible for him to expend all his Dharma power on the restrictions of the palace. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan had broken the restrictions, he didn't say anything and flew out of the palace. Where do you think you're going? The Ning turtle in Zhan Yu's hand shook, and an earthy yellow light shot towards Ling Zhengyi's back like a solidified pillar of earth. When Ling Zhengyi was flying, he had already put away the jade pendant. In his hand was the magic tool of Misty Mountain, the jade engraving. The jade engraving in Ling Zhengyi's hand was different from when it was in Xueqi's hand. Dozens of thin white silk threads shot out from the jade engraving and quickly shuttled around Ling Zhengyi's body. Just before the pillar of earth hit, it had already formed a cocoon-like milky white shell around Ling Zhengyi. Pa! Just as Ling Zhengyi's figure passed through the palace's door, the light pillar caught up and hit Ling Zhengyi's cocoon. Zilala! There was another burst of fine sound. Ling Zhengyi's body actually slightly stagnated. Immediately after, he activated his Fa Li and flew up, dodging the earth-colored light beam. Looking at the fog cocoon again, it quickly intertwined and recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhan Yu, Qian Yuming, and Pu Jianyuan had also caught up to Ling Zhengyi. Seeing that Ling Zhengyi had stopped, Pu Jianyuan sped up and stood in front of Ling Zhengyi and the Misty Mountains formation. He raised his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, seeing that we might be related by blood, this poor Taoist will give you a word of advice. Either you surrender yourself or put down your artifact and fly away from this poor Taoist. This poor Taoist will definitely not take your life and will let you live." Ha ha ha, Pu Jianyuan, you are really ambitious. Not only do you want my Misty Mountain, you also want the Fire Ape. Don't you want this magic tool? Ling Zhengyi laughed loudly. Today, I will let you have a taste of the power of a magic tool. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a net-like magic tool flew out from his hands. Under the circulation of his magic power, it flew towards Pu Jianyuan. As soon as the web-like magical tool left his hand, clusters of flames flickered from the gaps of the magical tool. The surrounding temperature also increased abruptly. Pu Jianyuan had no choice but to throw out the immortal binding ring that he had previously refined. These two magic tools had already fought in the Flame Forest Swamp, and Pu Jianyuan didn't have any magic tools that were suitable for him. Naturally, he threw it out. The immortal binding ring was refined with a high-level imprisonment spell formation. If it was a normal sneak attack, it would be useful. Now that it was blocked by the fire net, the flames were burning the immortal binding ring. This made Pu Jianyuan's heart ache. "Fellow Taoist Pu, don't worry. I will help you." Chen Yuming let out a long laugh. He patted the spirit storage pouch at his waist, and a colorful figure darted out from it. Chapter 1850. "Ayo, what is this?" Hearing Chen Yuming's voice, Ling Zhengyi was slightly surprised. He looked over and saw a spirit beast that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, pouncing on him like lightning. The spirit beast's roar resounded through the mountains and rivers, causing his heart to tremble and the flow of his spiritual power to stagnate. "Damn it!" Ling Zhengyi waved his hand without hesitation, and the thunder palm in his hand immediately shot out. Clang! 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 The half-foot-long thunder palm flew toward the spirit beast. The spirit beast was frightened and didn't dare to use its body to meet the attack. Instead, it tilted its body and whipped its tail at the thunder palm. Although the thunder palm was scattered, the spirit beast's body also stopped. Fortunately, this is a first-grade spirit beast. After testing the strength of the spirit beast, Ling Zhengyi's heart was slightly relieved. "Haha, fellow Taoist Chen, your liger beast doesn't seem to be very good." Zhan Yu laughed. The Ning turtle in his hand shook, and another thick beam of light flashed out in the air, attacking Ling Zhengyi in an arc. "Humph! How can I's liger beast be measured by others?" Chen Yuming sneered. Without any pretense, he had already urged the liger beast. The liger beast only hesitated for a moment before pouncing on Ling Zhengyi again. At this time, Ling Zhengyi was attacked from the back and abdomen. He clapped his hand again, and a flat box flew into the air. However, before he could cast a spell, the liger beast had already pounced in front of him. Its two front claws swayed in mid-air, and several afterimages streaked across, slapping on Ling Zhengyi's back. Without any sound, the liger beast tore a 1-foot-long crack in the fog cocoon that even the Ning turtle could not break. Moreover, the crack could not be repaired in a short time. Oh no! Ling Zhengyi did not expect the liger beast to have such power. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the Ning turtle's beam of light struck. Pang! Another muffled sound rang out, and Ling Zhengyi's body moved down exactly 3 feet. Moreover, the beam of light came from the gap that the lion-tiger beast had torn open. The previously thin fog cocoon had actually been pierced through by the beam of light. "Fellow Taoist Chen, why don't you make a move? Otherwise, I will take the lead in our agreement." Zhan Yu shouted at Chen Yuming as he held the turtle in his hand and accumulated his magic power. "Humph, are I's liger beasts not enough?" Although Chen Yuming said that, it was clear that they had already made an agreement. Chen Yuming threw the desert pearl in his hand into the air. From the desert pearl, the yellow sand that covered the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Ling Zhengyi. Wang Wang, under the yellow sand, Ling Zhengyi could no longer hold on. With a slap of his hand, a fiery red hook flew out. It drew a red arc in the air and rushed into the yellow sand. Xing La, like a pair of scissors cutting silk, the yellow sand was actually cut into 2 by Ling Zhengyi's glorious sundae. The yellow sand that was in front of Ling Zhengyi's eyes earlier disappeared in a flash. What a great treasure! At the side, Pu Genyuan laughed loudly. An identical fiery red hook also flew into the air and shot towards the glorious sun that had already turned into a full moon. It was Pu Genyuan's magic weapon, Shadow Moon. Creak creak, the two magic weapons of the same origin collided together. There was no huge tremor as expected, but instead, there was friction. Fellow Ling, do you have any other moves? With a loud roar, the liger beast once again pounced towards Ling Zhengyi's back. Zhan Yu's congealed turtle had already formed and a beam of light flew out again. Hiss! With a sound, the liger beast's sharp front claws once again tore apart the fog cocoon that had just recovered by more than half. Pooh! A huge tremor. This time, the beam of light hit the area where the liger beast tore apart. Most of the beam of light expanded the area where the liger beast tore apart, while a small portion hit Ling Zhengyi's body. The light on Ling Zhengyi's body was annihilated, and the yellow talisman protecting his body was destroyed. Ling Zhengyi's body also staggered in the air. His face turned red, then pale, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, as Ling Zhengyi circulated his magic power, several magic weapons were able to withstand and were not destroyed by others. Since it has already come to this point, fellow Ling, are you still going to persist? Pu Genyuan asked with a smile as he commanded Shadow Moon. Pu Genyuan, if you consider yourself to be a cultivator of my Dawn Rain continent and the patriarch of Flying Phoenix Ridge, then fight with this poor Taoist alone. Even if this poor Taoist dies in your hands, this poor Taoist will give this misty mountain to you. If you borrow the hands of others to kill so what? Ling Zhengyi was unexpectedly calm as he issued a challenge. Haha, Ling Zhengyi, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? How could I be fooled by this kind of provocation? Pu Genyuan laughed loudly and circulated his magic power. That Shadow Moon's brilliance became more and more brilliant, gradually covering the sun. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. Pu Genyuan, you will regret this. Ling Zhengyi quickly circulated his magic power, and the sun was barely evenly matched with Shadow Moon. Let this poor Taoist lend fellow Taoist Pu another hand. Chen Yuming smiled and pointed his finger. That desert pearl in the air once again emitted a yellow brilliance, and another batch of sand fell down like clouds. At this time, Ling Zhengyi no longer had any magic weapons to resist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of yellow talismans were thrown out. With a burst of crackling sounds, these yellow talismans were all destroyed by the yellow sand. With a rumbling sound, Ling Zhengyi was actually completely submerged by the yellow sand. When the yellow sand disappeared, the fog cocoon around Ling Zhengyi also disappeared. That magic weapon, jade engraving, flickered with a faint brilliance and stopped in front of Ling Zhengyi's eyes. Moreover, Ling Zhengyi's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Looking at that net-like magic weapon, the flames had already been extinguished, and it was tightly wrapped by the immortal binding ring. The sun was also submerged by Shadow Moon, turning into a round magic weapon, spinning randomly in the air. Sigh. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator facing 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level, the outcome could only be like this. Haha, fellow Pu, our agreement has already been fulfilled. The rest is up to you. Zhan Yu pointed his hand, and the Ning turtle flew back into his hand. Chen Yuming also kept the desert pearl, leaving the lion tiger beast to guard at the side. Ling Zhengyi. Pu Genyuan grinned and slapped his hand. That immortal binding ring released the fire net and flew towards Ling Zhengyi. Daddy! With a cry, Ling Feiyun flew over from afar, and a string of fire snake talismans also flew towards the immortal binding ring. Haha, I originally wanted to deal with this guy later. I didn't expect him to come out now. Pu Genyuan simply did not put Ling Feiyun in his eyes. With a wave of his Taoist robe, a similar fire snake technique was shot out. A stream of flames instantly wrapped around Ling Feiyun. Under the tongue of the flames, Ling Feiyun's body flashed chaotically, and the defensive yellow talismans were about to be destroyed. Chapter 1851. At this moment, a red communication talisman flew out of the fog and landed in front of Ling Zhengyi. Who's visiting? Pu Genyuan stared blankly for a moment before becoming vigilant in his heart. However, when he looked at Zhan Yu and Chen Yuming on the side, his heart relaxed. He understood very well that the Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge were both small cultivation families. There weren't many foundation establishment cultivators that they could make friends with. He had also spent a great deal of effort to make friends with these two, and had also paid a great price in exchange for their help. How could Ling Zhengyi possibly have higher cultivation level cultivators come to visit? Ling Zhengyi looked at the message amulet in front of him and was overjoyed. He knew that a helper had come. However, his face showed even more worry. He looked at Pu Genyuan but did not move. He did not crush the message amulet. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, do you want I to burn your son to death? Pu Genyuan glanced at the motionless Ling Zhengyi and asked coldly. Okay. Ling Zhengyi was secretly happy, but his face showed helplessness. He clenched his teeth, stretched out his hand, and unwillingly crushed the communication talisman. Uncle, I'm back. Xueqi couldn't suppress her surprised voice. Ha ha ha, Pu Genyuan laughed, looked up and said, good, good. Sure enough, it's a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Humph. Ling Zhengyi panicked. He didn't expect it to be Xueqi, but then he sneered. Xueqi is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. She must have come out to gain experience. You actually dare to take her life. Do you still want your Flying Phoenix Ridge to be safe? I naturally know that she is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, but can a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect go back home? Since she can come back, she must have hidden it from the sect. I will kill her, who will know? Pu Genyuan was happy. But after hearing this, Ling Zhengyi, who had just calmed down, turned pale again. Fellow Taoist Pu. Zhan Yu looked at Qian Yuming and said in a low voice, I didn't agree with you to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I won't stop you, but if the Imperial Thunder Sect comes, don't blame I for not helping you. I have the same idea. Qian Yuming naturally wouldn't offend the Imperial Thunder Sect and hurriedly said, Hee, rest assured. Fellow Taoists. This kind of thing is naturally I's own decision. As long as you don't take the initiative to tell others, I will be satisfied. Humph, I want to say it, but I don't dare to say it. Qian Yuming sneered. Great. Pu Genyuan smiled and said, when the matter is settled, I will definitely not go back on my words. All right. Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu took 2 steps back and stood quietly in the air. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, do you still not want to let your Xueqi enter the mountain? As Pu Genyuan spoke, he looked at Ling Feiyun and formed a seal. The extinguished flames around Ling Feiyun flew out again. Father, don't worry. Ling Feiyun gritted his teeth. It seemed that the flames had already penetrated his defensive talisman. Boy won't beg for mercy even if he dies. Hurry up and send out the message talisman. Tell sister to run for her life. Sure enough, you are a benevolent and righteous boy. Pu Genyuan grinned. He turned to look at Ling Zhengyi and said, you want to let your own son die for a woman who is not your own? Bah! Ling Feiyun angrily shouted. He reversed his true qi and was about to commit suicide. Although his actions were heroic, Pu Genyuan didn't expect it. However, he was only a qi refining cultivator, and was far inferior to Pu Genyuan. Pu Genyuan felt that something was amiss, so he immediately waved his Taoist robe and used a confinement technique to restrain Ling Feiyun. Bam! Ling Feiyun fell down the steps like a boulder. He rolled down the steps for another 10 feet before stopping. The flames around his body were also extinguished by the force of the fall. Since you don't want to open the formation, I can only do it myself. Pu Genyuan smiled and pointed his finger. The immortal binding ring tightly bound Ling Zhengyi. Only then did he feel relieved and walked in front of Ling Zhengyi and pulled the storage bag from his waist. Ling Zhengyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was tightly bound. Even if he wanted to struggle, he didn't have the slightest bit of magic power. Haha, this jade pendant. Pu Genyuan took out the jade pendant and looked at the contents of the bag of holding. A smile appeared on his face as he tied the bag of holding to his waist. Then, after a brief inspection, he activated his magic power and did the thing he regretted the most in his life. Following the jade pendant, a fire swallow flew into the fog in the mountains. Not long after, a beautiful figure flew to the front of the mountain. Wasn't it the impatient Xueqi? Hee. Pu Genyuan was ecstatic when he scanned the area with his mind power. However, this ecstasy only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by a look of astonishment. However, This astonishment only lasted for a moment before Pu Jinyuan's face was immediately covered by a thick layer of panic. Because in his divine sense, not only did Xueqi, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm, but also Xiaohua, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm. Even Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, who were at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, came out of the fog. This is bad. Pu Jinyuan hurriedly looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. The two of them were also extremely panicked. However, even though they were panicking, the three of them did not dare to stay in the air. Instead, they hurriedly tidied their clothes and went forward. Uncle! Xueqi first saw Ling Zhengyi, and her face immediately turned pale. Then, she saw Pu Jinyuan and the others and understood what was going on. However, since Xiangyang, who was at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, was behind her, how could she be afraid? She completely ignored Pu Jinyuan and the others and flew toward Ling Zhengyi. However, before she could get close to Ling Zhengyi, she saw Ling Feiyun, who had fallen on the stairs. She ignored Ling Zhengyi and flew toward Ling Feiyun. Feiyun. Xiaohua flew behind Xueqi and naturally saw the scene. Although he was not as clear as Xueqi, he guessed most of the situation. Seeing Xueqi fly toward Ling Feiyun, he flew in front of Ling Zhengyi and swept his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out from his palm and burned the immortal binding ring. That immortal binding ring was just an imitation of an artifact, and its quality was not good. Under the true samadhi fire, it immediately burned like rotten grass and fell to the ground. As soon as the immortal binding ring fell, Ling Zhengyi straightened his body and screamed, "Feiyun!" He quickly ran down the stairs. At this time, Xueqi had already helped Ling Feiyun up. Her divine sense swept over him and knew that he was fine. However, the spell that bound Ling Feiyun was cast by Pu Jinyuan, and Xueqi could not break it. She could only pull Ling Feiyun up the stairs. Xiaohua secretly sighed and flew up. He pulled Ling Zhengyi's arm and brought him in front of Ling Feiyun. Then, with a wave of his hand, he broke Pu Jinyuan's spell. Xueqi was in a hurry and did not think much. She only saw the miserable state of Ling Zhengyi and Ling Feiyun, and could not help but cry. "I am Pu Jinyuan of Flying Phoenix Mountain. Greetings to both of you." In the air, Pu Jinyuan quickly bowed. Seeing that Pu Jinyuan actually bowed, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming understood in their hearts and did not dare to cup their hands. They also bowed to Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian and reported their names. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian naturally saw the whole scene. They had long regarded Xueqi as a sister-in-law. Now that they saw her family being attacked, they were extremely angry. However, they were disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Without knowing the whole story, they could not interfere in the affairs of the cultivation families. Therefore they only coldly returned the greeting and said lightly, "I am Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. You all keep the artifacts and spirit beasts and wait at the side." Yes. Seeing that Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian did not attack as soon as they met, Pu Jinyuan was happy. He secretly glanced at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming and kept the artifacts and spirit beasts. However, when he collected the Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, there were some abnormalities. The two artifacts actually became one. Pu Jinyuan was happy at first, but then his face became sad. Ling Zhengyi was brought to Ling Feiyun by Xiaohua. He released his divine sense and found that his son was fine. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and then looked at Xueqi. He clapped his hands and took out 2 pills. He and Ling Feiyun both took them. After a while, when his magic power recovered a bit, he quickly flew into the air and bowed. "I, Ling Zhengyi, greet the two of you." "Haha, we don't dare. Fellow Taoist Ling, we are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. At this time, we are taking Xueqi out to gain experience. I was tired and came to rest for a while." Xiangyang returned the greeting and said, "I just want some water to drink and will leave immediately." Seeing that Xiangyang's words were watertight, Ling Zhengyi smiled bitterly and said, "I am very happy that fellow Taoist Xiang has come to visit. Unfortunately, it is not safe here. If fellow Taoist has the heart, please serve me tea in the hall." Haha, seeing that Ling Zhengyi wanted to pull him in, Xiangyang shook his head and said, "This place has the Flying Phoenix Ridge, the Yellow Flower Sect, and the Spirit Husbandry Sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I shouldn't be too entangled." Yan Qinglian naturally knew what her husband was thinking, But looking at the tears on Xueqi's face and the pain in her eyes, she was already impatient. She pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve and said a few words. Xiang Yang's face was slightly troubled, but this was quickly swept away. He nodded and said, however, since I encountered this, I can't help but ask a few more questions. You too, tell me the reason. Fellow Taoist Xiang, let's talk in the hall. Ling Zhangyi smiled apologetically. No need, let's talk here. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said, yes. Ling Zhangyi didn't dare to speak anymore, afraid that he would anger Xiang Yang and leave in a huff. Yes, this matter should have started more than 10 years ago. Pu Jianyuan didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, he told Xiang Yang about what happened in the Flame Forest Mountains. This was something that Xiao Hua had experienced, and from what Pu Jianyuan said at the end, there wasn't anything that he was lying about. When he was done, Pu Jianyuan bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiang, this poor Taoist's family heirloom is missing. It was this guy who took it. This poor Taoist invited 2 of my friends to come and support me, but I just want this guy to swear a blood oath. If the magic tool has nothing to do with him, this poor Taoist will leave without saying anything. But he didn't dare to swear. Tell me, how can this magic artifact have nothing to do with him? Today, Senior is here, so I hope that Senior can make the decision and take back Ai's family heirloom magic artifact. Chapter 1852. Damn it! Seeing that Pu Jianyuan was targeting him, Xiang Yang cursed in his heart. At the same time, he thought about how Zhan Jie and Gantian forced Xiang Yang to make a heart oath in 10,000 Thunder Valley and was furious. Humph! Xiang Yang's face turned cold and his expression changed. Pu Jianyuan didn't know why, but his heart tightened. Zhan Yu also bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiang, we also heard fellow Taoist Pu's story and felt that it was unfair for fellow Taoist Pu. His family's magic tool disappeared just like that. No one would be willing to let it go. Our cultivation sects boast of being the symbol of the cultivation aristocratic families. We have to ask about this matter. You Huang Huamen are interested in this? A smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He recalled Zhan Yu, whom he had met at the trade fair in Jinghua City. This is... Although Zhan Yu heard Xiao Hua's mockery, Huang Huamen was indeed much smaller than Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't dare to retort and could only smile. This is Ai's junior brother Xiao Hua. Xiang Yang nodded. Hee, energy refinement disciple can interrupt when Foundation establishment cultivators are talking. Only Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have such boldness. Zhan Yu sighed. Damn it! Xiao Hua knew that Zhan Yu didn't dare to scold him, so he used such words to mock him. Junior Xiao Hua greets the 3 seniors. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. We don't dare, we don't dare. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 didn't find Xiao Hua's greeting strange and hurriedly returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Zhan of the Yellow Flower Sect isn't the only one who thinks this. Even I'm feeling rather unconvinced. As such, I came here with fellow Taoist Pu to get to the bottom of this. Fellow cultivator Ling doesn't need to make any heart oath. As long as you hand over the magic artifact's whereabouts, I guarantee that fellow cultivator Pu won't pursue this matter any further. Isn't that right, fellow cultivator Pu? That's right, that's right. Ai's goal is the family's magic artifact. This is related to the inheritance of Flying Phoenix Ridge. I can't ignore it. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly followed up. Bullshit. Ling Feiyun was furious. He jumped up and said, Just now, you were yelling about killing and fighting. You wanted to exterminate my Misty Mountain. How did you change in the blink of an eye? If not for Senior Xiang's arrival, I would have long become a corpse. Feiyun. Seeing Ling Feiyun's rude words, Ling Zhangyi became furious and scolded. Since Senior Xiang is here, he is the one in charge here. What are you saying? You still call yourself lousy? Are you tired of living? Xiao Hua, who was standing to the side, was already laughing while covering his mouth. Ling Feiyun's face was also red. He bowed and said, Junior. Junior was really angry. Please forgive me, Senior. Say. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves with a troubled expression. To be honest, this matter was really easy to resolve. With him and Yan Qinglian working together, killing Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 was extremely easy. However, seeing that Ling Zhengyi's hands and feet were not clean, why should she do things for him? Furthermore, Xueqi was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. She didn't have much connection with the Misty Mountain, so he might not be able to gain her favor by helping her. Since he was able to save Ling Zhengyi by chance today, he was already benevolent enough. If he went any further, he would not like it. Forget it. Xiangyang flicked his sleeves and said in a deep voice, "You guys settle your own matters. I am not interested." Fellow Taoist Xiang. Although Ling Zhengyi knew that this matter was not out of his expectations, he still did not give up and said in a low voice, "What? Fellow Taoist Ling, if you can make a heart oath, I will immediately kill these 3 people without you saying a second word." Xiangyang rolled his eyes and said very proudly. Although Xiangyang was cowering in front of helplessness, he was still a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could the early-stage foundation establishment Ling Zhengyi compare to his aura? Ling Zhengyi immediately shrunk his neck and did not speak anymore. Seeing that Xiangyang had relented, Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 let out a long breath and bowed. "Thank you for your righteousness, fellow Taoist Xiang." Although Xueqi looked at Yan Qinglian pitifully, she knew in her heart that unless she made a move, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, would not make a move. At this moment, a cold voice rang out again. "Since eldest senior brother has finished speaking, then, it's time for this poor Taoist to speak." Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 were stunned. They looked up and saw Xiaohua flying out. "Junior brother Xiao?" Xiangyang was stunned. "He, eldest senior brother, you represent the Imperial Thunder Sect and have already dealt with this matter very cleanly. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I will also obey eldest senior brother's decision." Xiaohua said with a smile, "However, this matter still involves me, so I can't leave. Since Senior Pu is here today, it is also good to solve this matter." Xiaohua. Xueqi was very anxious and hurriedly gave Xiaohua a look. Of course, she knew that Xiaohua had the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inherited magic tool, and she also knew that Ling Zhengyi would definitely not dare to speak of it. Everything would be easy when she or Xiaohua reached Foundation Establishment, but she did not expect Xiaohua to jump out now. "Junior brother Xiao, what do you mean?" Xiangyang still did not understand. He, eldest senior brother, this matter happened before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. I just happened to solve it here. Eldest senior brother, as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, since it is inconvenient for you to make a move, then just stand there and don't do anything," Xiaohua said, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's magic tool that looked like a big seal and floated in the air. "Ah? Why, is it with you?" Pu Jianyuan's face was full of joy, but he also asked in astonishment. "Why is it with I? You don't need to ask." Xiaohua waved his hand, and the magic tool disappeared again. Lang Lang understood. If you have the ability, then take the magic tool and don't find trouble with the Fog Mountain in the future. However, I have said it first. If you want to make a move, then don't blame I for not showing mercy. Ha ha ha, the Imperial Thunder Sect is really a young hero, Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. And Qi refining disciple actually dares to talk to a Foundation Establishment senior like that. If the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not here, I'm afraid that I would teach you a lesson on behalf of fellow Taoist Zhao's master. When Pu Jianyuan said that, he still secretly glanced at Xiangyang, but Xiangyang sneered. My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, no matter what, it is not fellow Taoist Pu's turn to teach him a lesson. I was just saying, Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. I didn't hear fellow Taoist Zhao's words just now. Fellow Taoist Pu, it seems like you don't want this magic tool anymore. Xiaohua sneered. This. How could Pu Jianyuan let go of his family's magic tool? He turned his head and said to Xiangyang pitifully, Fellow Taoist Xiang, this magic tool is related to my Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inheritance. I must take it back. I ask fellow Taoist Xiang to make a decision. Xiangyang frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Xiaohua would reveal the magic tool at this time. Eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since I took out the magic tool, I have my own reasons. Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 1853. And you deal with it yourself. Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua always made his own decisions. Even if he had no other choice, he would still give him a discount. His words? It's better not to be too forceful. Then he turned to Pu Genyuan and said, "This matter doesn't involve my Imperial Thunder Sect. I won't interfere." Is that so? If fellow Taoist Xiang won't interfere, then what about fellow Taoist Yen? Pu Genyuan was slightly delighted and turned to look at Yen Qinglian. Yen Qinglian was slightly annoyed. Her plan was to not say anything and wait for Xiaohua to be in trouble. She didn't say that she wouldn't interfere. But Pu Genyuan was used to being careful and immediately asked, making things difficult for Yen Qinglian. Looking at Xiangyang, Yen Qinglian reluctantly said, "I won't interfere in this matter either." "Good. Thank you for your righteousness." Pu Genyuan was overjoyed and bowed to thank them. "No need to thank us," Xiangyang said coldly with a wave of his sleeve. Pu Genyuan knew clearly that he could attack, but he absolutely couldn't hurt Xiaohua. If he hurt Xiaohua, he could predict that Xiangyang and Yen Qinglian would attack without hesitation and kill him directly. He wanted Xiangyang and Yen Qinglian to swear that they wouldn't interfere, but did he dare? Just as Pu Genyuan expected, although Xiangyang didn't send a voice transmission to Yen Qinglian, the two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They absolutely wouldn't let Xiaohua suffer a loss. Forget it. If there's a chance to defeat this arrogant brat and get the magic tool, that's it. Pu Genyuan made up his mind and flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, he took out several yellow talismans and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I will attack. If you're defeated by I, you have to take out the magic tool." "Ha ha, of course." Xiaohua also laughed. "However, since you're going to attack, don't forget that this junior won't be merciful." "Hee hee, okay. I know. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please be careful." As he spoke, he waved his hand and several fireball talismans flew out. The fireball talismans in the hands of a Foundation Establishment cultivator really multiplied their power. The foot-sized fireballs flew towards Xiaohua. "Good." Xiaohua roared and asked Xueqi, "Junior Sister Xue, do you want this bastard to live or die?" Xueqi's face was full of worry, and she repeatedly said, "Xiaohua, be careful, I don't want anything else." "Ha ha ha, since Junior Sister Xue says so, then I will. Let him die." Xiaohua sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans that were a bit bigger than Pu Genyuan's fireballs were also thrown out. Not only did they block Pu Genyuan's fireballs, they also submerged Pu Genyuan like flowing fire. Poor Pu Genyuan. Although his cultivation level was at the early stage of Foundation establishment, he couldn't compare to Yen Xiefeng. He didn't have any defensive treasures to protect himself. When he saw the exploding fireballs flying towards him, and the surrounding air seemed to be burning, his face turned pale and he turned to flee. Even though he was flying very fast, under the attack of the fireball talismans, a lot of the brilliance of his defense was annihilated, and he cut a sorry figure. Humph! Pu Genyuan narrowed his eyes, clearly somewhat angry. He clapped his hand and a triangular magic tool that was 3 inches in size appeared. He activated his magic power, and the triangular magic tool blossomed with a layer of rose-red brilliance. Within the brilliance was a wisp of flame. It rushed into the air and smashed towards Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw this, he used the same trick again. Dozens of fireball talismans flew out and blocked in front of him. Pa pa, pop, several sounds rang out. The fireball talismans shook the triangular magic tool askew, but the magic tool still passed through these fireball talismans and flew towards Xiaohua in a curve like a meteor. Humph! You want to fight a Foundation Establishment cultivator with a few fireball talismans? You're really delusional. Pu Genyuan sneered. At the same time, he also felt a burst of arrogance. He really didn't have much interest in Xiaohua, who was in chi refinement. His thoughts were still on Xiangyang and the others. Careful! When Xueqi saw the triangular magic tool whistling through the air with an irresistible flame, she was greatly alarmed. Hee hee, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, is only a... Xiaohua's figure flew up. He clapped his hand, and the Yang Leaf fan appeared in his hand. He activated his magic power, and a scarlet light appeared from the Yang Leaf fan. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into it like a swarm of bees. A magic tool? When the Yang Leaf fan was taken out, its power was different. Not only was Pu Genyuan shocked, everyone present was shocked. Even Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. He glanced at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian's eyes were also filled with confusion. They knew that Xiaohua had a magic tool called the Cloud Suppressing Seal, but after all, it was an incomplete magic tool. This Yang Leaf fan was absolutely different. Not only was it complete, but its grade was also not low. Whoosh, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a scarlet fire dragon appeared from the Yang Leaf fan. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the triangular magic tool. Not good. Pu Genyuan was greatly alarmed. He didn't have many magic tools to begin with, and just now, the immortal binding ring was mysteriously burned by Xiaohua's true Samadhi fire. Pu Genyuan had no place to complain, so how could he bear to use this magic tool to fight a magic tool? However, before he could form a seal to retrieve the magic tool, the triangular magic tool was submerged by the fire dragon of the Yang Leaf fan. The magic tool's flame was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, it severed the connection between Pu Genyuan and the magic tool. Moreover, in a short moment, a loud pung sound was heard. The flames burst out into pieces. The triangular magic tool had already been burned by the Yang Leaf fan's flame. It's this powerful? Everyone was flabbergasted again. But what surprised them was still behind. They originally thought that Xiaohua, who was in Qi refinement, could only fan the Yang Leaf fan once. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would casually fan the fan again? Another fire dragon flew out, and its tail caught up with the flame that had stopped in midair just now. The two dragons combined to become an even larger fire dragon. It whistled through the air and pounced towards Pu Genyuan. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you forced me to do this. Pu Genyuan was anxious and angrily shouted, I have no choice but to bully the weak. As he spoke, Pu Genyuan slapped his forehead. The pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was immediately released. Like a huge rock, it pressed toward Xiaohua. At the same time, Pu Genyuan's figure also swiftly fled, wanting to avoid the fire dragon's attack. Xiaohua. Although Pu Genyuan's pressure wasn't directed at Xueqi, Xueqi could still feel the instinctive fear and promptly cried out. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's expressions also slightly changed. They raised their hands and were about to slap their foreheads, preparing to release the pressure. But at this time, they heard Xiaohua's arrogant laughter again. Ha ha ha, you're just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. What are you shouting for? A scene that shocked everyone present appeared once again. They saw Xiaohua's body only stagnate for a moment. Then with a tremble, a scarlet phoenix dharma body that was close to 20 feet in size flew out from Xiaohua's body. With a clear cry, it rushed into the air. Its slender phoenix eyes flickered with a cold light that looked disdainfully at the world. Seeing the phoenix dharma body that covered everyone's heads, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's hands stopped. Their eyes were also stunned, and their mouths were also wide open. Both of them felt a kind of absurd feeling in their hearts. This is Qi refinement Xiaohua? This was naturally still Qi refinement Xiaohua. They saw Xiaohua release the phoenix dharma body, blocking Pu Genyuan's foundation establishment cultivator's pressure. His own body was already able to freely fly. Go! Xiaohua coldly snorted. The phoenix dharma body flapped its wings in mid-air and pounced towards Pu Genyuan. The pitiful Pu Genyuan had just escaped from the fire dragon's attack, and before he could completely dodge the fire dragon, the phoenix dharma body grabbed at his head. Hearing the wind of the sharp claws in mid-air, Pu Genyuan panicked. He hurriedly surged his magic power, flung his sleeve, and used a spell to block in front of him. But with a piyub sound, Pu Genyuan's spell was immediately caught. Then with a terp sound, the phoenix dharma body's remaining power tore half of Pu Genyuan's Taoist robe sleeve. His body's defense was almost broken by the phoenix dharma body's claw. Pu Genyuan's face was deathly pale. Only now did he understand Xiaohua's power. At the same time, he also knew Xiaohua's previous warning and the question Xiaohua asked Xueqi. Fight! Pu Genyuan clapped his hands, and the combined bright sun and shadow moon flew out from his storage bag. At this time, Pu Genyuan had no time to think about why these two magic tools were combined. Instead, he activated Shadow Moon's spell and poured his magic power into it. With a wang-wang sound, Shadow Moon emitted a crimson brilliance. At the same time, the bright sun beside Shadow Moon also began to rotate. With the rotation of the bright sun, Shadow Moon actually revealed a phantom, like a magic weapon, and flew out. Go! Pu Jinyuan's face lit up with joy. He urged his magic power and pointed his finger. Shadow Moon's phantom rotated and rushed into the air, flying towards the Phoenix Dharma body. With a G-ape sound, the Phoenix Dharma body's wings flapped, and its rather large body actually twisted in mid-air. Its style was extremely similar to Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God Fist. It dodged Shadow Moon's phantom, and immediately, the Phoenix Dharma body's sharp claws tore at that phantom. At this time, the fire dragon of Yi Yong Fan once again caught up with Pu Jinyuan and submerged Shadow Moon's body. Boom! The sound was like a lit furnace, and the flames burned the bright sun and Shadow Moon. Quick! Pu Jinyuan pointed his finger again, and Shadow Moon suddenly enlarged. Just as it was about to rotate, a sudden change occurred. A powerful suction force was born from Shadow Moon and Bright Sun, and directly extracted 90% of Pu Jinyuan's magic power. Just when Pu Jinyuan was at a loss of what to do, an inexplicable fluctuation came out from Shadow Moon and enveloped Pu Jinyuan. Puff puff puff. An inexplicable sound that only Pu Jinyuan could hear came out from his body. Then the blood in his body started to boil. An incomparable strength and a feeling of rebirth spontaneously arose in his body. Bloodline awakening? Pu Jinyuan instantly knew. Ha ha ha. Pu Jinyuan laughed heartily. His arms shook, and a fire ape phantom that was the same size as his body emerged from his body with difficulty. At the same time, a kind of pressure of the middle stage of foundation establishment was released. Jia Xiao Hua's Phoenix Dharma body crushed Shadow Moon's phantom. Seeing that the fire ape Dharma body had actually appeared, it let out a clear cry, turned around, flapped its wings and pounced. Chapter 1854. Xueqi smiled apologetically. Senior brother, this is Misty Mountain's family matter. I am embarrassed to say more, please forgive me. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Xiangyang flicked his sleeve and said. I asked this abruptly. The inside of the palace was very cold and cheerless, and Xueqi seemed to be very isolated. After finally finding a clean place, she smiled apologetically and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I indeed have some unspeakable reasons, so I want to stay in Misty Mountain for a while. Senior brother and senior sister can rest here. Xiao Hua, if you have time, you can go to the front mountain. Feiyun admires you very much, and his heart is pure and kind, very different from my uncle's scheming. Can you give him a few pointers? Me. Xiao Hua pointed at his nose with a bitter smile and said, I want to give him pointers, but I don't know where to start. If it's time for him to build his foundation, I can help. Although Xueqi didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words, she didn't make things difficult for Xiao Hua. Nodding, she saluted Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian and flew back to the front mountain. After Xueqi left, Xiangyang frowned and said, Junior brother Xiao, Xueqi seems a bit strange. I don't know what Ling Jingyi said to her. Of course. When she came out of Imperial Thunder Sect, I felt something was wrong, but I can't say why. Xiao Hua naturally thought of the jade slip Xueqi gave him and said, It's even more inappropriate in Misty Mountain, but since she didn't say, I can't ask. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future. Fine. Everyone has their own secrets. Some things are better not known. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Xiao Hua agreed, then looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiangyang, pondered for a moment and said, Senior brother, from what you said, your lifespan is almost up. Even if your cultivation improves, you can't break through to Golden Core, so I won't give you this opportunity. Opportunity? Xiangyang was surprised and said, Is what you said just now true? Of course. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Senior brother and senior sister treat me like brothers. How can I not think of them when I have some opportunities? Yan Qinglian smiled and said, I can't use the mother-child spirit fruit. Senior-in-law, don't worry. You will definitely be able to use this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, I still have to ask senior sister-in-law to make a heart oath. You can't mention this matter to anyone. Not to mention eldest senior brother. You can't even tell master and master's wife. This. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiangyang. Xiangyang's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, This brother is really tired. I'll go and rest for a while. Qinglian, you give Xiaohua some pointers on his cultivation. After saying that, Xiangyang walked away. After Xiangyang left, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. He erased some parts of the jade slip and passed it to Yan Qinglian. Senior sister-in-law, this is the cultivation technique's mnemonic chant. Please take a look. 3 days later, little brother will come over. Alright. Yan Qinglian took the jade slip with some hesitation. If it was before she came out of the Imperial Thunder Sect to cultivate, she definitely wouldn't have hesitated to make a heart oath. But now, Xiaohua actually revealed an astonishing strength. This was completely different from the little junior brother she wanted to protect. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even if she could confirm that the possibility of Xiaohua being possessed was too small, she still didn't dare to believe it completely. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't urge her and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yan Qinglian immersed her divine sense into the jade slip and looked at it briefly. She smiled and said, I was worried too much. It's fine. Senior sister-in-law. Little brother had no choice but to do this. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Immediately, Yan Qinglian made a heart oath in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Yan Qinglian meditating on the jade slip, Xiaohua walked out and saw Xiangyang sitting not far from the quiet room. He also walked over and sat cross-legged not far from him. He took out the jade slip that Ling Zhengyi gave him and carefully looked at the things inside. Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua was sitting next to him, but he didn't say anything and just focused on cultivating. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the silent eldest senior brother. He felt a bit strange in his heart and secretly regretted revealing his strength. However, he also knew that this strange feeling was only on the surface. After a few days, it definitely wouldn't exist. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and put away the jade slip. He asked, Senior sister-in-law, are you familiar with the cultivation method inside? Hee, I'm already familiar with it. I also saw this kind of incantation when I was young. Although I haven't practiced it, it's nothing to a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator like me. Yan Qinglian still didn't know what Xiaohua was selling. Senior sister-in-law, please seal your 5 senses and don't let your divine sense out. Little brother will give you a great opportunity. Xiaohua said in all seriousness. Okay. Yan Qinglian looked at the jade slip and was already very relieved. She sealed her 5 senses and withdrew her divine sense into her Naiwan palace. After a while, Yan Qinglian felt a bit of coolness on her arm. Her heart moved. Naturally, she knew that this was what Xiaohua wanted to give her. Without thinking, she followed the cultivation method in the jade slip and refined this coolness into her body bit by bit. Your senior sister-in-law has started cultivating? Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua and asked softly. Senior brother knows. It's exactly like that. Xiaohua knew that the trustworthy Xiangyang definitely wouldn't release his divine sense. He said very seriously, let's wait and see senior sister-in-law's cultivation progress. Little brother also doesn't know when I'll be able to come out. Oh, Xiangyang didn't comment. Xiaohua smiled and said, however, little brother can guarantee that even if senior brother comes out of Misty Mountain and directly returns to the mountain, master will definitely not scold you. Bah! Xiangyang spat and said, do you think master is willing to scold people? Immediately, Xiangyang sighed again. Alas, junior brother Xiao, with your magical abilities, now, I'm afraid you're only slightly inferior to me. You can be called the #1 expert under foundation establishment, but why can't you build your foundation? Moreover, that day when you fought with Yan Xiefeng, why did you keep hiding your strength? You only need to reveal a little bit, and at least, master won't scold you anymore, right? Are you sure master won't scold me again? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. This. Xiangyang hesitated. At least, junior brother Cui won't treat you like that, right? Ha ha ha, it's good that senior brother knows. If little brother doesn't build his foundation, master won't stop scolding me. Now it seems that even if little brother builds his foundation, this scolding won't stop. Xiaohua laughed loudly, his gaze somewhat fierce. As for Cui Hongshan, he's little brother's senior. Why would little brother care how he treats little brother? Xiangyang suddenly woke up and said anxiously, Junior brother Xiao, no matter what, junior brother Cui is still part of my myriad Thunder Valley, and he's also your little junior brother. You wouldn't. Thinking about how Xiao Hua treated Pu Genuan before, Xiang Yang shuddered. Hee. Senior brother worries too much. With little brother's cultivation, I only need to stretch out my hand to pinch him to death. He's just like a loathsome fly. He thinks he's good, but he doesn't know that in little brother's eyes, he's just a joke. If he doesn't have any evil intentions towards little brother won't pay attention to him. Alas, Xiang Yang finally understood why Xiao Hua refused to call Cui Hongshan senior brother. Cui Hongshan's magical abilities could directly pinch you to death, yet you still arrogantly asked him to call you senior brother. Wasn't this just courting death? At first, Xiao Hua didn't lower himself to his level, which was already pretty good, but in the end, he actually forced Xiao Hua to call him senior. The word senior was admittedly easy to say, but was it easy for Cui Hongshan to accept? But then, Xiang Yang thought that his lifespan was not far away. In the future of Myriad Thunder Valley, it would obviously be this junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui who would be in charge. Looking at Xiao Hua's cultivation and prospects, even his master couldn't compare to him. What about Cui Hongshan's situation in Myriad Thunder Valley? For a moment, Xiang Yang was somewhat worried. At this time, a crimson summoning talisman flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, then smiled at Xiang Yang and said, "It seems that something happened to Xueqi again. Senior brother, I'll go take a look. You stay here and protect senior sister." "And you go." Xiang Yang frowned, as if he didn't think about his own lifespan. Instead, he was worried about Cui Hongshan, thinking about how to resolve the conflict between the two in the future. But when Xiao Hua crushed the summoning talisman, it was an unfamiliar, young voice. Senior brother Xiao? Are you free right now? Can you come to the front mountain? Junior brother really admires you." "Oh, junior brother is Ling Feiyun." Haha. Hearing this voice, Ling Feiyun's appearance appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Seeing Xueqi's love for him, he knew that the two had a very good relationship. How could Xiao Hua ignore Ling Feiyun's request? Immediately, Xiao Hua came out of the palace and flew to the front mountain. In the air, he met Ling Feiyun. From afar, Ling Feiyun bowed and greeted him, calling him senior brother. Haha. Seeing Ling Feiyun's excited appearance, Xiao Hua was also happy. He rarely showed his strength in front of others, so this was the first time he saw such a respectful expression. When he helped Ling Feiyun up, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ling, what's the matter?" "I won't hide it from senior brother Xiao. That day, when junior brother was being trampled on, my heart was filled with endless regret. Why didn't I have a high cultivation? Although I wanted to kill the enemy at that time, I didn't have the strength to fight back. Just as I was about to be killed, senior brother Xiao suddenly appeared in my misty mountain. Junior brother really doesn't know how to express my gratitude. Junior brother only wants to have senior brother Xiao's cultivation one day, to be able to easily kill foundation establishment cultivators with just a peak qi refining cultivation." Ling Feiyun spoke incoherently. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "Actually, junior brother came to ask senior brother Xiao in private because I want to know senior brother Xiao's cultivation. Is there any shortcut or trick that allows you to have such a high cultivation with such a low cultivation?" Looking at the eagerness in Ling Feiyun's eyes, what was the difference between him and when he was a rogue cultivator? Xiao Hua's face unconsciously showed a trace of a smile. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua disappointed Ling Feiyun and said, "I's cultivation path. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you." Chapter 1855. Pu Genuan didn't care about the Phoenix celestial body at all. He made hand seals and took advantage of the awakening of the bloodline in his body to stimulate the remaining true essence in his meridians. His spiritual power temporarily increased and reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. He activated Shadow Moon and a dozen phantoms like before flew towards Xiao Hua. Quick! Xiang Yang was shocked. He broke free from the shock of being dumbstruck. He quickly clapped his hands and wanted to release his pressure to stop Pu Genuan. But at this moment, an unforgettable scene appeared. Only to see Xiao Hua, who was standing under the brilliance of the dozens of shadow moons, suddenly moved. His figure was extremely fast, and in the air, a series of faint afterimages appeared, rushing towards the shadow moons that were flying over. And the strange thing was that every time his figure was about to collide with the phantoms, Xiaohua inexplicably flashed and dodged the shadow moon's phantoms. And this flashing didn't affect his flight at all. In the very short time when Xiangyang raised his hand and clapped his forehead, Xiaohua had already flashed past the dozen shadow moon's phantoms, and he himself had already flown in front of Pu Jianyuan. Immediately afterward, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a dark spear tip appeared in his hand. It smoothly stabbed towards Pu Jianyuan's throat. Pa! Although Pu Jianyuan was extremely shocked that Xiaohua had arrived in front of him in such a short period of time, he still waved his left hand. A half-foot-long thunderpalm flew out and struck Xiaohua's demonic spear. Pa! Another sound rang out. A foot-long thunderpalm also flew out from Xiaohua's left palm. It was precisely the thunderpalm that had struck Pu Jianyuan. The two thunderpalms collided and issued a rumbling sound. This kind of similar magic was the best test of each person's cultivation. Pu Jianyuan's thunderpalm was instantly annihilated by Xiaohua's thunderpalm, and Xiaohua's thunderpalm's momentum was not reduced. It struck Pu Jianyuan's left shoulder socket like lightning. Pu Jianyuan's shoulder socket was flickering with brilliance. The defensive light shield was facing a fierce attack. Ouch! Pu Jianyuan was shocked. While urging his magic power to replenish his defense, he quickly flew back. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, a palm-sized mirror appeared in front of the tip of the demonic spear. Poof! The tip of the demonic spear pierced through Pu Jianyuan's Taoist robe. Immediately after, there was a crisp cracking sound. The tip of the demonic spear actually pierced through Pu Jianyuan's spell and pierced his palm. Ah! Pu Jianyuan couldn't help but scream as a stream of blood flowed down from his wrist. However, the tip of the demonic spear was still blocked. The sudden change in magic power brought about by the awakening of Pu Jianyuan's bloodline could not be underestimated. However, just when Pu Jianyuan thought he had blocked Xiaohua's attack, he saw Xiaohua open his mouth, and a green and red light flashed. Pu Jianyuan's own boiling blood was suddenly enveloped by a throbbing that he had never experienced before, and his entire heart shrunk into a ball. Moreover, this throbbing made him feel as if he couldn't avoid it. At this moment, the magic power in his entire body suddenly became sluggish. Not good. This was probably Pu Jianyuan's last thought. Just as this thought appeared, Pu Jianyuan felt a chill in his throat, and everything disappeared from his eyes. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop. First, he put away the Dream Slayer, then he grabbed the storage pouch on Pu Jianyuan's waist and put it away without even looking at it. In mid-air, the moonlight that had lost control dimmed. Under the burning of the yang leaf fan, it seemed as if it was about to be annihilated. Xiaohua activated the yang leaf fan and put away the fire dragon. Then, he waved his hand and unceremoniously put the moonlight and radiant sun into the space. Then, he turned around and quietly hovered in the air. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. At this moment, the entire mist mountain didn't have the slightest movement. The several cultivators standing in front of Xiaohua were completely sluggish. Their eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. However, in addition to astonishment, Xueqi's eyes were filled with joy. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian's eyes were filled with doubt. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming's eyes were filled with panic. Ling Zhengyi's eyes were filled with fear, and Ling Feiyun's eyes were filled with excitement. Cough cough. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed by being stared at by so many people. He awkwardly coughed twice and flew towards the crowd. Ah! Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming naturally dodged backwards, and Xueqi was so happy that she wanted to fly forward. When the three of them woke up at the same time, their figures stopped. Xueqi's face was flushed red, while Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming's faces were pale. Seeing Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian's vigilance and the magic power around them, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. However, he didn't speak to Xiangyang first. Instead, he looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming and coldly said, "Two fellow Taoists, do you want to die or live?" This voice was so condescending, so merciless, so unlike the voice of a qi refining cultivator, and so unlike the voice of a foundation establishment senior. However, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming felt that it was only natural. They clearly saw that Pu Jianyuan's magic power was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although it couldn't be compared to the middle stage of foundation establishment, compared to Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming, it was much stronger. But unfortunately, Xiaohua had killed Pu Jianyuan when his bloodline was awakening. Then Xiaohua's divine ability? Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming didn't dare to imagine. Junior wants to live. Zhan Yu's face scrunched up into a ball. With a pitiful expression, he bitterly said, Senior Xiao, we were instigated by Pu Jianyuan. We just want to find justice for him. We really don't have any other evil thoughts. Senior, please judge clearly. Qian Yuming's small eyes no longer dared to be squeezed by the fat on his face. He opened his eyes wide and said urgently, before fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Yan, and fellow Taoist Xiao came. I'm afraid you didn't say that, right? Ling Zhengyi sneered. Fellow Taoist Ling, you have to speak the truth. Zhan Yu immediately said, when fellow Taoist Xueqi came in, we didn't know that fellow Taoist Xiang and the others were behind her. What did we say? We valued the face of the Imperial Thunder Sect greatly. We already said that we wouldn't do anything. That's right. Fellow Taoist Ling, don't you think so? Qian Yuming quickly said. Ling Zhengyi knew that they were telling the truth and was at a loss for words. Did I ask you to speak? Xiaohua glanced at Ling Zhengyi and said coldly. Ling Zhengyi felt guilty. He quickly shrunk his neck and winked at Xueqi. Obviously, he wanted Xueqi to speak and let Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming stay. Xueqi wanted to listen to her uncle, but Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't speak. How could she speak? Although Xiaohua was her lover, she definitely wouldn't interfere with Xiaohua's decision. Chapter 1856. Hee, do you two fellow Taoists want to live? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Yes. Zhan Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And, tell me clearly why you all are here. Xiaohua continued, don't talk about justice and righteousness, I don't care. This. Zhan Yu hesitated and looked at Qian Yuming. Qian Yuming also had a difficult expression. Hee, looks like you don't want to live. Xiaohua did not hesitate to clap his hand and took out the sun leaf fan. No. Zhan Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, the three of us have already sworn a heart oath that we won't tell a fourth person about this matter. It seems, Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, so your heart oaths have also been broken? Also, am I the third person? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Hee, that's right. Qian Yuming woke up early and slapped his forehead and said, that day, the three of us swore a heart oath. Since Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, this heart oath is naturally invalid. Even Zhan Yu's heart relaxed. And, then tell me the whole story. Xiaohua nodded. Senior Xiao. Qian Yuming smiled apologetically and said, can I send a voice transmission? Don't call me senior. Call me fellow Taoist. Xiaohua nodded and said, you can send a voice transmission. Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhan Yu looked at Qian Yuming and said, fellow Taoist Qian, this matter started because of you, it's better that you say it. Qian Yuming nodded and sent a voice transmission to tell the whole story. Xiaohua's face was as heavy as water, and they could not see any reaction, making Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming feel very uneasy. After Qian Yuming finished speaking, Zhan Yu smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think, can we leave? Hee. I just fought with Pu Jianyuan and spent a lot of magic power. How do you calculate it? Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming were stunned and immediately came to their senses. They rushed to open their storage bags and took out their respective medicinal pills and handed them over. Give it all to me. Xiaohua did not even look at their medicinal pills and stretched out his hand and said, this. Zhan Yu hesitated and pleaded, fellow Taoist Xiao, cultivation and other items are secret arts of my sect. Please have mercy. Qian Yuming also smiled apologetically. And understood. Xiaohua took out their storage pouches and probed them with his divine sense. Fellow Taoist Xiang. Zhan Yu was quick-witted. He quickly turned his head and begged in a low voice. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were originally on high alert, but when they saw Xiaohua snatch Zhan Yu's storage bag, a trace of a smile appeared in their eyes. Their vigilance was greatly reduced, and when they saw Zhan Yu's pleading, They only snorted coldly and declined to comment. Zhan Yu and Xiao Hua were only early-stage foundation establishment disciples of a small sect. Aside from medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and jade slips, they only had a few magic tools. Xiao Hua didn't care about them at all. He swept away all the medicinal pills and very unhappily returned their storage pouches to them. When Qian Yuming saw this, he took the storage pouches and smiled apologetically. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have something here. I don't know if fellow Taoist would like it?" As he spoke, he took out a thumb-sized jade bead from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Eyes Lion Tiger Beast found this in a dilapidated ruin. I couldn't penetrate it with my divine sense. Although I know it's extraordinary, I don't know what it's used for. Today, I'll give it to fellow Taoist." "Hee, very good." Xiao Hua looked at it. Although he couldn't see anything, he waved his hand and stored it in his space. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qian, you don't need to make a heart oath. You can leave in a while." "Ah?" Zhan Yu was shocked. He scratched his head and couldn't find anything new. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao," Qian Yuming said happily. "I definitely won't say anything. Please rest assured." "Fellow Taoist Zhan, make a heart oath." Xiao Hua glanced at Zhan Yu and said with a smile. "Sigh." Zhan Yu sighed. According to Xiao Hua's words, he made a heart oath, saying that he wouldn't say a word about what he saw today. At this time, Xueqi looked at Ling Zhengyi's expression and hurriedly whispered a few words. Xiao Hua glanced at Ling Zhengyi and said, "Fellow Taoists, you two should also know that fellow Taoist Ling of Fog Mountain isn't the person you think he is. In the future, don't disturb him." Naturally, we were indeed bewitched by that guy Pu Genuan. In the future, we definitely won't dare to come again, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming said hurriedly. "And go." Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve and looked at Ling Zhengyi. "Fellow Taoist Ling, send these two fellow Taoists away." Ling Zhengyi was still a bit worried and looked at Xiang Yang. Why would Xiang Yang pay attention to him? Xiang Yang looked at the sky. Ling Zhengyi sighed and said, "Fog Mountain's formation jade pendant is with fellow Taoist Xiao. I also can't open the formation." "Which one is it?" Xiao Hua woke up and patted Pu Jinyuan's storage bag. He took out 2 jade pendants and asked. A trace of greed flashed in Ling Zhengyi's eyes, but he still only took his own jade pendant and said, "Fei Yun, come and accompany father to send off the guests. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment." "Yes, father." Ling Fei Yun was abnormally lively and accompanied Ling Zhengyi to send off Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. Moving his gaze away from Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming's back, Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, I have something to ask you in a while." Xiao Hua understood Xiang Yang's thoughts and nodded. "Little brother also has something to ask eldest senior brother." "Okay, when fellow Taoist Ling comes back, we'll find a secluded place." Xiang Yang nodded. Not long after, Ling Zhengyi brought Ling Fei Yun back. Ling Fei Yun looked at Xiao Hua with surprised eyes without blinking, making Xiao Hua feel quite uncomfortable. He glanced at Ling Fei Yun and saw that Ling Fei Yun was actually happy. He felt even more excited. "Fei Yun," Ling Zhengyi scolded in a low voice. "How can you be so rude? Father, this senior brother Xiao is probably the old friend that sister met when she was sent to the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Senior brother Xiao killed a foundation establishment cultivator with Qi refinement cultivation. This is the boy's role model." Ling Fei Yun was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. "Fei Yun, this matter ends here. You absolutely can't say another word." Ling Zhengyi naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and quickly exhorted. Yes, the boy understands." Ling Fei Yun quickly replied. Hee, my son has just reached the 10th level of Qi refinement and hasn't gone out to gain experience. Of course, his knowledge is limited. Please excuse me. Ling Zhengyi quickly smiled apologetically and said to Xiang Yang. Fei Yun, you're actually at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Not simple. Xueqi said with a smile. Of course. Ling Fei Yun puffed out his chest and said, however, compared to senior brother Xiao, I'm still far behind. And not bad. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said, Uncle, find a quiet room for senior brother Xiang. They have something to talk about. Xueqi reminded. Okay. Ling Zhengyi replied, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Fellow Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it, Xiaohua said without any trace of politeness. This. Ling Zhengyi was very embarrassed and quickly looked at Xueqi. At this time, Xueqi knew that she couldn't avoid it, so she said, Senior brother Xiao, let's listen first. If it's something difficult, just pretend you didn't hear it. Xiaohua saw that the shadow moon and glorious sun were able to awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline, so he naturally knew what Ling Zhengyi was planning. These things were useless to him. At most, they could help Xueqi awaken her bloodline. Even if he gave them to Ling Zhengyi, Xueqi could still awaken her bloodline. But the problem was that Ling Zhengyi had tricked Xiaohua. That day, Xiaohua didn't even look at the Flying Phoenix Ridge's ancestral artifact and took it out to look at it. That artifact didn't have any tricks on it, but there was a problem with the refining method and there was a mark on it. How could Xiaohua not be angry with Ling Zhengyi? But after all, Xueqi was his lover, and he also promised not to pursue the matter, so when he heard Xueqi mention it, he nodded slightly. Ling Zhengyi's face was happy, and he said with an apologetic smile, Fellow Xiao must have seen it just now. My Misty Mountains artifact and Flying Phoenix Ridge's artifact can awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline. Since that's the case, it can also awaken the bloodline of my Misty Mountains disciples. Therefore, this artifact is incomparably precious to my Misty Mountain. So, I shamelessly want to ask Fellow Xiao for it. I don't know if Fellow Xiao. Oh, my Misty Mountain has a lot of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. As long as Fellow Xiao takes a fancy to it, you can take it. I absolutely won't refuse. Hee. Can your Misty Mountain have more things than my Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua replied without any trace of politeness. I wouldn't dare, naturally not as much as your Imperial Thunder Sect, but its eyes good intentions. Ling Zhengyi said with an apologetic smile. Do you have the pill recipes for Elaine pill and Essence pill? Xiaohua asked. Ling Zhengyi was very embarrassed. I don't have them. You don't have anything. Then what do you want to exchange? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile. I suddenly thought of something. I don't know if you are willing to exchange. Fellow Xiao, please. Ling Zhengyi said with pleasant surprise. Hee, do you still need to say it? Xiaohua waved his hand, and took out the sacrificial refining method that Ling Zhengyi gave him before. He rubbed his hand and destroyed it. I won't say what Fellow Ling has done. Take out the artifact and the sacrificial refining method, and I will give you the two artifacts, and the thing you want from Pu Jinyuan. This is impossible. Ling Zhengyi's face changed, and he waved his hand. That artifact is more precious than Shining Sun and Shadow Moon. And also, Ling Zhengyi actually raised his eyes and glanced at Xueqi. Hee, Fellow Ling, think about it yourself. Xiaohua said with a smile. It can stimulate the bloodline of Misty Mountain's disciples, and increase their cultivation by a large margin. Moreover, it can also control Flying Phoenix Ridge, and Misty Mountain's strength will immediately double. The growth of strength in the future is immeasurable. Which one do you think is more suitable? Ling Zhengyi's face was gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while he clenched his teeth, raised his head, and said, I agree to this. Great. Xiaohua clapped and said, However, I have a condition. What condition? Xiaohua asked curiously. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.